Was that not synced? I just synced it. It said it succeeded.
Testing, 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 testing.
Oh.
Testing, 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 testing. Check, 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 check. Testing, testing, check, 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 check. Testing, testing, testing.
I hate going to start here. All right, go back to our mics. I'm getting too much feedback with these.
Yep. Right, so check test, 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. Check test, 1 2.
Try and do this without tripping on the chair.
John. So we're
Didn't we already?
Check test, 1 2. Hey 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 hey.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Test one, check, test two.
Hey, whoa, hello, good morning. Yeah, whoa, also.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
Okay, we're going to get this started here today. How many people have had fun so far? All right. If you guys don't know me, I'm Zodiac. I'm on the committee here. I've been doing SAINTCON for, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 15 or 20 years. Thank you. I have one friend in the audience. The rest of you, I'd like to be my friends, so come and meet me afterwards. I might get you a mini badge. All right, so welcome you guys all the second day here to SAINTCON. We're super excited to see everyone still here. I love seeing this conference grow. I love seeing people here, and I love just like the learning that happens. In the book, Troy's like, what do you want to put in there? And I said, I don't know. Like, my favorite part is watching someone learn something for the first time. That's why and how I got involved in the communities to start with, is to watch people learn and grow. I want to take just a second before we get started and highlight a couple of these communities and talk about them. If you haven't been down to that, there's some on the first floor and some on the third floor, but we have everything from amazing RFID. We got Iceman's helping put on our RFID stuff. If you don't know who he is the nicest dude, but also possibly the smartest dude you'll ever meet. He will get you going and take all the time you need. He and Mike J will take all the time needed to get you going on those. But also, if you want to go and spend time, the AppSec, go and learn about some of your AppSec. Am I gone? Okay, I'm back. Learn about AppSec, but they have poured time and energy into making this approachable, both for beginners and for advanced people, so everyone has something to learn. So don't worry about base knowledge. Don't worry about where you're at and where you want to be, because they will take where you are and build what they need to from there. Next thing, just one really quick housekeeping item. Park in the Diamond lot. If you're in the Smith slot, you will get a ticket and you will be angry and sad. There's a line for the Diamond lot. If you go too far north, you're in a Smith slot. It should be pretty clearly marked. If you parked in the Smith slot, you may want to quickly go and correct this, because like I said, they are ticketing. The lots are filling up. Make sure that we are parking in the right spot and being respectful to the businesses around and for what they've paid, what they own and what they have. The other piece I forgot to ask when we're talking about communities, how many people have met somebody new this week? I love the crap out of that. I have jobs that I got because of people I met at SAINTCON. I have friendships that will be lifetime friendships because of people I met here. Meet the people next to you. If you haven't, turn to the dude next to you. My biggest thing is, the most important thing for me at SAINTCON is meeting people and getting to know them. So take a minute to turn to the person next to you. Hi, I'm Zodiac. Who are you? And get to know them and spend that time. Also, I have a mini badge for that. Next, I'm going to stop talking and we're going to move into the next thing. But before we do, huge props. I'm going to just call Pope out for a minute. Every year he pulls out bigger names, and we think we've found the biggest names we can get for SAINTCON. And every year Pope one-ups himself and gets even bigger and better names. And this year is no different. He has again nailed it with Keynote. So a big round for Pope for just a minute. Okay, next we're going to get up here. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to get Grifter up here, and he's going to introduce Jeff. We all know Grifter. He's been up on this stage. When you are introduced by a former Keynote, you know you're kind of a big deal. So everyone welcome Grifter on stage as he brings Jeff up.
Hey. Oh, no? How about now? Oh, there we go. So let's just get right into it. So in 1993, I was 14 years old. I heard there was a gathering that was going to happen in Las Vegas. Hackers were actually going to get together and show each other their faces, which seemed super, but also exciting. Now, I was poor, and I lived thousands of miles away, so I didn't get to attend. And unfortunately, circumstances meant I didn't get to attend until 2000, right? So DEF CON 8 was my first DEF CON, and at that DEF CON, I made sure to introduce myself to the guy who was running it, the Dark Tangent, right? And so that introduction, that simple handshake, changed my life, right? If it wasn't for the Dark Tangent, also known as, I like when we do that, also known as your legal name, so AKA Jeff Moss, I would not have the career that I have today. I would not be able to put food on the table the same way that I do. We have traveled the world together. We have gotten up to no good in so many different countries in so many different ways. He is the founder of Black Hat. He is the founder of DEF CON. He consults countries, world governments, but he's also just my friend, Jeff Moss.
Right in.
Love you, buddy.
I like that my microphone's louder than yours. I have volume dominance.
It's good. That's
Gosh,
good.
it's so loud.
I like
Somebody
it too.
tune me down before I blow out your ears. Okay, there we go.
So yeah, when we talk about now I'm off. Now it's much. What is going on back there? Yeah, exactly. They're going to be back there with the sliders like this. So when Jeff and I were discussing what's the keynote going to be like, so he said, I don't want to do slides. SAINTCON is this community type of thing. Let's just have a chat. And so that's what we're going to do today is we're going to have a chat. I'm going to ask him some questions, and then hopefully toward the end we'll have some time. We've got microphones out, and you can ask him questions too. Yay! But yeah, let's just get right into it. So I mentioned it in the introduction. You founded, the largest hacker convention in the world, giving many of us for the first time a place that we called home. But how did you start? How did you get?
Yeah, it wasn't that. That's what it turned into, right? But that wasn't the master plan. It started when I started. So I was a miscreant hacker, like all of us, right? And back in the day, there were only a couple conferences you could go to, and they're all invite only. The whole hacking scene was, underground, invite only, and I couldn't get a fucking invitation. And so I was like, "Fuck this." So I ended up finagling. I ended up going to. So here's the deal: in the wintertime, you could go to HoHoCon. You could go to PumpCon in Halloween. In the summertime, you could go to SummerCon. Right? Those are the three cons, all invite only. And then later on, another one started. Well, anyway, I ended up deciding that, there's a long story. I ended up throwing a party for a network that disappeared. Like, I was this giant hub for all this messaging of all these different hacking networks in the United States. One of the networks was going away out of Canada, PlatinumNet. And he's like, all my users are in America. You're my American hub. So let's do a going away party. And I said, well, yeah, okay, we should do it in Vegas because it's cheap and it's central. And then he disappeared, and he was never to be found again. His dad got a new job. They moved too soon. So I was left with this like half-started party. And I'm like, well, if it's up to me, I'm going to invite everybody on Pound Hack and Pound Freak and IRC, and Alt on Usenet. And I just invited everybody, and it just kept growing and growing. And in the movie War Games, Vegas, I'm from Seattle, so the character in War Games is from Seattle, and he nukes Las Vegas. I was like, this is all going to work out. I had never been to Vegas in my life, so if it blew up, I would have at least gotten to Vegas. I'd sit by the pool, I had a pina colada, and then it just grew. And there was no way to understand who was going to show up. But it turned out a lot of people from LA in the Bay Area drove over, and we had about 100 people that first year. And my thinking was, being a hacker dude online, there was so much bullshit. Like this inordinate amount of nonsense was out there. And it drove me crazy because me and my hacker buddies were trying to be very logical. Thinking about it, even though we didn't have access to all the technical manuals for the phone system, people would say, like, no kidding, this is what they would say. On your bulletin board, if you put on the home page a disclaimer that says, no police allowed, and they log in and they create an account, that's entrapment. You can't do that. And I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm like 13, 14 years old, but that just doesn't sound right, They're like, no. If you want to place a phone call and not have it traced because you're doing it fraudulently, type in this number, boop, 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 and that disables call tracing. If you hear this tone, 3 beeps or whatever, you're good. The next number you call, untraceable. Like, I don't know if that's really how it works. No, it's a telco test number. It disables. Okay. And so that DEF CON, I wanted to hear from the experts because I'd heard enough from nonsense, right? So we had like Dan Farmer, who ended up talking about the importance of, he was at Sun Microsystems. He was the guy everybody wanted to be. He was like the chief security officer before they had that term, and he was managing all these Sun Microsystems, and he's like, there's too many of them now. I need to create scripts. I need some way of managing my network, and I need to see what's available. And he talked about the need for that, and then he wrote Satan, and that got him on the cover of Time magazine. And that was the beginning of network automation scanning tools, right? And we had a prosecutor that did the first giant prosecution, Operation Sun Devil, out of Arizona. Gail Thackeray shows up. Very awkward, because she's talking to our audience, and there's somebody she's prosecuting, like right in the front row, but she's like, well, it's a different state.
And probably someone she was going to prosecute in the future. So.
Man, we trashed the AT&T local telco garbage dumpsters, and we come back with all these bags of telco documents, and we dump them on the floor like returning victorious warriors right in front of her. And she's like, where'd you find those? I'm like, well, we got them out of the dumpster. And she's like, well, was the dumpster inside the fence or outside the fence? Like, well, outside the fence. She's like, enjoy, She's like, and it kind of turned out that was the magical formula, I think, was inviting everybody and trying to have the experts talk to the not experts. And people were just really hungry for that. And I don't think we understood, because the invite-only ones were much more like hackers talking to hackers and not really getting so much of the outsiders.
I like that because at my first DEF CON, like I said, DEF CON 8, a group of us from Hectic, if any of you remember Hectic from back in the day, and the ZZQ guys, we went to the Department of Workforce Services dumpsters and got a bunch of stuff out. I brought it back to DEF CON and dumped it on the floor.
Yes.
And there was like people's social security numbers in it, and so we called them. We said, is this so-and-so? Social security number, blah, 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 blah. And they were like, what in the what? And we're like, hey, you might want to talk to Department of Workforce Services about how they throw away their trash.
Yeah,
and we just
shred
kept
their
calling
stuff.
people. It was good times. But so speaking of things that are, what's a story that you can tell us about something illegal that you were involved in that the statute of limitations is up on?
I was, when I was young, I was quite the pirate. So there was this magical time where, like, this one Christmas or whatever, I remember, everybody on the block or in the neighborhood, it was a pretty well-off neighborhood, and everybody got a different computer. The color computer, TRS-80, Model 3, whatever, TI 99, whatever, 4A, the 800, the 400, the this or that. I got an IBM PC-2, so it was the 640K model. That turned out to be the winning computer, but it was random, kind of, that I ended up with that. Anyway, all the kids in all the blocks, we all got like one game. So everybody's trying to copy their games and share their games and go over everybody's houses. And then it was like Copy2PC and Cascade Crack and all these tools, because none of us could afford a $99 game. But so we each get our parents to buy one game, and then we try to copy it and share. Yeah, that was awesome. And also you have to remember, in those early days, piracy wasn't illegal. There's nothing wrong with that. Kind of like how AI companies now can steal everything on the internet and it's not illegal. It's all come full circle, right? So back then, it wasn't illegal if you didn't charge for it. So you couldn't make money off of other people's work, was the rule. So all these people were trading wares. And until this one guy had a multi-line bulletin board, got greedy, had all this commercial software database programs, and he was charging access. And that was enough for law enforcement to come in. I think it was one of the database companies, and the law changed. And that's when piracy, don't copy that floppy, really kind of took off. Anyway, so I would say, like, it was basically in the early days piracy, and then it was just the desire to connect with people. So it was all long-distance phone calls. You were freaking, you were trying to figure out how to make those connections. The biggest network was the telco network. That's what you were trying to explore and understand. There are no manuals, there's no Google. So it was really all about meeting friends, or trying to make friends, without telling them your true identity, There's a book, if none of you have read it, there's a short story and they turned it into a book. It's called, I think it's called True Identity. Is it called True Identities? Werner Vinge. And True Names. That's it, True Names. Yeah, that captured some of it pretty well. That was a fun read. So as time went on, I was lucky enough that the shit I did, scanning networks, backdoors, whatever, none of that stuff was illegal back then. Now it's illegal. Now, the stuff we used to do as kids, there's like federal sentencing minimum guidelines. Like it can destroy your life. But we were lucky to come up in a time where we had like this unfettered exploratory freedom because there was nothing at risk. There was no bank online. There's no medical records to wreck, right? There's nothing to ransom. So it's kind of like no harm, no foul. But nowadays, the world we live in, there's unlimited risk and there's unlimited harm that can be caused, right? And so the rules have had to change. And part of the big challenge is how do you still create a sense of curiosity and freedom when like some kid downloads Loic and wants to strike a blow against the Syrian government or whatever, scans the wrong thing and now he's a felon.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
Okay, so piracy, phone freaking, you know, traditional methods. Now, you're saying most of that stuff wasn't really illegal at the time, so
Yeah.
we'll say, okay, fine, you didn't do it, Jeff, but I'm sure you've
yes.
heard of things that were illegal that took place. What's an interesting thing from the past that you heard about?
There's so many crazy stories. The thing that gets me about hacking, it's almost like the movies where the people that had like the biggest like risk-taking appetite tended to have like the best returns. And so back in the early days, before everything was well known, right, it was like Kevin Poulsen, Kevin Mitnick, Susan Thunder, the LA4, and they basically just did whatever they kind of wanted to do, and they were pretty good, and they got away with a lot of it. And so some of the stories are public, but like Kevin Mitnick one time, he was like, I wonder if the phone company's on to me. How would I find that out? I should probably go root through the filing cabinet drawers of the telco security office. That sounds like a good idea. So he gets drunk, goes into the telco office, impersonating somebody with like a uniform or whatever, goes there, and he freaking roots through the filing cabinets to figure out what they've got on him. Well, maybe the FBI's onto me. Maybe I should tap the FBI. You know, because you have telco access, you can tap lines, right? And so if you read the stories of those early days, the people that had like mastery of the infrastructure, it was here's one. There was this guy, and I got really drunk with him once at DEF CON. So drunk. It was the first year at DEF CON, I got so drunk, I didn't get up the next day, right? And when I finally got functional around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the con was still working. This is at the Lexus Park, and this is when I realized I wasn't essential to the running of the con. The rest of the people got it. They could cover for me, we could cover for each other, and it was like a functioning organism.
And you're like, I'm doing this tomorrow.
This is awesome. So there's this guy, Parmaster. If anybody heard of Parmaster, raise your hand. Anybody? A couple people know Parmaster. So this is like old school shit. Parmaster, before the internet, there was X25 network, and there were 2 competing X25 operators. There's like TimeNet, and I think, who was the other one? It was another telco that went away, GTE. I think it was GTE, TimeNet, and MCI. Yes. And they each had their own supervisory system. Think of it like as a BMC backend network for their entire network. And one of them was called TDD2, and the other one was called X-Ray. Well, anyway, PAR had X-Ray access. He could control and monitor that entire X25 network. So what could you do with that back then? All the ATM machines were on X25. So he's watching all the ATM machines on the East Coast. And with X25 back then, circuit switched, he could, and it was all unencrypted, he could change account numbers in real time. So as they came through a pad, he could change where all the money went in real time, right? And he didn't do anything with it. because he wasn't a criminal. But he was like, and so his nickname was, it was always, he had his X-ray login, his password was Parmaster is God. And so whenever you see Parmaster, you're like, Parmaster is God. And he's like, yes. You know, and that was like the crowning achievement. Like back in the day, that guy was like, you know, a crazy hero. And you have these stories of like MOD versus LOD, and they're fighting across AT&T infrastructure and thumper.belcore.com and all this stuff. And then years later, you turn it out that there's this other hacker, Grok. Grok also is God. Grok is on the AT&T systems that LOD and MOD are fighting over. And they don't know Grok is below them, keeping the system stable. So he's watching them, taking their exploits, seeing what the young whippersnappers are up to, right? They think they're the masters of this AT&T network. No, there's another guy down below. And that was like, how the fuck do you timeshare between like adversaries? Well, years later, I'm giving some testimony to some oversight committee for the Bureau of Veterans Affairs in DC, and it comes out there's 5 nation states in the Veterans Affairs system, right? They're still probably there. It's probably 6 now. And our question is like, how do they timeshare? Like, China gets it on Monday and Russia gets it on Tuesday, and like this problem that hackers were having like 30 years ago, it's still a problem today, but now it's nation states doing it instead of hackers. But it's all the same thing. So it's just, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Wow, it's a good lesson though. There's always a bigger fish, right?
There's always, yeah.
I try to tell people that all the time. It's like whenever you go into a room with a group, don't assume that you're the smartest person in the room or the most skilled person in the room. Like, try to go in with humility, because in the background is Grok.
Grok is just
Grok is just hanging out going, okay, kid. So when you started DEF CON and eventually Black Hat, you'd always invited government, law enforcement, and hackers to share that space. Like, what are some of the lessons that you've learned when trying to bridge that gap between hackers and policymakers?
Yeah, it's, maybe we might talk about this a little bit later, but I'd like to say it was one of my brilliant mistakes, or I knew the feds were going to come to DEF CON, and so why pretend they're not? So I faxed the Secret Service office in Las Vegas and invited them to come. And I didn't get a response, and it's getting closer to the show, and I faxed them again, no response. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to call them up, and I'm like, hey, my name's Jeff Moss, we're doing this hacking conference, you know, and the guy answers, oh, you want to talk to Special Agent in Charge Jones or whatever. So they transfer me to Jones. I got this whole spiel ready. We're doing this thing, we really want to have you, interesting security, conversations, blah, blah, blah. And there's this, I'm like waiting for him to respond, and there's this big pregnant pause on the line. He's like, we are aware of your activities. And I'm like, oh, so you're coming? And he's like, no, we're operational. You want the policy people, DC, don't, whatever. It's not for us. But, thanks for letting us know, and, good luck. Like, oh, okay, right on. DEF CON 1 is over. Guy walks up to me, and he's like, shows me his badge. And he's like,
that was his badge, everybody. He was
yeah, this is my badge. It wasn't his.
Just for.
It wasn't the Schwartz. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Whoa. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, yeah, Secret Service. They're just, like, you guys said you weren't going to be here. And he's like, oh, well,
We lie.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, we're starting a game. Spot the Fed, right? And so it became the sort of friendly cat and mouse. And so I think the lesson learned there is you treat each other with respect, but you can still have fun with it. And you don't have to compromise what you want to do with the conference, but you have to be aware, of course, feds are going to be there. But not just the feds, feds from other countries, organized crime. Like, everybody will be there, and you don't know who everybody is. So you just have to behave as if everybody's there. I mean, we've had Chinese intelligence, we've had French I mean, we've had everybody. And it sucks too, because when you make some friends in the FBI or whatever, and you're like, hey, you're going to be there. And they're like, yeah, we're going to be working. It's like, sucks to be you. You know, we're going to be having fun. He's like, we got to chase down this criminal and that criminal. And so I would say it's that building that mutual respect. And it turns out, of course, feds, like they started outing themselves. They're like, I want the shirt, so I'm going to out my buddy over there. And it was like, what? Or they'd be like, can you find somebody to out him? Because I want to get that guy from that other agency. I want them to look bad. And it's like, so when it became competitive Fed on Fed, we had to change the rules. Yeah.
Nice. It's not, they got an I am the Fed shirt. So
yeah, so that was, yeah.
They got something. They got to walk away with it. I do, there was, I'll share a quick story. I know this is about Jeff, but when bringing in other agencies and stuff like that, it can get pretty interesting. At an early ShmooCon, Keith Myers and I went to a party that was just up in somebody's suite, and it turned out what we discovered from meeting these people is they turned out to be a bunch of NSA folks. And so we were like, we're at a Fed party. Like, oh, what are we going to do with this? And so our buddy Salter hands out candy phalluses to people, little bags of. We took them and crushed them up so it looked like a fine powder, and we snorted them off a table in front of a bunch of people who were federal agents, right? And they were like, like they're all thinking about their clearances. That room empty. I mean, we emptied the room, and we were like, that was really fun. That was super fun. It was just candy, but
where else
they didn't
can you
know
do that? How else could you?
It was amazing. I'm telling you, empty room. Like it was fantastic. And just Keith and I stand there going, that was better than we thought it was going to be. So, all right. So. All the questions aren't going to be softball. I'm going to ask you a couple that you're not going to like. And so this one is, like, when I first went to DEF CON in 2000, it cost me $50 to go. And this year, it was nearly $500 to go to DEF CON. Now, that's an Xbox, right? So you created a conference that was initially entirely populated with and run by teenagers, right? But has the cost of DEF CON become so much that the audience it was originally intended for can no longer afford to go?
I mean, like that's something I worry about all the time, is about how much things have changed.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned earlier, like you couldn't get in trouble, now you can go to jail, right? Everything's more expensive. And in the early days, it was really you and your buddies trying to get together, putting a face to the name. And what I realized is, so in the early days when we started Black Hat, I think the first Black Hat was $995 or something, right? That was a long time ago. Mm-hmm. Now it's like, what, $3,000, $2,500? People are paying $2,500 or $3,000 to go to a conference. We're $500. Okay, we're a fraction of that, but it still seems expensive. And I worry that all the pressures are going to price out the next generation. But I guess I'll mention it now. But like the decision I made to sort of create DEF CON to be not invite only, because I was not invited. The first DEF CON, we recorded all the talks on audio tape, and I would sit there and had this little high-speed cassette tape duplicator, and I'd dupe these tapes, and I think there's like 15 tapes, and I'd sell these tapes for $20 in the mail, a whole frickin' brick of tapes, to people who wanted to hear the talks. And the moment Real Audio had a video, audio codec I could download or stream, I encoded those things, stopped selling cassette tapes, and I just gave away the speeches for free because I was too lazy. I was not going to sit there and dupe tapes forever. So all the DEF CON content we always released for free. So when I started Black Hat, all the Black Hat content got released for free. Now the norm in the security community is you release your talks for free. And so I think one of the countervailing things for the price is that if you can't come, don't come. But we're still going to release all the content. We still want to allow you to remotely participate. And maybe one day you'll have a job or whatever and you can afford to come. But I can't control the cost of unions or labor, and so I'm in a sticky situation of like, well, I can do less. If we do less with the conference, we charge less because it's less expensive to put on. But how much less? And that's where the trap is. Like, which villages do I cut? They're awesome. How many contests do we cut? How many less speakers do we have? And so instead, I've been really trying to focus on controlling costs and doing the same things that are not visible to the attendees, but do it for cheaper. Because I don't want the attendee experience to ever suffer, but maybe there's stuff in the background we can do to become more efficient. So, yeah, it sucks, but I don't know of a good alternative. And I look around the world and see what other people are charging, and it's like, well, I think it's probably pretty reasonable. And then when we started DEF CON, there was no careers in this. You couldn't get a job. It was pure passion. Now you go to a B-Sides, and I'm not calling out B-Sides, I'm just using them as an example. But the first page is like 59 sponsors, right? The whole slide is nothing but 1 million logos. But we started before there was even a logo to be had, right? A company to be had. And so there's this weird community expectation that DEF CON can never have sponsors because we never had sponsors. So therefore, we never will have sponsors. So we're trapped in this weird situation where, like, if I get a sponsor and put it up on a DEF CON thing, we're a sellout. But everybody else can do it. And so, you know, we're kind of, it's kind of weird legacy problem of being first is the expectations are you'll always kind of be the same. And so then we try to get around that by getting sponsors for villages, sponsors for contests, get the sponsors' money directly into the hands of the people organizing the other stuff. But I really don't want to ever have to get into a phone conversation with a sponsor who's telling me I should cancel a talk. Like, I don't want that. And so then what's happened is like maybe 10 years ago, we really started to realize there's InfoSec and there's hacking conferences. And a lot of things were moving into InfoSec because that's where you could get a job. That's where you could get career. That's where you could find all these sponsors. And we just doubled down on being hacker. And so if you ever submit a talk to DEF CON or anything to DEF CON, one of the first questions we ask ourselves, is this hacker? Like, is this a blog post? Okay, we don't want it. Is this a career advancement thing? We don't want it. Is this how to use a $250,000 database tool that nobody in the audience can afford to have, but if you work at Amazon, you do have? Okay, that's an InfoSec talk, right? That's for people who have professional careers with access to these tools. We don't want that at DEF CON. And I think trying to create that distinction between hacker and InfoSec is like really where we're putting our energy.
Trying to stay hacker, keep it in some kind of reasonable
It's freaking hard, man.
Yeah.
It's like, what is hacker? And so you have to start trying to...
What is it, Jeff?
You have to enumerate it, man. I think it's like the joy of discovery, I think, is really big. Unexpected outcomes, like speaking truth to power. I think it's the freedom to fail. Like in InfoSec, really, who really feels the freedom to fail at their company 3 times in a row? Right? Could be career limiting. But at DEF CON or whatever, or in hacker spaces, like we celebrate failure. Like that's part of the learning experience, right? And it really became, I had a friend who was he was the first chief security officer for Facebook, and employee number 40 at Facebook. Anyway, he goes on, he starts a company, he's sending a bunch of people to Vegas, and I asked him, like, hey man, are you sending anybody to Black Hat? He's like, no, not this year. But I'm sending a bunch of people to DEF CON. I'm like, why would you, what's that all about? He said, well, my team's really good. Like, they have a lot of great skills. Like, I send them to Black Hat training, it's like sharpening the edge of the knife, like a little bit sharper. But the knife's pretty sharp. Like, they don't need that. I sent them to DEF CON to learn how to think. I had not considered that, right? And ever since that conversation, it's really like, I think hacker is a mindset and it's the way you think and approach the problems. And InfoSec is like more centered around career tasks. They're both valuable. You need both. but I'm not trying to be both.
Cool. So, speaking of DEF CON evolving, so taking DEF CON into countries like China and Bahrain makes some people, get up in arms. But why do you think it's important that DEF CON does expand into countries like that?
I think America, we don't have a lock on technology or hacking. There's fantastic hacking conferences in Europe. And I don't want to bring DEF CON and compete with buddies in Germany or Amsterdam or wherever. So if I was going to try to grow somewhere, where would we try something? Where is there a large population of people that are really interested? In China at that time, man, it was, I don't know, did anybody go to DEF CON China? I mean, like 2 people. It was magical because at that time, they were in the equivalent of like what our .com bubble was. Yeah. So remember when like hackers were in everything, they're on every TV show. They were in that moment. It happened 15 years later for them than it did for us. And my thinking was that internet problems are global problems. And you're not going to solve global problems from one position. So you're going to have to know people in China if you're going to solve any global problem. Because the tech's probably going to be manufactured in China, and the tech stack or the cloud is probably going to be in America. And yes, we have good relationships with Europe. But how many people have any kind of hacker buddies in China, right? It's pretty rare. Yet every year, hundreds of Chinese hackers would come to DEF CON and just kick ass in CTF and fantastic talks. And so you knew they were hungry, you knew they were getting out, they were trying to meet people internationally. So I figured we'd go in there, make some connections, and if something goes wrong, I can pick up the phone and I can call somebody. And for years it worked. Like you would read something in the West about Chinese whatever, and you're like, that doesn't make sense to me. You'd call somebody back in China or message them, and you're like, no, that story's 180 degrees wrong. Like this is what's really going on. And so you had this access to information kind of like in the early days of hacking. Like the public thought it worked this way, but you knew it really worked a different way. Same thing would happen in China. You would hear this story. Like, do you know why the Chinese companies are so good at hacking? Why they have such fantastic offensive capabilities? Does anybody know? It's not really a story that's ever been told in the West that I know. But years ago, Alibaba and so there's Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu, and they're the BATs. And Qihoo, which Qihoo 360, they have a lot of MSS contracts. They do the part of the Great Firewall of China, some of the offensive hacking against America, whatever. But it's a big security consulting company for the government, kind of like a Booz Allen. They break in and steal some secrets from, I think it was Alibaba. No, I'm sorry, maybe Tencent. And they're stealing all the shit out of Tencent. And Tencent like, what's going on? What the fuck? So they go to the government, like we would go to the FBI or the police, and they're like, hey, they're stealing all of our stuff. Like, what's going on? And the law enforcement says, you're a big boy, can't you take care of yourself? And they're like, oh, it's on. And they take all the money and they hire all the security people in Beijing that they can hire. I'm not shitting you. People were getting paid $15,000 a week, right? They hired everybody. And they're like, okay, this is how it's going to go. We get all the skill. And they fucking battle back to Qihoo. And Alibaba's like, what's going on? Weaponize, weaponize, weaponize. And they hire everybody. And so now, and it goes on for like 6 or 9 months, and it's crazy, and it's back and forth, and everybody's pointing guns at each other, and there's flare-ups, and it's destroying the community. Who do you work for? You're attacking me. And it just becomes super toxic, and finally the government steps in and says, stop. So they stop. But they need to maintain these offensive teams. Because who knows? It might happen again. So now the marketing department's like, okay, well, we got these awesome badasses. Let's do something with them. Let's send them to international hacking competitions like Pwn to Own. So they send them to Pwn to Own, and they just destroy the West, right? These guys had like 38 employees. one group out of 10, one 30-person group, so about 300 people just at one company doing this stuff. And they would spend the whole year to come up with an exploit chain to win pwn to own. And then the company would say, see, look, China citizens, we take your data seriously. We are winning international competitions. We are super cool and highly sophisticated, and we best everybody. This is how important protecting you is to us, right? And this goes on. And that's how they develop this offensive skill. Well then, I'm sorry if I'm taking up a little time, but I love telling stories, and you need to understand, like, the world is different over there. Qihoo splits. The founders split. They get in an argument. There's an enterprise division now and the government consulting division. There's an argument between them, and I'm not kidding you. Employees, male employees, get a phone call, and it's, come to work on Monday and be ready to fight.
Like Anchorman style.
Like I'm not kidding.
Killed the guy.
They're gonna meet in the parking lot at Qihoo, and they're gonna fight. And they're gonna resolve their situation. I'm like, what? And if somebody narked it out to the police, right? And the police are like, absolutely, you're not showing up in the park. But like, they're reverting to these. And so you get these insights that never get told in the West. We would never have any of these stories, right? If we hadn't been building. Then COVID comes along, destroys, like they laid off a third, BATs, they laid off a third of their employees. They had about 180 or $90 billion in a research and development bucket. And Common Prosperity Chairman Xi comes along and takes almost 100 billion to redistribute it. So overnight, the BAT's research funds went from 180 billion to 80. And they don't know if the government's going to come knocking the next day and take another 50. So they're not spending money. They're holding on every dollar like it's their last dollar. It was chaos. And so if we wanted to go back to China, politics aside, it's just a completely different universe there now. Yeah. So that was like a moment in time that, and Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet is parked there. It's a completely kind of different situation, but same thing. They're younger and they're hungry. And it just feels like, there's a moment there, maybe it'll pass, but I want to explore it.
Yeah, I think, those relationships that we made at DEF CON China were great, and we were fully prepared to go again before COVID hit. And actually,
you had your room searched, right?
Yeah, of course.
Everybody had their room searched. We got
I was
so...
like, ooh, they're good, because I had put stuff out in different areas, and there was I'd taken pictures of things, like where the zipper was on my suitcase, on things and stuff. But it was one thing on the hotel safe that I was like, oh, they missed that. They missed, and I was like, so they've been in here.
So we would lay out the way. So if you're going to a country and you're going to get yourself searched, just make it easy for them. And this is how you do it. You unzip all of your luggage and you lay it up against the wall in a big line, so it's very easy for them to sort through all of your stuff. Because if they don't, all my wife's stuff ended up in the duffel bag ended up in the suitcase. We couldn't find any of our, because they're just burning through it, and they don't really care.
No, it was interesting. Same thing when I was in Moscow. I was like, oh, they've been in here. That's
yeah.
Hi guys. But that was because of those relationships made at DEF CON China. I went to Shanghai one time, and I met up with somebody that I had met at DEF CON China, and we went and hung out. Went out to the Formula One circuit and stuff. And then he's like, hey, do you want to go to where there's a building, and that's where the government hacks the U.S. You want to go see that building? I was like, no, I don't. No. What do you, I'm not going within a mile of that freaking place.
I had a friend who he went to, he was in the Biden administration, the first, just elected, and he's like, I'm going to go to Moscow. I've never been, before I get sucked into government, I want to go. And the White House security people are like, well, are you crazy? He's like, no, I want to go. Okay, just don't bring any electronics or whatever. And he tells this crazy story where he goes into a bar. His family's out, a restaurant. He goes into the bar, and there's a Russian guy that kind of comes in, and he pulls out a stack of $100 bills. And he's like, you're American, right? And he's like, yeah, I need your help. My friend paid me in these American dollars, but I don't know if they're counterfeit. Can you check them for me? And he's like, hands in his pocket, I don't know what you're talking about, gotta go buy. And it's like they constantly were trying to get you to touch something or hold something where they could get a picture of you.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
It did, and then not even on the hacking side though, when COVID stuff started to kick off, I think it was like November, before lockdown, like, so this is very early. I was talking to one of the guys that I'd met at DEF CON China, and he's like, oh, like, people are getting sick here. There's like this virus, and like, I wonder if you guys will still be able to come. They're being like super weird about it, and they're like locking down cities, and I'm like, what? Like, oh, that's weird. Oh, we're still coming, right? Like, we had flights booked. Like, hotels were ready. We were going in March of 2020 to go out to do DEF CON China again. We did not go. Yeah, something came up, so we had to cancel. But yeah, it was.
You got another question for me, I know.
I do. Oh my gosh, I have 33 questions. We don't have time to do that, but I did write down a bunch of stuff. But all right, so speaking of nations, right? When we were growing up, we were constantly talking about how we all thought we were fighting Big Brother, right? We're fighting Big Brother. So how's the fight going?
Not good.
Okay. All right, next question. No,
Not good. I think there was like this critical misunderstanding that the enemy essentially was the corporations, right? And so, like, the cypherpunks were so awesome and so PGP and all these, going after the man. And it turned out it wasn't the man, it was Facebook, it was Google, it was it was everybody else, right? And by the time they realized that, all their thinking and all their solutions and all their strategies did not necessarily apply to people voluntarily turning over all their information, right? And so now we're in the worst of both worlds. We've got the mega companies and we've got all the nation states, and not just America, Big Brother, right? We're talking the world Big Brother. I heard a statistic the other day, I'm sure it's off by a little bit, 70% of all voice and text communication is transcribed and indexed. 70% of the world's voice conversations. I mean, darn. And that's, I'm sure people are doing all kinds of analytics on it, but it just seems like there are a lot of opportunities to make privacy baked in, and we've missed basically every opportunity. Like the SS7 stuff came out, like there's companies that are selling your geolocation of where you've been, where you can go historically. That SS7 vulnerability has intentionally been left in the SS7 system for decades. It's not new, it's not unknown. Certain law enforcement agencies kept that in because it was very advantageous to them. But it's not advantageous to everybody else, right? Yeah. And so now we have this problem where I can be tracked around the world because of these legacy problems that nobody wanted to deal with. So I think how do you regain agency, or how do you regain control, or can you, in this environment? And I think as hackers, we have to sort of think of solutions, or at least consider them. And it's turned out to be really a lot harder than that. So it's been 30 years. Why can't we send secure email? We have ChatGPT, we have billions of GPUs, but you can't send secure email, right? And that's the crux of the problem. I think creating secure email by default doesn't make anybody a billionaire. So no VC will invest in it. But building that system probably takes 5 or 10 people. You got to maintain it. If it's S-MIME tools or PGP, whatever it is, like there's this critical gap. It's a little too big for 1 or 2 people. It doesn't make anybody $100 million. So that doesn't get done. Like that level of work. And it turns out a lot of the privacy and security problems are in that low level, low profitability, high security returns, but very little money. So that none of that gets funded. And I'm not 100% sure how you get around that. When I was the CSO at ICANN, like you used to have DANE, and DANE would allow you to not trust a certificate authority. And I could publish my TLS cert fingerprint in DNS. Your browser, Firefox or Chrome back then, would look up defcon.org, it would get my fingerprint, I would hand out a self-signed certificate, not something from a CA, And they'd match it against the fingerprint. It'd be like, yeah, this is DEF CON site. And I controlled my destiny. I owned defcon.org. I controlled the certificate. I was in charge of my future. And then the story comes out that those queries take some milliseconds and take some time, and Chrome performance engineers get bonuses on how they speed things up. So they cut Dane out of the browser because you don't want to spend time doing lookups. So now you can get to the site a couple milliseconds faster, but now I'm not in charge of my destiny anymore. I'm reliant on certificate authorities, right? Yeah, super frustrating.
Yeah, it is interesting how much we'll just give away for convenience, you know. Like, I mean, or we just don't know what things are doing what. Like you mentioned, location data and stuff, and then, you know, I see Bart here and Pope over there. When we're in the Black Hat knock and we're looking at the traffic, we see applications on phones that are just shouting out, you know, latitude and longitude information in the clear. Like the communication from the application itself to whatever the back-end server, you know, might be secure, but for whatever reason, I see Nibble nodding over there because he's also one of our knock guys. And like, for whatever reason, they're like, where are you right now? Let me tell the world at least once a minute, you know, and then we can track people as they move around the conference based on that location data from, in some cases, your VPN, which is great. All right. What's a decision in your career that looked crazy at the time, but actually aged perfectly?
I got 100% lucky once. I was at Black Hat, and I got Black Hat got a call from, I want to say it was the White House, and but it's like, hey Jeff, some federal person's calling, and I'm like, what? They probably want ticket discounts to Black Hat, right? It's like, fuck. Okay, fine. Transfer them over to me, you know. And it turns out it's this guy, Jake. And he's like, hey, you want to be on some advisory committee for Department of Homeland Security? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, you know, we review some documents. We'll send you some documents. You review them over. You just provide feedback, send them back to us. I'm like, well, how much time does that take? It's like, no, it's, you know, a couple times a year, 4 times a year, or whatever. I'm like, okay, fine. Yeah, I can do that. Sure. Great. Okay, thanks. Bye. Bye. And then like 3 weeks later, like, security paperwork arrives, right? And all this crazy, and I'm like, who was this guy again from 3 weeks ago? And I find him, I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what is this? This is not like you asking me some random questions. And that's how I joined this, became an advisor for the Secretary of Homeland Security. And it was completely like a random, like a detour in my life that I'd never contemplated, never considered. I said yes, and that turned out to unlock a whole other galaxy of experiences. And years later, I asked Jake how, so the way these things work is your names get put in hats. Like, let's say I'd recommend somebody for an advisory committee. I don't tell, like, I want to put you in for something. I don't tell you I'm putting you in for something. I just put you in for something. You're not allowed to know. And then you get vetted, maybe. Maybe it gets boiled down to 10 or whatever, and then they all get vetted, and then they have like 5 or 6 people that are vetted, and then they would contact you maybe and ask you, right? And so you'll be sitting there like, who the hell put me in for that? Where did that come from? Who even thought of me? So I asked Jake that, and I'm not shitting you. The secretary, Janet Napolitano at the time, she's like, all my advisors are like old white dudes over like in their 60s and 70s. I need more diversity. I need some younger people.
That was you?
And they need, I'm a white dude, but I wasn't in my 60s. And they had nobody with computers or information security or anything, right? She had all the people to talk about nuclear war or the New York Police Department or whatever. And so I went online and I searched for hacker, and there was a picture of you standing in front of the Black Hat logo, and it looked pretty awesome, so I put your name in. I'm like, okay, awesome, I guess. Which is kind of funny because the way that KnowBe4, right, became so big, they partnered with Kevin Mitnick. The guy put in the word hacker. Kevin was the first answer, called Kevin, and that's how
So this is
I'm telling you, search
engine
ranking,
optimization.
search ranking, yeah, there's something to it. But that unlocked a whole nother thing, and so I think I was smart enough to not screw up that opportunity.
So similar type of question, other side of it though, after 3 decades doing DEF CON, Black Hat, all that, what's something that you wish you would have done differently?
I don't know if it'd be done differently, but I wish I would have learned sooner that you can't please all the people all the time. You know, because it still really bothers me when people don't have a good experience or we make a mistake or something. But you're never going to please everybody all the time, so you do your best. And so I think maybe that's part of it. I don't have a whole lot of regrets around it. I wish I was better. I'm like more of a type B personality, and so I can't be very successful if I don't surround myself with some type A personalities, like some people that I can count on and they can produce. So when I have a crazy idea, they can actually sort of see it through. And I think once I realized that about myself, like I love hanging out with type Bs, but like we're not going to do anything unless we. You need to build a team, right?
Yeah.
And nobody teaches you in college or in school how to build a good team, how to recognize traits. Nobody teaches you how to be a good manager, how to hire and fire properly, any of that stuff. So if I do have regrets, I wish I could have learned how to be a better sort of people manager. Like I wish I'd learned earlier or recognized sooner that in the community there's fucking creepers sometimes, and ignoring them doesn't solve the problem. You have to face it. And it's, can be pretty painful and hard sometimes, but I wish sort of that Me Too moment came sooner in InfoSec,
When some of the most powerful hackers are nation-state backed, like how can an average organization hope to defend itself? Like, are we destined to rely on the hyperscalers, the Amazons, the Googles?
If you're a small to medium business, I think you're doomed. If somebody,
There's the quote.
You're doomed if they come after you, right? You're doomed. But there's this weird side effect of Russia is battling Ukraine on multi-tenant systems on Azure. So Microsoft is the terrain of the cyber conflict, right? It's not the hills of whatever, the Fulda Gap. It is. So then you ask yourself, well, in a fight between Microsoft and Russia, on Microsoft terrain, who wins? And I think ultimately the person that controls the terrain can win, or can at least prevent the opponent from winning. And so I was talking to one of the people at Microsoft, who shall remain nameless, but I was saying, like, is my assumption correct? Am I wrong on that? How does that work? And he's like, they've got so many people that are so good all over us all the time. They just totally outnumber us, right? They have a ton of talent. But we know and can control the environment. So if things get especially bad, we just turn the whole world upside down. We change all the routing. We can change reality for them, and that gives us 2 weeks to maybe 2 months, right? And so if things get too bad, they kind of scramble it. And imagine being able to do that in the physical space, right? And so small to medium business can't do that. And so I think, and imagine how much Microsoft or Amazon or Google or whatever, imagine how much they've learned about defending themselves in the last couple of years because of Russian and Chinese pressure. They're light years ahead, I think, of some other companies.
Yeah, they're in the crucible. Yeah.
So it's like, I hate to say it because I hate seeing them become more central, more dominant. And then the other thing that's going on with the American government stepping back. Smaller CISA, FBI is busy arresting protesters. They're not busy doing cybercrime investigations, right? Everything, as America steps back, the needs of Microsoft or whoever are the same. They still need to fulfill their business objectives. But if the US government is helping them less, they need to find other people who will help them more. They still need to, so they're going to reach out, they're going to participate maybe more with the Europeans, they're going to need more threat intel. They're going to build new relationships and depend less on the US government. So the US government will become less relevant to some of these hyperscalers, which is also a little, like, I like it when the two play well together, but if it's just Microsoft or whoever is an island, like they become a little disconnected, I guess, right? Become more independent. And I was talking to a friend, the largest GPU manufacturer in the world, you can think who that is, and I said, do you think that's going to happen for you? Like, because your company needs, and if the US government's not there, and he's like, yeah, absolutely right, I'm reaching out everywhere, I'm building relationships everywhere, I can't count on whatever it says anymore, I need. So I think that's also a change that's going on.
Okay.
It's like a.
So in that vein, if small to medium businesses are doomed, Jeff Moss, what is the biggest lie that the cybersecurity industry tells itself then?
I think there's two. One is a small to medium business can't pretend that they're a big business. They have to simplify. They can't get caught up in every trend. They have to do the basics well and outsource to others, right? And so it's sort of like these Google engineers that leave Google, and then the answer to every question is a Kubernetes cluster. And you're like, are you at Google? Do you need a Kubernetes cluster to like serve email? I don't think so. But you know, like it's huge hyperscaler mentality that's infecting small to medium businesses, and small to medium businesses don't need K8s everywhere. They just don't, right? But your question, which was what? Are we lies we're telling ourselves in the industry?
What is the industry? What's the biggest lie of the industry?
I think the industry likes to tell itself that it can solve the problem. And it can't solve the problem. Or else we would have solved some problems by now. Like, what problems have we solved? Did we solve modem dialing? You know, like war dialing? No, that still happens. Still happens, right? 40 years later. There's still buffer overflows. Like, there's some movements in memory-safe systems languages. But generally, I think what happens is we move so quickly that we leave our problems behind. We don't solve the problem. We have new problems. And then we move on. Where, like I was saying with email, there's no solved email solution. There's no real solved yet DNS kind of security solution. There's a lot of not solved solutions. But again, is that going to make anybody $100 million or $1 billion? So I tell people, if you're in this industry, you have to think of it as you're here fighting cancer. You're not here to solve cancer. You're not going to solve cancer. If you tell yourself you're going to solve cancer, you're not going to sleep well at night, and you're going to get really frustrated in 4 or 5 years when you haven't solved cancer. But instead, if you fight cancer, you work for better patient outcomes. You work for, quality of life, longer longevity. You work for all these other totally noble in positive outcomes, but you're not solving cancer, right? And so I think in security, a lot of us think we're solving cancer, and it's not the case.
Did they ever try putting cancer on the blockchain?
There's this Web3 app. There's an NFT.
Sorry. Don't worry, AI's got this one.
Yeah.
Grifter, you are absolutely right. I should have changed that chromosome.
All right. So, good times. I have a bunch more questions, but I'll ask a couple, and then I want to turn it over actually to the audience, let them ask a few. But I do want to ask you one. Like, this year was the last year for ShmooCon. So with ShmooCon deciding to shut its doors rather than hand off the con, how do you decide when it's time to hand off leadership, or whether DEF CON should outlast its founder?
Yeah, that's a really good question. In the early days, meaning the first 15 years, I always figured if my planning was if I got hit by a bus, I wanted to have whatever that final year happen and just be a big like farewell party for myself, right? Just throw a party, tell stories about everybody, and that would be the final sort of DEF CON. But if I don't get hit by a bus, now as I've gotten older, I realize
I'm better at dodging buses.
I'm better. I know what they look like.
You're doing we all did the CAPTCHA, so you could learn, this one's a bus, and Jeff is like, fantastic.
I can tell you about motorcycles and bicycles and stoplights, yeah. And so I'm like, and it turns out watching people, it's like transition or succession is kind of is really hard, and it's actually one of the measures of a successful business. If a business can plan for succession, that's like you see General Electric screwed that up a couple of times. Disney screwed that up a couple of times. Apple kind of screwed it up and they recovered. You know, you could argue whether Microsoft, you know, but it's really hard. And so now DEF CON's been around so long, like I wouldn't want to see it end. Where before I would probably, right? I'd just say somebody will take over the dates, somebody will continue on the same thing, they'll just call it something different. But I realized, like, I've got a frickin' warehouse full of projectors, and all kinds of infrastructure. And so, and the new people taking over wouldn't have that. So you need to find a way to, like, give all the tools so the next people can have success. And the other problem is, when I started DEF CON, there was no, like, nonprofit anything. Right? I think Nick Farr really started doing nonprofits for hackerspaces, and that's what really launched this idea of hackers and nonprofits. I went back.
SAINTCON.
Yeah, so I went back to look at that, like, could I convert? And there's this tax provision, which is basically when you convert from a for-profit to a nonprofit, at that moment, you value the brand, and you pay tax on the value of the brand. So if some guy looks at the brand of DEF CON and says, oh, that's $50 million. You got to pay tax on $50 million to convert it to nonprofit. It's like, well, that would be like $25 million tax that I don't have. And now you're a nonprofit, and now I'm $25 million in the hole. Like, that doesn't sound like a very smart business maneuver, right? So I don't have some tools that nonprofits have. And now I'm kind of in this pit where I don't know if I can't get there. So I need to come up with a way, if I'm going to transition, I need to find a way to have sort of the benefits of a nonprofit without being a nonprofit.
Yeah.
You know, it's something I've been thinking about. I talked about it last year a little bit with a podcast interview. I'm still thinking about it. I don't think it'll happen for years, but it would be really kind of adult of me to have considered it and planned it. So.
It's a bit of a monkey's paw type of thing, though, right? As someone who's been a DEF CON goon for this year will be 25 years, there's a lot going on in the background. If Jeff tries to give you DEF CON, you run. You run. I mean, hey man, I have all these projectors. You want them? I know what this is, Jeff.
It's a trap. Yeah.
All right. Again, lots of questions, but I'm just gonna. We haven't really, we made fun of AI for a second, so I'm going to ask you an AI-related question. With the addition of AI into hacking and even CTFs, when do hackers stop being hackers and become prompt engineers?
This year at DEF CON, as far as we know, it was the first time this happened, and now it's just going to be normal. So during DEF CON CTF, there's this portion called Live CTF, if you're familiar, but Live CTF creates these head-to-head challenges, and so as part of it, ding, 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 time for live CTFs. The team members would get randomly each team would get paired up. They'd have to have one person, one team, one person. They go up to the live CTF stage. They go head-to-head. There's like essentially reversing and hacking challenges. They can't see each other, but they're going head-to-head. They got all their stuff set up, and there's like commentators that see the screens, and the screens are recorded and stuff. So the commentator's like, okay, he's busting out OllyDB, and he's got, geared, and he's doing this. Looks like he's got a script set up searching for these kind of parameters. And they're trying to figure out, and they're watching, oh, look how quickly he's searching for the string. He must be looking for the token. And he's got like these agentic AI things, and they're running, and he's throwing code off there. Okay, now that one looks like it's doing this and that. They're going at it, and all of a sudden, he wins. And he's sitting around, he's looking at this thing. The agentic AI on that one task figured it out, auto-submitted the completion, and won. And he's won, and he doesn't know it. So he's sitting there like going, man, fuck, now what am I going to do here and here? And finally the judge comes up and taps him on the shoulder. And he's like, no, man, you won. No, it's good, you won. And he's like, what? And he's checking off his screens, and finally he gets over there, and he's like, right on, you know? And it was like, oh no, like that's the future, right? And how do you write CTF challenges for AI? Well, you use an AI to write a challenge for the AI. You see where this is going, right? The future of AI is now going to become, the future of CTFs will change dramatically because of AI. And this reminds me, we had a DEF CON speech, a talk with Gary Kasparov years ago, I don't know, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and he lost against Deep Blue chess, and it had been a number of years, 5 or 6 years, 7 years since he had lost, but he's telling the story about how in chess back then, the most interesting innovations going on in chess were man working with a machine. Because when it was machine-to-machine chess, the kinds of strategies they deployed, or machine against man purely, but the most sophisticated, interesting chess was happening with the best of both. And so that's where I think CTFs will end up being, right? People have craft these fantastic agentic systems to do this stuff, but it'll also sort of be the orchestrator, the human kind of doing it, because I don't think the machine has the intuition the human does. The human doesn't have the speed of the machine, and ultimately it's going to be this hybrid synthesis that gets the best results.
All right. And then last one, so is hacker still a label that you're proud of, or is it something that you're just nostalgic for?
Yeah, it's both. I think hacking, like I said, it's a mindset. Like I wasn't born in this generation. I didn't get lucky enough to have an IBM PC2. If it was earlier, I'm sure I would have worked on steam engines or cars. Maybe the telegraph or the phone system, right? Something where there's still that problem solving. You're at the forefront of something. It's social, but it's technical. So I think that hacker mentality transcends, right? Like some of the best hackers probably now in aerospace, like a SpaceX or a rocket startup, right? They have a lot of that same kind of energy and mentality. I think what surprised me about it is how pervasive the hacking mindset became. Like, we were doing Black Hat, and I was like, well, that's it. 1,200 people. That's as many people as there are in the world that will pay this amount of money. They'll come to Vegas. That care about this stuff. And then it keeps growing. And then access control people show up. And then database people show up. And then block people show up. And then biohacking people show up. And it just keeps happening. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And lawyers show up. And then policymakers show up. And so I think it's diffused now to such a degree I never considered it would go that far. Like, no kidding, when we had Black Hat and we would track competitors to see for dates and times and scheduling, I had this guy, Carl. And when he started, he was tracking like 60 or 70 InfoSec conferences. And when we sold Black Hat to UBM and he left, he gave up tracking at over like 1,500. Now there's thousands of InfoSec conferences. Yeah. And the part that always got me was, well, at some point there'll be enough. There'll be enough info, you know what I mean? We'll reach this. And then every year it grows or stays the same, but more conferences come. So it tells you there's an insatiable thirst for knowledge and to understand what's going on. And I figured that Cisco telepresence back in the day or whatever, Skype and then Teams or whatever, I figured, and then COVID was coming, I figured, okay, we'll see if conferences can survive. And fuel gets more expensive, and air travel and hotel in Vegas gets more expensive, and every year more people would want to show up. So it tells you that telepresence stuff just doesn't cut it. People are innately human creatures, and we want to connect with humans. And that's what conferences are for. And video is a poor substitute for that. So that tells me there'll be conferences, forever. We'll have employment forever, because the problems aren't going away, right? And the one thing I don't think AI can solve are certain business logic problems, right? Like how will they know, like, that CEO is out to get me? I need to position my company in this sector to prepare for that. It's like AI has no frickin' idea that the other CEO hates you because you hit on his girlfriend or whatever. Like, it can tell you all about certain things, but there's other innately human characteristics that AI is never going to, right? So that's going to be this combination. And so hacker like, I'm so old. I remember when they wanted to do away with the term hacker and they were going to call it spiders. And then Tim Berners-Lee invents the web. And it's like, well, can't be a spider. And then they're like, we'll call them crackers. But coming from software piracy, it's like, no. There's like whole teams of reverse engineers that crack software. They're called crackers. They crack software protection. But the hacking people didn't really interact with the cracker people. And they kind of were two different worlds, right? So they start and that crackers are like, fuck no. Like, we don't want any part of that. We're over here. And then the press missed this fantastic opportunity. Instead of just calling computer criminals, they took our terminology, right? And I'm still frustrated about this because they didn't come up with a new term for criminal plumbers, right?
Yeah.
Or the guy that rips you off at the car dealership by overcharging you for the oil change or whatever. Like, they don't have a name for that. But for hackers, for some reason, they've appropriated hacker, nation state hacker. No, that's a nation state, right? And so we're never going to reclaim it because it's too entrenched. But it's one of those things where this is how we identify each other. But this identification between us, it's not for the mass media, right? It's for us as a community. And so I can still say, is he a good hacker? It's like, oh man, yeah, it's like, awesome. I don't know what else I would say. What other term would I use if I'm trying to get at like your mentality or your skill set or your mindset? I don't know. I don't have another substitute word. So maybe if we came up with another word, it would stick. But in China, speaking of China, hacker doesn't work. Hacker is like, translates to like dark visitor, which has all these negative connotations. So in China, you're not a hacker, you're a security geek. And that's the closest translation to what a hacker is in the West.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah. So,
SAINTCON.
I have one question for you.
Yeah.
By show of hands, we were going to talk about like why the security industry and has some success and has some failure. But I want to see a show of hands. Who here thinks that the complexity of our networks, AI, whatever, the complexity of the systems we're going to have to protect we're kind of topped out, we're sort of maxed out in complexity, this is as much as we can handle in our brain, or do you think complexity will increase? So show of hands, complexity increase. Complexity, we're sort of like, it's as complex as about as it's going to be. Or we're going to try to simplify and make things less complex. Okay, so if things are going to be more complex, show of hands, do you ever think it will stop? Or is it more complexity forever? More complexity forever? At some point we reach a threshold and we just can't get more complex? It's fucking complexity forever. Which means more abstraction forever. Which means we're going to abstract our abstraction systems to be abstract because we can't keep it in our heads, right? The other thing with complex systems is they fail in unpredictable ways. And getting back to me saying, oh, failure is okay, imagine you're going to have to tell your boss that the system failed and you will never know why. The system is so complicated you could burn your entire budget for the next year and you still might not understand why the system failed. So at some point, companies have to be okay to recover and keep going because complexity means you will never get certainty on this. And like telling people that, for some people, that's an emotional, like cognitive stressor. You got ADD and you never get to know? So anyway, I just want to put that out there, like you're going to have to be okay with complexity because it's not ending ever. Right?
Yeah, wow, that what a light note to end on.
I know. No pressure, no pressure.
We have time for a couple of questions, I think. So, and we do want to get questions from the group if you got one. There's microphones out here somewhere. Who's got a microphone? Find a raised hand and Ask.
Just say your name and then your question.
Yeah.
First up, thank you. I'm Sam. It's my first SAINTCON. Glad to be here. I have a quick question coming from Montreal, Canada. What's test?
Yes?
You're good.
What's your opinion on are we going to be able to maintain sovereignty in, let's say, artificial intelligence generally? Are local models, do they have a future? Or are they going to all get swallowed by OpenAI?
I think the future is local models because it's too expensive to train the big models.
But they don't make money, so why would they have a future?
No, they absolutely do make money, but they make money in like really tight verticals. So I've talked to people in healthcare looking at very specific health problems, and they're only buying certified systems that meet certain requirements, false positives, not these general ChatGPT type systems, right? They're using very specific industrial. So can you imagine you're Boeing and you feed it every engineering document you have, every safety report, every whatever, a materials science, everything, and the engineer is like, hey, what kind of hinge should work best in this application? And it can tell you like the history of hinges in aircraft doors or whatever. That's fantastic, right? But it's not useful to anybody but Boeing. And so I think the future is going to be helping all these different verticals because it's within their power to probably train, and it doesn't cost $1 billion in 6 months.
And are small businesses going to be able to get on that?
We said one question, Sal.
Thank you very much.
So greedy. He said he was from Canada, but he didn't say I'm sorry. That is a plan.
Okay, next question. Right here, this guy right here,
Right there.
this
Behind,
gentleman right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, name's Devin. My question is on DEF CON and the attendance. Do you ever see, with the growth that you've been talking about, do you ever see it'll come a point where you have to cap the attendance of DEF CON?
It's, we've gone backwards. Last year we were about 5% smaller, and I'm betting with the economy next year we'll shrink again, just because the economy and, but those were one of, like, we talked about giving away the content for free because I was sort of lazy. It was the same thing with attendance. Because I wasn't allowed or I didn't get invites in the early days, I didn't want to ever have that happen to someone else, so it was open. So the problem with being open is you don't know how many people are going to show up. But I also don't have to say no. And I was always concerned that, like, if I capped attendance, people would write, well, now they write botnets to try to register in time, and tickets sell out in 0.2 milliseconds or whatever. And it's like, well, I want the lazy fuckers to show up too. I want the people who sleep in and are thinking about stuff. And so I didn't want to reward just the people hovering over the keyboard on the submit button. And so because of that, right, that's the fork in the road, open or closed. Free content, not free content. There's certain forks in the road, and we've sort of picked our poison. And so I don't see why or how I would ever cap attendance, because that, like, well, then who do I exclude? And I don't want to have to be making those decisions.
Thank you.
I think, is there anybody over there? Or there's just a little cluster of curious people over here. That guy, right here. To your left. To your left. To your left. There you go.
There you go.
Earlier you, my name's Josh, by the way. I am a government sysadmin. Earlier you had said that Azure or Microsoft controls the landscape of that battlefield, right? About 4 or 5 years ago, there's been a big push to move government systems, at least a lot of the ones I work with, into these hyperscaling environments. And it's always kind of occurred to me that how does the government remain in its regulatory role while regulating possibly these companies that control the landscape of all their IT infrastructure, and where does that
It's
go and lead us?
I think the underlining the question is sort of what I think is software. There's no software liability right now. And that's because the argument is always like, we're moving so fast and we're creating so many jobs. If you slow us down, it's so competitive. Do you really want to be the person that hurts innovation? And so we don't have liability in software. And that's the same argument of like why we need to copy all the copywritten works of the world for AI, right? Don't slow us down. We have to move fast. And I think government, at some point, they have to have a role in regulating, or at least determining outcomes, like what's permissible behavior. So if they took on this copyright issue and really puzzled it out, great, they'd be doing their job. But just punting doesn't feel like government's really fulfilling their mandate. And just like people say, well, it's software liability all or nothing, and it's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way. If you're an open source project and you give away your source code, no liability for you, right? But if you're closed source and it's a commercial product and you discontinue it, maybe there's some liability, but if you open source the discontinued product, no liability. You could cap liability. It could be $10,000, it could be $1 million. There's endless possibilities around liability where you don't have to do all or nothing. But there's this, people just are afraid of even dipping their toe in that water. And I think you'll know that things are changing when people start dipping their toe in that water. And you see this in Europe with the CRAs, Cyber Resiliency Act. They're going to start imposing some software liability next year, I think. We'll see how that goes, right? But at least their government is pursuing something.
All right. We are out of time, but thank you, Jeff, for coming. Thank
Yeah.
you for being here at SAINTCON.
Thanks.
Jeff Moss, hacker.
Hacker!
Thanks,
Right on, man.
Come on.
That worked well.
Go and throttle up. Liftoff of Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control.
button on these. Oh, there we go. Dang. Check time. Everyone gonna hear me testing levels for a second. Are we good here? Like a live test right here. Yep. Okay. That guy has a haircut that makes him look like Eddie Hall. Yep, you do. No, there's not. Okay. Yep, I'm good to go. Are my slides showing up there? There we go. Okay. Well, thanks to coming to my SAINTCON talk. Oh, yeah, I got some claps already. Haven't even really started. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. Woo! So, in preparation for this talk, I was thinking about when I took Security Plus probably 8-9 years ago. I don't even remember now. It talks a little bit about cryptography. And a lot of it is just memorizing bit values, memorizing what algorithms might be more secure. But I didn't really understand what any of it really meant, or especially hashing. I felt like I had a difficult time explaining what hashing was. And so I was trying to think where I'm at now compared to where I was then. Who would be the person that would be like the most baseline level of understanding? And I thought, well, I don't think my mom really knows cryptography. So for the past month or so, I've been teaching my mom just how modern cryptography works. And some disclaimers I have here, that is not a picture of my mom. So I don't know if you can trust me. She's actually 74. She wanted to be specific about me saying that. It did not take us half an hour. We probably spent 2 hours talking about Caesar ciphers. So we'll see where we get in 30 minutes. Some goals I have for this presentation is so that you can have a fundamental understanding of cryptography. If people ask what you do, you'll be able to explain it to them at the level of a 5-year-old or to a senior, to another, or a noob. One of the things I thought was really cool as I was working with my mom too is just last week she wrote up a handout for me. If anyone want to talk to me after, I can give you a link to a PDF of her explaining her experience with me teaching her cryptography and what she would recommend if you're trying to teach technology to seniors. So there's some common interview questions that hopefully we have time to get over that you'd be able to answer on cryptography. And then I struck out public key infrastructure. I want you to understand that is an important concept in cryptography, but it's something that just it alone would take well over half an hour to get into. But if you're interested in having a better understanding of public key cryptography and the infrastructure, feel free to come talk to me. Okay. So a little bit about me, and about my presentation. I've included Easter eggs in some of these slides. is indicated by a picture of an Easter egg. And those slides have something about me that's core to my personality outside of computers. And if you pay attention, you come talk to me afterwards, I've got ties that I'm happy to customize and give out to you. I'm also in the volunteering at the Octopus game, so come check me out. If you want to social engineer me there, you can get some points at that game as well. Yeah, so I've been in IT for a little while now, about 6 years in a security position, have several certifications. I've done some other stuff as well. Like growing up, I was my dentist's favorite patient, which probably qualifies me to teach on cryptography too. So, certifications that involve cryptography in our industry, CISSP is one of the big ones. There's several domains. In that, I have at one point achieved 3 of these certifications. It's just some things you can look at doing. So when we look at cryptography, first we got to look at and understand what are our goals in security. And if you've been around cyber for a lot, you've seen these. I'm always surprised when I've interviewed people that say they have security experience, and I ask them what the 3 pillars of security are, if they can explain the CIA triad. I'm surprised at how many people don't know what it is. So what the 3 pillars are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And I'm just reading from the slide at this point. Confidentiality is keeping data information unavailable to those not authorized to view or interact with said data information. So if you have 2 people communicating A and B, but you don't want C to know anything about that, that's what confidentiality is, keeping it secret from them. Integrity is making sure that the information being transferred is good and that it can be trusted. And availability is, I think, usually the forgotten pillar in security. It's making sure that A can communicate with B. Because if you just took a box, a server, you didn't want anyone to access it, you could throw it in the bottom of the ocean, and then you could say, oh, it's secure, but it's not very available. So cryptography helps us with these. So we look at some historical examples. The Caesar cipher uses substitution. The Caesar cipher, it's a rotational cipher. And substitution means that any character assigned, like you have A in your plain text, you would assign a different letter or character to it, like a C. So that's a very important concept to understand in cryptography. Transposition is not, you don't substitute with a letter, but it moves somewhere else in the message. Those are the 2 key aspects of cryptography, is changing symbols, substituting them with another, and then moving it somewhere else in the message. The Greek cytel is a historical cipher where they would write a message on a leather band and they would have a rod. That they would write the message, they'd wrap the leather band around the rod and write the message, and then someone at the other end would have a rod the same size. And if you're looking at these historical ciphers too, most people weren't literate. So you could have a message that people keep confidentiality just by writing things down. The Enigma and the Lorenz are examples of mechanical ciphers, where the substitution, like the rotation would change every few rotations, the letters would be substituted with something else. So here's an example of a plain text message. Here is a Caesar cipher of that same message. And then when using transposition, they're all the same letters, but they're moved into different places. So now we're going to get into how the modern cryptography is working, how it's doing substitution and transposition. And to start with that, we look at Modern computing, it's based on von Neumann architecture. And that's binary. It uses binaries, ones and zeros. There are other methods of computing that have been tested. There's ternary. But what we use is all down to ones and zeros. And so there's this guy that made this concept known as Boolean algebra. His name's George Boole. And it's just comparison operators of ones and zeros of that binary. So here we have represented the and is an ampersand, or is the pipe, and the exclusive or, which is the most important to cryptography, is represented by 2 ampersand. And if there's one thing that I hope people get out of this talk, is it's how the exclusive or works, that logic. So to understand the AND operator, we have 2 statements here. So 2 is greater than 1 and A equals A. So true, and true is represented as a 1. The OR operator, at least one of the statements has to be true. Here we have the example, okay, 2 is greater than 1. 2 does not equal 3, but at least one of the statements is true, so the result's 1. The exclusive OR is a bit unique. 1 has to be true and 1 has to be false. If both are false, the output will be a 0. If both are true, the output will also be a 0. But if one of the statements is true, only true. So some great life examples of the exclusive OR that my kids represented for me recently was kind of the opposite game. My kids were arguing about whether it was daytime or nighttime. Can't be both nighttime and daytime. An even better example, so these are switches. Our quantum computing, you kind of have a dimmer switch. With binary computing, it's either the switch is on or off, the light is on or off in a fiber. So this is the example of an exclusive OR that we see every day, and I think it's one of the best examples. There's a traffic light. This is a clip, this is a picture taken from the Italian job, and they screw up the traffic lights to be both red and green at the same time. And that's just an accident waiting to happen. It's not a useful exclusive OR, because what do you do? Do you go or do you stop? And so why the exclusive OR is so useful in cryptography is because it's reversible. And so on this slide, I have some representations of bits. Bits are the ones and zeros. Bytes are a collection of 8 bits. And ASCII uses 8 bits. Those 8 bits, the 011, 011, 01, represents a lowercase m in ASCII. That's what we see. Now, if we compare that to an uppercase C, and we do each statement together using the exclusive OR operator, where we have 2 zeros, that's 2 falses, it comes out as a false. 2 trues comes out as a false. And the lowercase m and the uppercase C, when compared, because the computer is it's not doing the substitution with an m to an uppercase C, it's doing the substitution of the bit values compared to each other. And then it comes out with a representation. Those 2 together is a dot. And so then, if we compare the dot to the uppercase C value, using that same exclusive OR, it brings us back to the lowercase m. And so that when we're doing cryptography, particularly with the symmetric and asymmetric, we still want someone to be able to get that message in the end, so we have to be able to reverse it. So then if we know if it's easily reducible using this operator, why can't everyone just decrypt it? Why, if they know the values? Well, ultimately it comes down to what is known as the initialization vector or the key. And those can be different, but for high-level understanding purposes, the key is it's where you start in the algorithm. And there's different types of ciphers that will do this in different ways. So, like the electronic code book, the cipher blockchaining, you'll have big blocks of data compared to other big blocks of data, so not just byte values. And those will use things to encrypt the rest of the text. Cipher feedback mode is once you've encrypted, you get this dot, you'll use that dot to encrypt the other text. And so the modern cryptography is doing the substitution and transposition, these bit values, and it's doing it really fast and at a large scale. And it's moving things, it's substituting in a lot of ways. The most important thing to know, though, is that the key is the key. So if you're reversing the exclusive OR, if you're going backwards and you don't have the right key, then you'll just create more nonsense, more encryption. So this leads us to what's known as Kirchhoff's principle, which is not to be confused with Chekhov's gun. This is a principle that holds that a crypto system should be secure even if everything about the system except the key is public knowledge. So that's why you can look at AES, you can look at RSA, you can look at SHA algorithm, although SHA is a hashing algorithm. But you can know how these operate, and they're still considered secure. In fact, in a lot of ways, they're considered more secure because you know how they operate, as long as you don't have that key. So it is of the utmost importance to keep that key secret if you don't want people knowing, if you don't want people getting your message. So if you're telling people where the keys are or the passwords, how to decrypt it, you're not creating a very secure system. And I think it's a really important concept for people to understand that cryptography, when you're encrypting things, if you let people in the door, cryptography is just trying to help prevent people looking in across the wires. But when you let people in the door, when you let people into your systems, it's kind of like watermelon security at that point. If they can get in and decrypt, they can still see everything. So keep your keys hidden. So there's three types of modern cryptography I want to talk about: symmetric, asymmetric, and hashing. So symmetric means that both keys are the same. And this works really fast because it will do that exclusive OR really quickly. But the big problem is if you're communicating over the wires, keeping that key safe, like if I got to get it to you, how is it going to stay safe in transit? And the answer to that, whoa, I'd put that, okay, there we go, is asymmetric cryptography. Asymmetric cryptography uses a public key and a private key. The public key, and this is where public key infrastructure comes in, you use someone's public key to encrypt the message, and then only the person that owns the private key can decrypt it. And it works on a concept known as modular math, a lot of them. And modular math is like counting around a clock. It's getting the remainders vision. I have some slides later that if you get the slide deck you can see. We don't have time to go into it. So hashing, symmetric and asymmetric are both helping us provide confidentiality and availability of data. What hashing is most concerned with is the integrity of our data. It's one way, it's non-reversible, it's a fixed length, and it's collision resistant. So that's saying a lot of things. So when I think of hashing, it's like a big wall, and it doesn't use the exclusive OR. It's doing other computations on that to put it into a fixed length. So you see at the bottom, that's a hash value I took of a file. And this is really useful because if anything changes about that file, that hash will be completely different. So that is why it's used in integrity, just to make sure no one will change things. So if you're doing a forensics operation, you always want to take a hash value. You always want to make sure there's a write blocker so that hash value shouldn't change. But you can always compare it, and if things are changing, if you can try to reverse it and figure it out right, you'll get back to that same hash value. And it's also used in passwords. So one of the most important things when people think password security, you really need to be thinking hash security. Because these are what's going to go over the network. And here are some examples. So if I took the password, that's the SHA-256 hash you'll get out of it. And you'll see how all of these are the same length. So that's what it means by fixed length. Password 1, just adding a 1 completely changes that. And then with a lowercase p, you can't predict what these are. And so what people have devised is a way, when people are cracking passwords, they have rainbow tables, they have dictionaries of commonly used passwords, and they have the hash values. So they're just looking to see if the hash value matches that password, and then they can know what your password is. So a protection against that is called assault. Assault will, so the two systems on both sides of an authentication system, one will be able, they know the password and they can compute the hash of it. Assault will add some randomness to it based on the time of day, based on CPU cycles going on. It can be a lot of things that will change that hash value so it will look different every time going over the network. And so when we talk about what it means for hash to be collision resistant, there's an attack known as birthday attacks. The reason they're called birthday attacks is there's a paradox that if there's at least 23 people in a room, there's a greater than 50% chance that 2 of those people share the same birthday. And so when you're looking at hash security, if you have an algorithm that's not collision resistant, then you can have 2 different inputs that are different passwords, but they compute the same hash and they'll still get you into the system. So you don't necessarily need to know the right password, you just need to know the right password that will get you the correct hash that will get you into the system. So we have some common interview questions. How are we on time? Okay. Yes, we can go, if anyone wants to talk to me about doing these common interview questions, happy to go over them. I think we're at time now. Just wanted to quickly say what Chekhov's gun is. Chekhov's gun is a literary principle that if you place a gun in Act 2, it should go off before Act 5. So there you go, there's Chekhov's gun.
Hello, hello. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started on the presentation. So welcome to my presentation. It's going to be about this tool called Ligolo NG, and it's just a tool that helps you pivot into an internal network so that you could use your own machine to be able to hack into an internal network. Here, I'm just an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to give some of my background, and then a brief explanation on pivoting, and where it fits in like the ethical hacking cycle, and then my experience with Ligolo NG, and then I'm going to teach you how to actually install the tool and what commands you need to run to actually get this tool up and running and functional. So, my name is Jacob, but my handle is Neosite. And how I got into cybersecurity is my brother changed my slides, but I actually had my brother tricked me. And so what happened was I got back from my, you could say, 2-year vacation for the church that I go to. And for some reason, I was like, you know what, let me be a doctor. And I took a biology class, and I hated it instantly. Biggest regret. And so I was still just taking general education, but my brother reached out, and he tricked me by saying, hey, there's this really good course. It's free. And I'm like, I can't say no to free. So I went for it. The course was, I think it's like the Complete Guide to Ethical Hacking by TCM Security. And so I ended up taking that course, getting the certification, and then my brother then took me to SAINTCON, and after that, I was just hooked. I was hooked on just the industry, and so again, that's why I'm like, my brother actually tricked me. So now I'm a contract penetration tester. I've been doing that for like 3.5 years now, and I'm also full-time an information security engineer. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to briefly go over, it says the 5 stages of pen testing, but this is specifically for ethical hacking. And so you'll start with reconnaissance, and then you'll go into scanning and enumeration, you'll gain access, and then you'll do some exploitation, which will give you that access. You'll then start maintaining access and covering your tracks, and that's kind of where pivoting falls into the ethical hacking cycle. It's kind of that later half after you've already gained access onto an initial machine. So what is pivoting and why is it important? So pivoting, I love this definition that I found. It's to extend your reach to networks that are not directly accessible from your position. So it's that difference maker into being able to see more. I kind of like to think of this the same way that just the term pivoting in basketball is. In basketball, you can pivot off of one foot, and you can turn to either get additional space or to see additional things that are going on in the court to eventually, score a basket. It's important to know because pivoting is essential to some exams and certifications. When I took the PNPT, or that's the Practical Network Penetration Tester exam by TCM Security, and you need to know pivoting because you'll get a foothold on a machine, then you'll pivot onto the internal network, and then you'll eventually end up compromising an Active Directory environment. The OSCP actually used to require pivoting. I think they just made new changes. Now they have like the OSCP Plus, and you don't need to know how to pivot anymore. And they did that because a lot of pen tests these days are assumed breach, or assumed compromise, so you start on the internal. And so that's why on number 3 I say it's for red teaming pen tests. Depends on who you ask. They're completely different engagements. And so if it's in scope, you can do pivoting for penetration testing as well. Okay, so some ways to pivot. It goes from like super simple to a little bit more in-depth and more accessible. You can use SOCAT to do some port forwarding where you can either just access one port from one internal machine to potentially go into SSH local port forwarding where you can access the same one port, but I think you can access more machines. Then SSH dynamic port forwarding, which is really beneficial to access all the ports on a single machine. But if you are in a scenario where you have SSH credentials, I would highly recommend SSH shuttle. I call it that just so you don't get confused on what I'm talking about. But it basically works almost like a VPN. You use your SSH credentials or maybe an IDRSA key, and then you're able to access the network just like a VPN. It's really nice. Something you can learn is Chisel. Also, it's pretty powerful, and you can really access so many things on the internal network. But today we're going to be talking about Legolo NG and how there are a few limitations on it, but to get it up and running after you have initial access, it is so easy, it is crazy. So I kind of wanted to tell you my experience on how I discovered Legolo NG. So I was working on an internal penetration test, and how the company I work for does that is they'll send a machine to a client, and then the client will actually plug that machine into their network, and so it's an assumed compromise scenario. And with this machine, you can actually access it to have either CLI, or like you can just use it from the command line, or you can actually use like a graphical interface like you were on a workstation in the network. And so for this specific pen test, how I like to do it is I do additional scans, and I even kick off a vulnerability scan. And so the vulnerability scanner that I like to use relies heavily on the graphical interface. But like I said, or I don't know if I said this yet, but the graphical interface was not working on this internal machine, so I was like, gosh, dang it. I like to also provide my clients with the penetration testing report, also the vulnerability scan report that I also was able to generate. And so it's just really nice, to clean report, and that's just how I like to do it. And so the problem was it wasn't working. So my next thought was, hey, maybe I can see if I can still get this tool to run from the command line. I don't know how many of you have used tools that have a ton of different Python dependencies, but it can be the biggest flipping headache in the world. They're in different environments, or they're not the same version, and it will only update some versions in some environments. And anyway, it is painful. And so I was not able to end up getting the command line version of that tool to work. And so then I went down this rabbit hole of, hey, what other, are there any good vulnerability scanning tools out there that are in the command line? And the short answer, no. There are some great tools that if you can install agents on your target machines, you can do great, which is a lot better for a blue teamer than it is somebody on the red team side of things. And so that didn't work, so I was like, you know what? The vulnerability scanner that I use is hosted on a port. So if I can just get access to that single port from my machine, I can actually access this vulnerability scanner. And so then I started going through kind of this previous list where I was like, I just need a single port. I don't need anything crazy. But this company's network was actually really secure, and so some of these easier things to do, they actually were blocking the network traffic. At least that's how it seemed. I was not able to connect to that machine doing these different methods, whether it was SSH or the SOCAP port forwarding or, or SSH shuttle. And so I was just asking some of my contracting coworkers, like, hey, here's my scenario, like, what were some suggestions? And I had a guy reach out, and he was like, hey, I've never used this tool before, but I've heard it's pretty good. It's called the Golo NG. And my first thought was, freak that. I have all these other tools I know how to use. Let me try that first, and then I will go ahead and maybe use the Golo, but I don't think I'll need to get to that point. Turns out I did need to get to that point. I tried to get so many different things set up and running, and just none of it was working. And so I caved, and I was like, you know what, let me try Legolo NG. And so after I had read through the documentation, made sure I had kind of the verbiage that they use correct, so I was identifying how it works within the network, then I was like, okay, I think I can get this done. And then within 5-10 minutes, I had access to the whole internal network from my attacker machine at home. So it was super beneficial. It was so easy to set up, and then it just works. So today I'm going to be telling you how to use Legolo NG. If you want to look up the documentation, it's super easy. You just Google Legolo NG, GitHub. The docs link to Legolo NG is on the GitHub. If you're worried about, if you're worried about GitHub and you are wary, you can look for this. I don't know how to say Nico Cha 30 guy. But yeah, so I'm going to go through these 3 different steps. I'm going to show you how to install the tool. I'm going to tell you how to activate the tool and how to make sure the session is going. Okay, so the first thing I kind of want to point out is this diagram I have in the bottom left-hand corner, because the verbiage here is really important. Legolo NG kind of works in 2 different applications. They have a proxy side and an agent side. So you need to know which side is the proxy side and which side is the agent side. And I actually got this diagram from the docs. So you can go to the docs and it'll have the same diagram if you ever get confused. In this scenario, I wanted to assume you're using a Kali machine and you got an initial foothold onto a Windows machine. I wanted to do Windows just to show, yes, of course it's possible in Linux, because it seems that so many things are, but can you actually get this tool to work on a Windows machine? So to start off, the nice thing about Legolo and how it is growing is that it's actually been added to the Kali apt repository. So just a simple apt install command will get Legolo NG installed onto your machine. With the foothold or the Windows machine, it's going to be a little bit more involved. So what you're going to do is, I'm going to tell you an ideal scenario, that on your Kali machine, you're going to go to the releases. You're going to go to the Legolo website, and you want to go to the releases page, and you're going to want to find the specific application that you want to go for. So on this Windows machine, I knew it was an AMD machine, and so what I was wanting to do is, then I want to get that agent onto that Windows machine. Again, this is important. There's going to be 2 different versions. You're going to see, there's 2 different Windows AMD. The thing to pay attention is one's going to be agent and one's going to be a proxy. And for the foothold, it's the agent. So you're going to use this curl command with a capital L and a capital O dash on both of those, and then you're going to just paste the link to the specific application that you want, and then it'll download that. I looked it up. Curl is installed by default on the command line in Windows. That's something else I wanted to mention, is that I wanted to just say, let's assume you have a foothold on this Windows machine and you only have command line access. Like, you're not going to be doing the graphical stuff. So I wanted to make sure this was very Windows friendly. And then again, from what I looked up and researched, tar is also by default on the Windows command line. So if you just do tar-xf, you can unzip this file. Okay, so to move on, we're going to start on the Kali attacker side. So you're going to do these commands, and what you're basically doing is making a tunnel interface that you can use to just basically add almost like a VPN connection. It's going to look very similar to your Kali machine. So you're going to do sudo IP tuntap add user, and then we're going to assume, let's just say it's default Kali credentials, so your username's Kali. So you're going to do sudo IP tuntap add user Kali, and then mode tun ligolo. And then after you enter that command, you'll just enter this next command, sudo IP link set ligolo up. They do, on the documentation, have something built in that it can do this for you, but I just wanted to do this a little more manual way because, one, it's literally 2 commands, incredibly easy, and 2, just in case you run into where the automated side doesn't work for you. So then, now we're going to actually activate ligolo within Kali, and again, like I said, there's a proxy side and an agent side. So we're going to be typing in ligolo-ng, and then proxy because we're on the Kali machine, and then -self-cert. The documentation is so important in everything, but if you want to use a different kind of cert, you can actually use your own cert, and the documentation will walk you through how to do that. I just wanted to make it a little bit more simple on this side. So once you have that proxy set up, you'll see that it'll like start ligolo, and it's just going to be awaiting connections at this point. So then we're going to go to the foothold side, and it's going to be a similar process as the last slide. You're going to actually need to grab the drivers, a WinTun driver, and this is going to allow the agent to run on the Windows machine. So you're going to go to this WinTun website, you're going to go find the link for the correct driver for the Windows machine you're using, and then you're going to use the same curl command on that link that you found for the download that you want to do. And then you're just going to copy the drivers to the agent side. And if you get confused, I'll have information on how you can contact me at the end, and if you want a more in-depth process on what that looks like, you can ask me, I can show you. But it was super similar to what we did in the previous slide, so I just didn't add it. So from there, you will be able to just do it /, the period stands for your current working directory, and then the / agent is going to run the application you just installed on your Windows machine, and then you're going to do -connect. And right here where it says attacker C2 server, you're actually going to put the IP address of your Kali machine. And you're going to target that same port. That just means we're trying to connect to that Kali machine. It's waiting a connection, and we're trying to connect to it. Makes sense, right? So then you'll see, once you run this command, that a connection will be detected on the proxy side. And all you have to do is type session1, and then that connection is formed, and Kali has made that connection. So the last thing is the session. So we're going to switch back, and we're actually going to start on the foothold side for this one. And this is the last thing you need to do before you can pivot and access that internal network. Is right here, we're on a Windows machine. I took this screenshot from the documentation. That's why it says ifconfig. But if you know Windows, the command is actually ipconfig. Okay, you'll type in ipconfig, and then it'll pop out a bunch of interfaces. You want to look for the subnet that you want to interact with. So in this case, we see the subnet that's 192.168.0. And it says 30 for the IP address, but then a /24. So we're going to target this network, and we want to interact with all the machines that are on this /24. And so we're going to copy that, and we're going to go back over to the Kali machine, and then we're going to do sudo IP route add, and then a similar 192.168, and then .0.0, and then /24 because we're trying to go for the full subnet. And then you're going to do dev Ligolo. And after that, you can then start running scans, and you can start interacting with the internal network, and it's actually really, really powerful. It seems like I talked a lot up here, and it seems maybe a little bit complicated, but once you actually start doing it, you're like, I just need to input like 6 or 7 commands, and then this is set up. It's really nice. So here is some disclaimers. What do you need an administrator or root access on your machines? So you only need that on your proxy machine, or in this instance, your Kali machine. You need that to be able to add a ton interface. But on your actual foothold machine, you don't need that access. I will kind of add another disclaimer to that, which is on Windows, by default, Windows Defender will catch the Ligolo NG. And so you'll potentially need to try some evasion techniques so that the file doesn't automatically get thrown in the trash or get prevented from being downloaded. And then down here, there are some limitations because you're not running the agent on a privileged connection. So some of your Nmap scans will be limited, but if you use these flags, the -- unprivileged or --P, you can avoid false positives and still run some Nmap scans. So what do you do after you pivot? That's why they call it a cycle, this ethical hacking cycle. Like I said, pivoting falls really around maintaining access and covering tracks on that side of things. So pivoting will then, once you got that established, you're going to just start again. You're going to start enumerating and getting things done, and you're going to compromise that domain controller. Thank you. That is all that I have for today. If you want to reach out to me or get more information on ethical hacking in general, or specifically on Ligolo NG, you can reach me on Discord just by trying to add me by NeoSite. Just if you're doing that, just add a little note that you saw my presentation, so that I know you're not a weirdo. Well, you might still be a weirdo, but that's for you. But you can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. The fun part about having the name Jacob Smith is there's 100 of them, so, or probably more like 1 million. So you might have a tough time finding me on LinkedIn, but just look for a security engineer who works in Utah, and then you'll be fine. But yeah, thank you so much.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, test, test, test. Are we ready to go? Okay. Everyone excited? Yeah. I know there's nowhere else you'd rather be than listening to a talk about remote code execution. I hope you thoroughly enjoy and get whatever you desire from this talk. If not, you can come to ask me questions later and I'll help sort things out for you, right? So today we are going to talk about some work that I did this past year for a client that we were doing a penetration test for. And it happened to have some Screen Connect in it. And so before we get into that, let's talk about who I am. So I got some of my fellow coworkers here in the audience here, so thank you for coming to support, represent. So I work for a company called Ultraviolet Cyber. We do penetration testing, we do defensive, we do offensive, we do all the things, right? I don't know if we have an AI team yet exactly, you know, but I'm sure that it's in the process somewhere, right? So I've come from a long line of computer security awesomeness. I've been in the field for about 20 or over 20 years now. So I've seen a fair number of things. And let's see, I've been working for Ultraviolet for 5 years now. I'm currently one of the principal offensive security engineers. You get to do some fun things every now and then. And every now and then they let me come and do a presentation, right? So many years ago, there was an awesome website called ThinkGeek, right? All the awesome, cool people who like geek things go to the store, go there, website, buy things, right? You know, I bought like an electric guitar from them once, and there was I think it was yeah. Anyways, long story short, they sell T-shirts too, right? And I like cool computer security T-shirts. And I got one that I don't wear very often, but I really like it. And it really describes who I am, you know, and it's like bow before me, for I am Root. So today, during this talk, I am Root. If you find me at other times, maybe not so much, but at least for today, you can put on that hat there, the shirt. So as I said before, we were doing a penetration test for a client, and we were doing the normal things, right? You scan the network, you see what services are running, you see what hosts are up, you do your Nmaps, you do your Go Witness, you gather all your screenshots. You know, if it's a large internal network, you know, you got thousands of screenshots to go through, right? But every now and then you'll go through there and you'll find something interesting, like, okay, this was the screenshot, well, maybe not the exact screenshot, but a close facsimile of the screenshot that we saw. Like, okay, we're seeing a welcome to Screen Connect. Okay, so I don't know, raise of hands, who knows what Screen Connect is and loves to use it? Okay, a couple hands in there, maybe not so much. So this is kind of new to me, right? So as has been stated in this conference here, computer security is vast. It's mind-bogglingly large. And so sometimes these technologies and softwares come up and you've never heard of them. You know what? That's okay. I didn't know about it either. I still don't know much about it, but I know I can get code execution on it, so that's the awesome thing, right? So long story short, we decide, okay, well, we need to figure out what this Screen Connect is. You know, clearly there's some sort of like welcome setup screen, So that looks very exciting, okay? So this is pulled from their website, screenconnect.com. You know, it lets IT save the day by doing remote administration, getting in and fixing things, right? All the things that we as hackers want to do as well, okay? So reviewing the information that we have, right? So we've got this Screen Connect that we have access to that's unconfigured. We have unauthenticated access to it, which we always like. There's some sort of first run setup that we need to configure so we can get access to the application. It needs a license, though. I don't happen to have a license, so that could be a problem we have to overcome. We don't know what version the software is yet, but you can go through and you can search the databases and find that, yeah, okay, there are some recent CVEs, so maybe that's something that it could be vulnerable to. Doing more research online, you see blog posts. You know, other companies are also investigating these softwares. You know, and you always love to see a paragraph like this, you know, where it says, hey, you know, by design, they let administrators get remote code execution. Like, okay, that's great. This is what I like, okay? So, vulnerabilities, right? So the two recent vulnerabilities that have been mentioned were an authentication bypass. So there have been, like if you go look on the CVE lists now, you'll see that there are some for 2025, right? This, of course, was before that time. So these were the recent ones back in the day. You know, kind of hard to think back in the day was just, you know, a couple months ago. But there was an authentication bypass where you append a slash and whatever you want to the end of the URL, and you get to that exact same setup wizard page, right? They also had, in conjunction with that, a path traversal where you can upload a malicious zip file that positions files in directories that they're not expecting you to, right? And then you're able to get code execution that way. So those are kind of cool. Also, in retrospect, I think perhaps what that article was referencing was there's a CVE in 2019 where, as an administrator, you could just upload whatever you wanted and the web server would execute it, right? And so they've closed that down. But, you know, me being who I am and like, okay, well, I'm looking at this Screen Connect stuff. I see there's some CVEs and stuff. Let's just go in and hack it, right? You know, let's not care about, you know, who's you know, what custom extensions might or might not be checked, right? So they make it so that you have to have a signature from Screen Connect before they'll load your code. I don't even know what version we're running, right? So we have a decision to make, right? So we're looking at this code. We've got lots of other websites on our internal testing that we need to review. Do we want to spend the time right here to see if this is actually vulnerable? Or do we want to say, hey, you know what? Let's just assume it's got CVEs. It's probably an old version. We've got administrator on it anyways. Can we just assume that it's like a really bad problem and just tell them, hey, you got to fix this? You know, so that's one thing you can do. But what if it's patched? What if it's a newer version? You know, is it actually going to be impactful? These are things that maybe the client would like to see, right? You know, if they have this server hanging out there that they don't know about, you know, how bad of a threat is it, right? And if you don't show that impact, maybe it's just going to keep hanging out there forever. Okay, so I decided I wanted to go through and I wanted to show impact, and also I was kind of curious too. Okay, the first step that we needed to overcome was the license file. Okay, so you go online, you can see the frequently asked questions. Hey, you know, if you want a trial of this, you can just ask for a license. Like, oh, that's cool, right? Around the same time, I was also going online because you can, there's two different installation types. There's the on-premises type and there is the in the cloud type, okay? Like, so you sign up for a trial license because I thought, well, maybe that's the way to get the key before I found these frequently asked questions. Going through it, can't find anything, you know, it's on the cloud, not exactly what I want. So I ultimately end up contacting support, and this was actually probably the hardest part of this whole test here, the whole exploit, was getting their customer support, probably because of my failure to just address what the situation really was, but to get them so that I could get a license key. I'm like, hey, you know, I'm here, I'm doing this test. I've got a setup wizard. I need a license for it. I can't find it anywhere. And they say, oh, yeah, you can download this setup thing, and you download the client installer, and it works, right? Like, so I try asking again, like, hey, like I'm testing this, got it on our infrastructure, like, is it the build plus option? I don't know, what am I looking for here? Like, oh, well, if you're trying to attempt to install on a client machine, yeah, that's what you use. You don't need a license key, but okay, in that case, change of mode. Hey, hello, I'm actually trying to configure a server. Can you help me out here? Eventually, I got redirected to someone who actually knew what to do and how to solve my problem, and so eventually we got past that, okay? So you get the software, you configure it with your license key, you're in as the administrator, you're poking around at all the settings, and like all the blog posts say, hey, you go in there, you load a custom extension, you get your code execution. It's awesome. Okay, we're going to try that. Guess what? So they provide multiple extensions in their marketplace. You can go and you can install those. One of them is the extension developer. It helps facilitate uploading and executing these extensions that you can create. However, it comes up with an error that says, like, hey, this is license restricted. Like, okay, well, that's odd. That's kind of unfortunate. We have another decision to make, right? Maybe it's just trial licenses. Maybe they restrict that to paying customers, right, to be able to upload your own code. Okay, I mean, I could understand that. And this would probably be me forgetting about the CVE 2019 where they had fixed that. But my license didn't work. But, maybe the purchased license would work. Are we going to just say, okay, we're going to call it quits? Hey, customer, this is vulnerable. Well, surprise, celebration. Let's celebrate our failures. I think I heard that once before here, right? Even regular licenses can't do that. And we'll see later on perhaps one reason why you can't do that, right? So at this point, this is kind of where we start getting into some more interesting things. You have to actually start thinking. Like, okay, well, what can I do? What access would it give me? And looking at this, okay, so we can upload a zip file, right? The web server is kind enough to save those files on disk for us. So it takes a zip file, it extracts it. We then have those files on disk, okay? We can't really do anything with them yet, right? You try to directly access those endpoints from those files, and it's like, nope, you're not a signed extension. We're not going to let you do that. Okay, so what else could we do, right? So I got to thinking, well, if we were able to change the path that these extensions are saved to, maybe we could do some sort of like arbitrary file write and do something that way, right? Maybe we can get these files positioned in one of the directories that it's not restricting, okay? String Connect provides an extension for that, You want to change your settings, they have an extension. This one, the one that I was using was called the Advanced Configuration Editor. That's nice. So this configuration editor will take, provide you options like, hey, do you want to change the remote printing, right? There are various things that you can change in there, but none of those, like you look through these pages and like, okay, none of these settings are doing what I want them to do, right? Maybe because they didn't want people to do them. But just because the user interface doesn't allow you to do something doesn't mean that you actually can't do it, right? So unfortunately, for the purposes of this presentation, I do not have a screenshot of their actual documentation because for some reason I think they decided that it probably should be removed from the website after I disclosed these vulnerabilities. I don't know. I like to think that, or maybe they were just cleaning house. Could be that as well. So anyways, thanks to AI and our friendly agents, when you try to search for something, it'll populate like, hey, I think this is the information you're looking for, right? And so I asked for like, what are the configuration settings that web administrators are able to set, right? And now the question is, can we influence any of these settings? So let's try it, right? So you go into your burp suite and you take one of those, you go into the website, you say, hey, let's change this one setting. You watch the packets that are going along, and you see, okay, yeah, I see this. What happens if we inject our own setting into that, right? So you reference your documentation, you say, hey, let's change the extension directory path. That sounds like a good one. Okay, thanks, web server, I'll take it. Okay, so this is the exciting slide right here. We'll unfold it one bullet at a time here. So now we're able to upload an extension to an arbitrary location, right? Now, one point of note is that these zip files that you upload, they are kind of sanitized or checked, right? So there has to be a folder in there that's named as a GUID, and then that's where all the files are inside of that, right? So it is not quite arbitrary, but arbitrary to a point, right? Okay. So now that we're able to change the directory, like, okay, yeah, so we can upload, right? But guess what? You upload the files and it's like, nope, sorry, that's still not a signed extension. I'm not going to let you do that. But what about those files that we uploaded previously, right? Let's celebrate that. You know, because now the web server thinks, hey, you're asking for a file that's not in the extensions directory, so I don't need to perform those additional checks, right? I think this is just a website you need to serve up. Okay. Access granted, right? And so here's a little web shell I wrote. It's not the most exciting or amazing, but you see, like, who am I? Your system. Awesome. Thanks. Okay. So that's not all. You hold your applause. Thank you. Okay, so reviewing our successes, right? We are the administrator. We know that indeed you can still gain system privileges by remote code execution. We had to alter the configuration file for that to happen. Now, the assumptions are that you need to be the administrator to make this happen, right? And so then that's where doubt starts creeping in. Like, okay, so how many people are administrators on a Screen Connect instance? Right? Probably not very many. Okay. How many companies randomly install Screen Connect servers on their workstations and just leave them unconfigured? Again, probably not very many. So at this point, I'm feeling kind of sad. Like, oh, like, yeah, I found it's kind of cool, you know, you get system on it, but you need these high privileges, right? So it kind of made me feel sad, but pushing forward, I remembered that, you know what? What about that cloud instance, right? And indeed, the cloud instance is vulnerable as well. And guess what? Since I can provision my own tenant in their cloud, I get administrative access. That means you could go do that too, right? You want to be an administrator? Just go sign up. Okay, they do host them on separate URLs, right? So this is my uvcyber at screenconnect.com. A little hard for me to see here on this screen. Again, the extensions are blocked, but you can change that configuration option to get your code execution, right? And so this was a screenshot that I took. I would have loved to have, dived, continued hacking their cloud, but that is against their terms of service. So we did limit it to that. But it's kind of interesting to see how many Screen Connect processes are running. I can't remember how many I counted. I should have, checked that out before this presentation here. But, there's not a small number on that one page right there, right? And we're that one little spot right there. To their credit, they are running these as not system users on their computer, but as local low privilege users, right? But at the end of the day, it still gives you a foothold onto their systems. So I thought that was really neat. Okay, takeaways. Number one, don't give up, right? You might be thinking that you've got a solved problem on your hand, right? People have looked at this before. There are known vulnerabilities. Let's just quit, give up, call it a day, push it out to the customer. But, if you push through and you look harder than someone else has looked, then you might find, an RCE, okay? Another thing is break expectations. The web server was expecting extensions to be loaded in a certain directory. We broke that expectation by loading them into a different directory and got code execution, right? The application itself might have assumed that those paths are constant, right? Who's going to go and like take a running web server and change the paths out from underneath it, right? But you know, that's an expectation you can break, and you see what happens when you do that. Again, Screen Connect is widely used, right? Lots of companies out there use it. You would like to think that it would be fixed, right? Software, you release it out, gets all the bugs worked out, people report it, fixed, long, stable, everyone's happy. But just because a piece of software is widely used does not mean that people have actually looked at it, right? It might be ignorance is bliss at this point. Or you can take a look at Windows, right? They have had bugs for, you know, whenever Microsoft has released a new version of Windows, right? Keeps coming out. Next, you might not know what the full impact of your findings are, right? So don't give up hope or don't feel sad because you find something that's really cool and you think that maybe it's not as impactful, right? If it's cool, it's cool. Take pride and joy in that. And that leads me into my last takeaway. You know what? Computer hacking, network hacking, device hacking, all these things can be fun, right? Find what makes you have joy and happiness. Right? I have a motto. I like to make things and I like to break things, right? And for this talk, it was the breaking part that was the most fun, right? And so go out there, take a look at the software you're using, give it a good look over, have fun with it, right? And stay curious. And with that, we come to the conclusion of the talk where either you can ask me questions or it's lunchtime, right? I think. And so take that as what you will. Any quick questions at all? I can't really see you from the lights here. If not, I'll be here. Come ask me questions. Thanks, everyone.
Check, check, check.
Check, check.
Okay, wow, that was loud. All right, everybody, welcome to our next speaker. I'm excited to be able to introduce Andrew Lemon. I'm Ivan Lev, the Bulgarian, whatever, and I'm on the speaker and keynote committee. And so I just wanted to do a quick little intro for Andrew Lemon, our speaker here. He is known by Lemon. You may have seen him online by his handle, but he is the founder of Red Threat, which is a company that focuses on pen testing, and I asked him what to say about him, and he just says, I just like to hack stuff. Like that's what he does. And he's been hacking stuff since he was young. His dad made him work for him. His dad worked for Novell and forced him to work for him, or made him work for him, is what I hear. He has since taken to hacking everything that you can imagine, and kind of one of his big things is stoplights. He did a presentation on how to hack stoplights that resulted in some legal ramifications, which he can maybe tell you about later, but this one hopefully be equally as good. One thing he told me to say that's also kind of fun is that he's met everybody important that he knows through card magic. So either way, I've had a little chance to hang out with him, and he's a really good guy, and I'm excited to introduce Andrew Lemon.
All right, I'm really bad about dropping the mic, so anyone in the back, if you see me do this, just yell speak up, because I will forget, I always do it. A little bit about this talk. I appreciate you guys coming to this talk. If you know, you guys are in group 7, so if you don't know, ask your kids. Anyways, the idea of this talk was I've got 50 minutes to teach you most of what I know about traffic lights. This is like a 4-hour-long class, so I apologize for all the ADHD fire hose delivery. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. So I'll give you just a little bit about me. I am the principal security engineer for a company called Red Threat. I've got 13 years of professional pen testing experience and 23 of unprofessional unpaid. You can read between the lines on what that means. And you can find me on everything is @LimitedUp except for SoundCloud. Someone snagged that from me, but it is some cool like industrial French house music. I've talked everywhere. So I've talked at GERCON, all the B-sides, DEF CON, B-sides Nova, done Red Team Village, so a lot of experience there. The idea behind the company Red Threat is we were doing a bunch of incident response against Russian threat actors, and so I kind of to play on that Red Scare. Something I don't have up here, but it's very important to me. So I've hit a lot of my major career goals, like start a company, talk at DEF CON, et cetera. But there's one goal that's really special to me, and I need help getting to it. I've been putting out my appeal for years now. I want to steal a baby. So I've been doing a ton of physical pen testing. If anyone here needs a hospital maternity ward pen tested, just let me know. I'll give you the best deal you can imagine. So for the ethical part of this portion, so I'm going to start and finish this talk with this slide, especially with the subject matter that we're dealing with. I'm going to make sure that we do this ethically. So if you decide after this talk that you want to go buy a key and open up a bunch of traffic light cabinets, please consider this. So there's the potential for harm. People rely on these. These are safety systems. There's an old IBM quote about machines shouldn't be allowed to make life and death decisions because they can't be held accountable. Unfortunately, that's not true with traffic lights. There's the legal consequences. I'll talk about that. If you hack a bunch of traffic lights and they stop working, there's going to be that public trust. And of course, there's that impact on society. Again, just try not to take what you learn to be a jerk. Speaking of jerks, the traffic light industry is full of people that don't like responsible disclosure. So I'm going to give you the highlights of this. Basically, I reached out to a company. We're going to show the exploit later, but I reached out to their engineering team and said, hey, I found a vulnerability. I just wanted to let you know. And I got radio silence for 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks later, I got this letter from their head of legal. And it says, the basic TLDR is, you think you found a bug. And if you did, well, the device is end of life, so we aren't going to fix it. But if you did, and it is actually a bug, don't disclose it because it's a matter of national security. And if you do decide to disclose it, we will use the full weight of the CFA, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, to prosecute you and figure out which one of our customers' systems you intruded into, which was cool. And this was my response. So I started to send this response, and it doesn't really make any sense until you contextualize it with a GIF that I was going to attach to the email. Legal advised me that this was not the best response and that I could just ignore it. All of the hardware in this talk was all acquired legally. We'll talk about the methods of getting hardware. So there was no unauthorized access as a part of this. So the real why of this talk. I love that game City Skylines. If I didn't do this, the pen testing side of things, I would have been a civil engineer. So I like to think that I would have that nice, pretty city on the right with these awesome interchanges. Left is like what I actually always end up building. But I was engaged by the intelligent transportation community. They put on a big conference in Arizona every year. And they reached out and they said, hey, can you give us hacking traffic systems through the eyes of a hacker? And I'm like, yes, but I've never touched traffic control systems. They said, that's fine. You just figure it out. And that was 2 weeks before the presentation. I got a lot of good feedback from that. We got a lot of work with the Department of Transportation, so I guess people liked it. I'll talk about the legal action, and then all of this data is on my blog, all the basic research. So when I'm trying to come up with how I'm going to hack something new and interesting, because owning a pen testing company, I get calls all the time of, can you hack this thing? So when LLMs came on the scene, customers started reaching out and said, hey, we want to incorporate AI. Can you pen test it? I'm like, well, I've never pen tested AI, so let's work out a scope. So I like to try to work out a scope of, okay, how am I going to attack a system? Or what's my plan? So I think, well, a good example of this would be like a smart city. So when we're doing all this research, think of it as, okay, well, in what context would you be encountering traffic light controllers? Maybe a smart city, maybe a smart grid. I know Dallas has made a big push for that. And what would fall into that scope of, say, a smart city? Well, that could be anything like public Wi-Fi, automated streetcars, traffic control systems, cameras, buses. The objective, of course, would be to identify the weaknesses and show how they could be used, like the different attack scenarios. And then your rules of engagement would be, like let's not actually cause an incident. All of my customers want me to show like what is worst case scenario without actually showing it. So like a lot of times we get ICS where they want to show the ability to poison a water supply, but for the love of God, don't change an integer on an ICS machine. So how did I even go about learning about traffic controls? I want to preface this with, I had zero experience. I know nothing about traffic controllers as of 2 years ago, and I know what to do. So that old joke of like, when did you become an expert? Literally last night. So I went to ChatGPT and I said, who are the most common manufacturers for traffic light systems in the US? And it started spitting out Econolight, Siemens, what's the other one? Trafficware, McCain. So I started going to their websites and doing OSINT. Well, let's start with DNS OSINT. What things are going back and forth? What APIs do they use? And then figuring out what is the main product for each of these. So I decided I'm going to target it on traffic lights because that seemed to be like what everyone was going for and had the most potential for me to attack. So then I'm like, well, I want to learn about traffic control. The traffic light doctor, the dude's great. I've actually reached out to him a whole bunch of times. He's given me a whole bunch of information on here's how you do a thing, or this is the tool, and then all of the user manuals. So your municipalities, they'll literally publish all the data on this is the traffic control systems we use. These are why we don't use these. These systems use Silverlight, which is now no longer supported, but we didn't get budget approval for the next 3 years. So there's all kinds of good information if you wanted to use this maliciously, or if you're just curious about what your state, local government is using. I did want to avoid that other approach as well, where I bought a key and opened a panel. I definitely wanted to, again, stay within all the ethical guidelines of figuring this out. And that's, I think, one thing that's saving the ICS space is that there isn't an ethical way to study them. I also think it's hurting them because there's no way for me to learn how to exploit a traffic control system without exploiting one. But the only way for me to do that is to stand one up in my own house or do it illegally, which I don't encourage. So I'll give you guys a quick tour of a traffic light cabinet, and that's going to be very important to the rest of this. VLC. Okay, that is the traffic light controller. So that's going to be the brains of how everything works. That's going to have all of your information that gets sent down to your lights. We're going to cover the main part systems, not necessarily everything that's in the cabinet. That's the part that we're looking at hacking today, and that covers, again, all the signal lights. Then you've got the brains of the intersection. So this is called the MMU, the malfunction unit. And basically its job, it uses a hard soldered card, and should the intersection get out of alignment, like try to do two green lights going opposite directions, it will either throw the intersection into flash or correct it. And so it's a hard soldered card that you can't make any changes on. And then the last thing, when he gets to it, will be the detection. So how do they actually know if you're at a stoplight? So you've got inductive loops in the ground, that's loop detection. That's an iTerra system, which is going to be cameras. And there's Wavetronics, which is radio. There's lots of great research on hacking Wavetronics radio out there, I think from the University of Michigan. I can tell you guys all about why the traffic light's not detecting you as well, but that's the high level. So how do you acquire the hardware? The first option is online marketplaces, so surplus auctions. eBay is a great place to find hardware. It's just out there. People buy it in bulk. One of the pieces of hardware I'll talk about later, I spent years trying to acquire. You can also go to your local like radio shop or sign shop or street shop, whatever it is local to your community, and say, hey, I need this cable. And a lot of times they'll give you the cable. We tore out a unit. This is going to go to the trash. And they'll give you these cables. They're ungodly expensive. The last one's social engineering. You can put on a vest and a hard hat. I have a whole talk about that at DEF CON, but I encourage you not to do that unless you have explicit permission. I went with the option of going to eBay. So traffic light controller on eBay, $150. This is like the cheap one. To build an intersection cost almost $1 million. When you start thinking about all the computers, all of the devices inside of it, you would think that the device like this Intolite, which is end of life, wouldn't be relevant. There's a device called the 2070, which is way end of life, and we actually saw that used in the intersections in Washington, D.C. So like even in the Capitol, they're still using old, antiquated equipment. The updated version, it's not that much better. It's literally this machine, and they put a tablet in front of it. This is where I want to take that opportunity. I know during the keynote with John Hammond, they talked about what is stopping hacking, what's good about hacking. There's nothing that stops you from just going out and buying things on eBay. So if you want to hack something new, weird, different, literally just peruse eBay for it and buy it. Powering it could be a nightmare. So we can kind of get to that in our next slide. Like, how do you even turn these things on? So I reached out to Econolite about how do I get power to this device, and they said you can buy this $210 cable, or you can buy this super proprietary connector off eBay. 23 wire nuts later, I was able to get this unit up and running. I've since found a better method for getting them powered on, but it's a whole thing. I've got a whole blog post on it. It doesn't really matter if you can power it on. There's only one question that matters when you're actually testing these things, and it's, can it run Doom? So that version could not. It took an ungodly amount of effort that I only want to talk about to actually get like root shell on it. And we found that the screen draw wasn't fast enough to run Doom. But I spent the last 2 years lowballing a guy once a week on eBay for $300 to try to get this $3,000 traffic controller. Finally, he's like, why do you even want this? Like, what is the deal? Why every week you're sending me a message? And I said, I just want it to run Doom. And he was very confused, but he did sell it to me. And so you can, in fact, run Doom. The buttons actually work because this is just a demo. Some other cool things is you can actually use loop detection, but I would either have to get like build a sample intersection and get 8 of my closest friends with me to like drive their cars forward and reverse to work the controls. I wasn't opposed to it, but I just realized I could use the buttons on it. So we'll really talk about the Achilles heel of traffic control systems. In the 1988, SNMP was developed by the Internet Task Force, something or other. In 1996, the traffic industry was looking for a standard. And I basically summed it up with this GIF. The IETF said, hey, I made this, SNMP. And the traffic industry said, you made this? No, I made this. And they made NTCIP. If you know anything about SNMP, it all runs on what are called MIBs. They're basically just text files. This is the Achilles heel of the traffic industry. They've moved a lot of this behind APIs, but they left a bunch of it in for backwards compatibility. You can go out to Wikipedia, and if you want to learn about like dynamic message signs, you can download the MIB for NTCIP 1203 and start digging through it. There's all kinds of cool stuff, especially like, there's one that's specific for like stoplights that have a gated arm, and you can actually modify the SNMP value to bring the gate arm up and down just with an SNMP right. So when I talk about MIBs, this is what we're looking at. This would be a MIB for the dynamic message system. There's a cool one here that is long power loss message. Basically, after the device loses power, you can decide what message it sends, whether it's all your bases are belonging to us or Lemon was here. These are all read-write. So you look at the access in the MIB, these are all globally read-writable with no permissions. So if you ever get on network with one of these systems, you can use this MIB browser. So you can do SNMP walk. That's kind of terrible. MIB browser from iReasoning is great. You can just tell it to walk from the very beginning. If you want some free gold here, this probably could have been a CVE. It took me like 6 months to get MITRE to write a CVE for my last one. So I just gave up. So here's a deface. You can find these online. If you find that OID 136, it's globally writable. You can see on the left under access. Please just don't write red threat was here, write your name or anyone else. But it is completely doable. You can dump all the information from the stoplight controller. These are the documented OIDs, which are super cool. The cooler thing is the undocumented OIDs. So I went through and I was looking for read writes, and I just did a walk. And I found Intolite and admin. So that's the default credentials to get into these things. They never change the default creds, so really you don't need an exploit. But the value for admin is globally writable. So you can change admin to whatever, and you can change the password to whatever. There are a whole bunch of other caveat, or a bunch of other secret OIDs in there that you can use. You can see the default creds there. So you can write these, you get on network. This doesn't really matter. Because the manufacturer really didn't even bother to protect this. So this is what I sent to Intolite, or Q-Free, about the vulnerability. So you can see I'm logging in with web security. It is enabled. We're going to go to the page. When you go to the page, if you know the actual full URL, so here I'd have to log in. Instead, I'm just going to paste in the URL at some point without authentication and just get directly to the bypass page where I can disable security or set the password. So you can either go in the back and use SNMP. The other cool thing is they wrote this slick web interface. All it does is SNMP commands. So it does just the OID and just changes it in the background. So that's, we'll look at the escalation point, right? Well, what can you do now you have access to these? If you played any hacker game ever, or like we've all watched The Italian Job, we all want to change all the lights green. I'll talk about why that's not always the best idea. We'll look at the motivators of our threat actors. So there was Sun Hacker back in the day. He went through and he hacked a bunch of these DMS signs using a tool that he got from support. It's not super hard to hack the DMS signs. They're out there on the internet. Please don't hack them. But using the information that has been provided to you, you can get there. You've got the criminally curious, which are maybe the people that they can't access. They can't buy this thing on eBay. So they're just going to log in and find the thing. And you actually have your malicious actors. If you guys have watched the first 5 minutes of the Netflix series 0 Day, I mean, impacting traffic would be a huge thing for shutting down, I guess, the whole country. So the big attack, I mean, we all know Hack the Planet, the 4 green lights. From Watch Dogs, I loved that game. I played that game into the ground. Just being able to change green lights there, that's an option. I'm going to give you an abridged version of all of my failures. I'm going to try to keep it short on how traffic lights work. Basically, they're on a loop system. So loop number 2 and loop number 6 can run at the same time, but loop number 8 and loop number 6 can't because there'd be a collision. So all of these will be configured in the stoplight controller. So you'll have 2.6 and you'll have 1.5. And then they hard code that in that MMU we talked about earlier, and they solder that in there. So I tried everything. It uses an SDLC bus to communicate between the MMU and the actual controller. I, again, apologize, it's eye glazing. But we tried sniffing the bus, we tried spoofing the bus. We even got direct control of the drivers that set what light is going, and we couldn't beat the stupid MMU. We thought we had luck, and then we had a bad connection, and we just weren't actually attacking it. So, yeah. Anything else in here? So transitioning over to, sorry, as far as the all green situation, we're going to talk about why the all green isn't always the coolest hack or the most disruptive. The other option you have are local attacks. So you've got physical tampering. One of the big ones they deal with in LA and the southern states is homeless people will unscrew from the light and then wire in a 110 voltage outlet so they can charge their phones. That's a gigantic threat. That's actually the biggest form of tampering that stoplight technicians and municipalities deal with. There's signal hijacking. So back in the day, you used to be able to build a MERT, which was the device that you could emulate emergency vehicles. That doesn't work in Oklahoma. We've never built MERT units, so I've never used one or seen one. I've just heard about them on the internet. And then there's key compromise. So there's a company whose name escapes me right now, but they're another company that they decided to sue everyone when they disclosed they had a digital key that could let you in the cabinets, so it had a special whatever. They actually put their private key on the key you used to log into the cabinet. Security researchers found that, disclosed it. They threatened to sue them. It was a whole thing. Realistically speaking, no one's using the smart locks. There's 2 keys. It's called the number 2 key, literally just the number 2 key. And it is the standard traffic key. You can go buy it on the internet for $50. And then there's a police access key, which is this long skeleton key. On the side of the box is police access. You can buy the whip. It's just a button, and you can push the button. So you open that box, plug it in. It literally just looks like an old guitar amplifier or a guitar cord. You plug that in, and then you can manually step through the lights. And then, of course, there's the unattended hardware. One of the boxes when we were walking to get coffee this morning, we saw was actually unlocked over here on some street, if you're curious. But they just kind of leave them open. They don't really care who gets into them or what they do. There's, of course, the remote threats, so unpatched firmware, known exploits. The controller that I was running Doom on, they decided to take the old units and they wanted to spruce them up. So they took an Android tablet running version 6. It's bad. And they just put an Ethernet card on it and then hid it in the background. So everything is still SNMP, it's still OIDs. It's just now they've put a fancy touch interface in it. You've got default creds, they're used everywhere. Misconfigured firewalls, if you start searching for these on Shodan or Census, you're gonna find that they just open them up to the internet. There's the remote intrusion, yeah, basically all the boring stuff. The ways to identify these remote weaknesses. I mean, you can just really go out and see, if I wanted to attack a traffic system, how would I cause an issue? Well, like my local city government, if I get on and I can look at where the cameras are, I can see where the pinch points are and where the pressure is at any time during the day. So I can know, okay, at 8 a.m. or whatever, this area backs up. These areas are really the high travel areas. So people ask me all the time, well, could you hack a specific, or how hard is it to hack traffic lights? A very specific traffic light, actually finding the thing, it's a needle in the haystack. But if you want to hack traffic lights, it's really easy to find them on the internet. And if you can find one relatively in the area, I mean, you can kind of cause any kind of issue. Same thing with California, they also post all of their stuff online as well, where they're real-time traffic analysis. So I said an all-green situation isn't going to be the most detrimental experience. Four-way flashing. So when you cause an issue inside a traffic camera, you cause a four-way flash, which basically becomes a four-way stop, and anyone born after 1995 has no idea how to navigate a four-way stop. So you cause mass confusion and chaos. Here's an example of a bad stoplight in city side. Let me kill the volume. So if you wanted to shut down, say, a highway, you don't have to shut down a highway. You just have to kill the off-ramp. And when you kill the off-ramp, everything starts backing up onto the highway. So just one single bad traffic light can have cascading effects. And people ask me like all the time, well, could you fix the traffic lights in my home city because they're just this bad? But yeah, this is like when you're wondering why there's a big issue. I know some guy threw in a roundabout, and it's this one traffic light right here that causes the issue, or this one roundabout. You'll also, like when you're driving down the highway and you immediately have to slam on the brakes and you can't figure out why. They're called phantom traffic jams. A lot of times it's because the highway goes up and to the left a little bit, and the people can't see the cars in front of them. So when they crest the hill, they saw that guy hit their brakes, and it caused a cascading failure. Just like in a crowd, at some point, cars stop behaving like driven by people and start kind of behaving like a wave. So you can watch in a cascading effect where brake lights cause brake lights, and then so on and so forth. So finding traffic control systems, a good example of these would be like GridSmart. GridSmart's going to be the actual cameras that oversee, it's a fishbowl camera. If you type GridSmart into Shodan, you'll pull up 173 of these. You're almost guaranteed the credentials are going to be admin. Please don't use that. We have an example of a customer that paid us money and gave us authorization to do that, where we can actually see what happens when you get inside a GridSmart camera. One of the easy things that you can do if you wanted to disrupt traffic flows is, of course, just disconnect the camera from the system, and now it's running in manual mode. A friend of mine sent me a video the other day of he's sitting at a stoplight, and the pedestrian crossing is counting down from 60 seconds, and then it immediately goes to 0, and then it flashes, okay, don't walk. And it's because it's going back into timing mode. The pedestrian crossing relies on the detection here, and when it's broken, it can't see that, and it causes it to say, oh crap, run fast. But yeah, GridSmart cameras, this is an example of stuff you can find. Traffic controllers are another big one. I won't share all of the ones that you can find, but here's an example of like an Intelight controller. This is my controller that I own, that I bought on eBay with money if someone from legal decides to watch that. These are available on the internet. There are some very specific strings where you can get a whole lot of results. If you want a whole bunch of free game, here's almost every traffic system that you can find on the internet. There are a bunch of different ones. I really like the FLIR traffic cameras. On an engagement, we got to deal with those, and it's just cool watching, seeing the motorcycles with their engines running or the cars. Yeah, you throw these into Census, and you're finding something that you shouldn't. I don't encourage you to touch them. There's that DMS sign, the digital message sign we talked about, how you can actually find those. Vermac's a great company. I've been trying to get my hands on a portable sign trailer. They're like $10,000, but they have the arm as well. I'd love to hack one of those, but it's not in the budget at the moment. So we have the ethical considerations again. So remember, we have this potential for harm, the legal consequences, public trust, whether or not people want to trust these systems anymore, and then, of course, the impact on safety. You really don't want to tamper with traffic lights unless you're doing it, for an authorized reason. Some of the countermeasures for this, for the love of God, just do security audits. Like, pay me to come hack your stuff. I'll give you a great deal. Software updates. Again, when you've got an Android tablet that's running version 6 and it's vulnerable to every vulnerability since 2008, it's really easy to get into. It's really easy to hack those things. Network segmentation. There's no reason why I should be seeing a stoplight on the internet. There's no valid reason for it to be out there. Literally, for the love of God, like put it on a local network or a VPN, anything. And then if you are going to put it on the internet, at least have some kind of IDS, please, so you can know when someone tries to log in, or at least have some kind of logging with your syslog. Some next steps, if you're curious, there's the blog. We did a whole write-up on powering these things up, acquiring them, hacking them, all of our findings. There's a whole bunch more data. I probably should add a little more because I'm not to my full time, but That's the idea. CVE 2438944, that's the critical vulnerability we disclosed. We got a 9.8, so I'm pretty stoked about getting a critical. For additional research, there's the Green Lights Forever. That's a study out of the University of Michigan. And then I cannot remember that. Google that. That'll tell you something important about cybersecurity and traffic. And with that, I'll open up to any questions. Yes?
What does networking look like inside these cabinets? If you were to compromise one, can you talk to all of them? Is it LTE? Do they have hardline into city networks?
So all of the above. A lot of times what we see is going to be like a cradle point. Some kind of, it's basically what you see in the OT/IT space. So you'll see a cradle point, everything's plugged into those, and they'll run on a local LAN. So you'll see like a 192.168 segment. And they're independent. In bigger cities, you'll see where they've started to compile them and can join them together. So you'll get instances of like a 172.16 and then a different octet there. As far as talking, traditionally they don't talk. Some of the newer systems have the ability to be chained together. So like if you're driving through Washington, D.C., if you drive at 37 miles an hour, you're guaranteed to hit all green lights all the way through. Any slower, any faster, you'll hit a red light. And then as far as getting to other systems, a lot of times that cradle point will have a back-end network. They'll have a point-to-point, or they'll have a point-to-point VPN. And so if you've compromised credentials on one, you've essentially compromised credentials on all. They're not unique. And then as far as devices connecting, it's a bunch of serial, SDLC, but they've started moving everything over to Ethernet. So there's a whole bunch in there. We can go infinitely in depth into those, but that's the high level. Any other questions? One there, yeah. So depending on where you are, like if you're in California, they have a system that allows you to, it's basically like a microwave signal. So they're called MERT units. I think it's M-U-R-T, M-E-R-T. And you can push the button and it will trigger the light. Then they also have intelligent detection where they can actually see flashing lights and they can determine, okay, there is an emergency vehicle coming, we need to change them, which is basically a call to the controller. Where we're from in Oklahoma, there's no communication and they just run through red lights. So, but if you are interested, there are MERT units. There's instructions on how to build them on the internet. It is a felony to do so, but do with it what you will. All right, was there another question? Oh, sorry, yes. Oh, you said it's V2X? Okay. This is all good information. If you guys didn't hear that, it's all fiber here in Utah, and they use V2X, and it's centralized. Sweet. If you guys didn't hear that, so if you guys didn't hear that, you can look up UDOT traffic data on Google, and you can actually see when all lights go red or green, and there's a fancy thing called flow-through, where they're actually taking the data and making it easy for you to travel, and they're the only state that does it so far. They're the best. Sorry, you're giving me a lot of great notes here to dig further into this thing, so. Oh, thank you. Please, and yeah, anything you send me, I'm happy to dig into. All right, sorry, were there any other questions? All right, great. You are more than welcome to come chat with me after. You're more than welcome to get a business card. Realistically, do a lot of pen testing and physical pen testing. If anyone has a baby they need stolen, please let me know. Other than that, it was great chatting with everyone, and I appreciate you coming to my talk.
Everybody, if you're here for the Maximize Your ROI, it's actually in the next room over in C. This one's going to be the EDC challenge. So just to let you guys know if you guys need to move. Thank you.
For who? Oh no! No scheming. No scheming.
I need my mic. Oh, there we go. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome to the Everyday Challenge Showdown Moon Unit thing. So I'll be completely honest, this has come together last minute. We were actually hanging out at the event formerly known as Hack in the Box last night, and we were kind of talking just like what it's going to be. No clues. I know you weren't there, so we're not going to give you any clues. But dark matter. Oh.
You're supposed to turn it on. So is that minus points?
No, that's plus.
Boom, because we
baby.
don't want to hear your voice.
So yeah, Dark Matter was sitting there in the corner with his little, if you've seen his specs on, or he doesn't actually have a laptop, he has to be super cool with his like fake glasses.
Here I am, everyone. I am the future of hacking.
And so he overheard us. He couldn't see what we were doing, and he said, "Oh, you're doing an everyday challenge. I bet I can beat anyone."
I threw down the gauntlet.
I said, "What are you doing tomorrow at 2:30?" One thing led to another, and a wild dark matter appeared.
A wild dark matter's here with a keyboard and a backpack. Or two.
All right,
He
so
get disqualified if we push him
first off, a hand to our AV crew. I'm asking crazy things last minute. Thank you so much for them. Yoo! All right, so dark matter. Have we ever met before?
This is the very first time, frankly.
Really? All right. Distinct mind.
Have you met this guy in this suit? And that hair?
Are you not entertained?
I'm afraid. Sexiest man at SAINTCON, frankly.
No, I was trying to find it.
Okay, so distinct mind. Have we met before?
You don't look familiar right now.
I don't have any audio, so we just don't want to go sleep.
Verify your email. 201.
Hey! Stop! So your name's Kevin?
Hi.
Hi, Kevin. Nice to meet you. Have we met before? It's fair. And who's this fine gentleman right here?
Brian.
Brian. Of all the hacker handles, we have like Extreme Hacker 337, and then we have
Brian.
We have Brian. Fun fact, I've dragged Brian onto stage at SAINTCON 3 years in a row now. His therapist reaches out to me and says, "Thanks for making him grow." Okay, so what this is, we're still getting set up here, so I'm obviously stalling, but I think you're all beautiful people. What we're going to do first is we are going to weigh all of their bags. Now, their bags, like obviously I didn't want them to cheat and bring everything they owned to SAINTCON, right? So we will divide their final score by the weight of their bag. You like that? Okay. Also, you wonderful people are also everyday carriers, right? Right? I invite you to play along. If we stump all of them and you hold up what I need, you'll get a special customized golf ball from me and all my mini badges.
Check.
Small hint. All right, who's ready for weighing? Are we ready for weighing?
I am ready.
Okay, so we've got lean here. Let's get a weight on the, how do you weigh a bag? Oh, no, take your hand off. Take your hand off. This isn't UFC. This is not UFC. Yeah, we're going to start over. Okay, here we go. 30 pounds lean, 30 pounds of weight. Okay, Odie, 30 pounds
That's
for
nothing.
me.
I'm going to be double that for sure.
We got BP with Brian, 32.
Look at the size difference though. Man, you were clean.
All right, where's distinct mind? Where's your bag? That is a svelte 15. Very nice. Look at that. What? For what?
I wish you good luck with this.
Glasses in the bag. Come on.
Hold on, we have another bag to hook up. You got to hook up both. No, dude, you can do it. Just chain it together.
Well, I forgot something.
No, they got to do both of them at the same time.
That's better. I put a bag. We're not weighing dark matter. This thing is rated to 70, yo.
Have you guys seen what I put on my back? Anyone?
we do both?
Yeah. Oh, he's almost got it hooked, folks. Almost. I want you to know that I do have a 12-ounce Red Bull as well, because guess what? You got to have your Red Bull as well. Let's go. 40.
37 pounds.
Oh, almost 40. Let's go.
Okay, are we ready, AV team, to kick this off? I think I saw him pumping helium earlier, but okay, we're done with that. Okay, contestants, are you ready? Get to your spot.
Sorry.
I'm not playing. But that's a wonderful thing. I will give each and every one of you one opportunity to phone a friend in this room to borrow something. Once. Your other lifeline is if you trust someone enough to run to your vehicle or your hotel room to get an item, I will allow that as well, but they have to get here by time we're done. Is that fair?
I'm down. I love these rules.
I'm literally making them up. No, you can't bring the trailer.
Can we get like a sub item that doesn't make sense but it's funny?
So that's a 2025 Ford Lightning key. If you want to just find out there, license plate is L4. No.
3.
All right, let's do this. We ready? Okay, number one question, contestants. Your laptop is dead, and the nearest outlet is 12 feet away. I don't either. I'm literally winging this. But I think you're great. Holy cow, it's like a bunch of angry raccoons. Oh, hey, lean, woohoo! Okay, what do we got here? What do we got? We've got an Anchor battery pack, so that will work for a minute. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That thing's like 8 pounds by itself, by the way.
Look at the USB-C cable. What?
C to C, and this powers my laptop.
Okay. Contestants, please scan and get your votes in for these folks. Now, if you don't want to scan a QR code, I understand it. The URL is right there at pe.app/clippertime.
Is there a speed component to this?
I have
if
to
run
start
up
the
to him
presentation. I'm sorry. This is my first time. Okay, now go. No, who's going?
I am.
Okay, so Lean.
speed?
Lean had a
I
giant
wanna be
USB-C
first.
cable and an Anchor. They're dynamic. You can go fast. Okay, BP, what's your solution?
Biased.
Wait, what? Okay, so we've got a USB-C 140 watt. We've got the new upgraded version of the power pack that Lean does not have. It has pass-through.
Is it connected with Bluetooth right now, though, to something?
And where's the cable for it? Oh, there he goes. So does this count for 12 feet? I think he's got... wait a minute. How are you doing this? Oh, does that have an extender cable? Yeah. How far does it go? Pull it out. Come on. No cheating. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Okay. So between that, okay, you got 12 feet. Okay, distinct mind, 12 feet. Okay, everyone shops at the same place. Everyone has had one so far.
Do you see a trend, Anchor?
You actually have it's even the branded one. That's a framework one.
Can we get Anchor to
You
sponsor?
actually have the real one. Who has their real power OEM cords?
They don't sell those anymore for us.
Well, today I learned that I'm very weird because I've got 8 no names. Very good.
Wait, is that battery, though?
No, this is not a battery. This is just this is Brian's. I think I stole Brian's. Now everyone switch bags. Just kidding.
Okay.
Okay, Dark Matter, what do you got?
So I give you mine because it's actually in use right now. It will do AC output, so you can be very generous and hook up your Mac Mini to it, not just a laptop.
Wait, you can do a Mac Mini natively with USB-C?
No, it's AC.
Oh, AC.
It has
okay.
an inverter
AC.
built into it. It's 84 watt hours, which is the maximum you can take on an airplane. It's not that heavy. You can also plug in your Anchor adapter that gives you just as much wattage as you guys have gotten. And I just walk around with my Mac Mini with it.
Can I ask why your glasses are still in your hand? I asked nothing about glasses.
I'm currently solving challenges, and I gotta check on the progress.
Are
all
you
right?
literally?
Yeah, it's Claude is doing my Hacker's Challenge for me right now. You interrupted me for this shit. You want me here? This is what you get.
I'm just happy to be a part of it, everyone. Thank you so much. Okay.
To be fair, we didn't actually say you could come.
That's true. I kind of invited myself. Eek.
All right. So considering that the dear Odie actually made this slideshow as I came up the escalator for me, I'm gonna have to learn how to use this app. Hold, please. Oh, and Grifter, thanks to Grifter if he's here, he actually taught me how to put on a hairpiece. I'd never done that. And I also have to say that this is made out of tablecloth material, and I am dying. Okay, we're hovering at, looks like Lean took it with 43%. Boo. Question number 2, you are handed a flash drive that is a USB-A, your laptop only has USB-C. It's like, well, it's an easy one. Come on, who doesn't have an A to C? Who can find it first? Oh, are you holding yours? You said a flash drive. What? Whoa, you mad lad. We have a USB female on a dongle cable. Wild. What do we got? A to C right there, white. Nice, very nicely done. Quickly found. You're still rummaging?
Starburst, does that help?
Or we can go there, too.
And BP with the bonus points with 2 more that he just pulled out of, I don't know. And they were warm. Anyone have any hand sanitizer? Question 3. What are you doing, Lean? And Lean comes in. That's C to A, potato. Okay, BP takes it, 55%. Woo! Or, I mean, Brian takes it. Hey.
I could turn this into it. It's a Raspberry Pi. Does that count?
2C. In my laptop.
The flash drive is A.
Oh.
It literally says it. You are handed. You have 2 monitors. You have one right there too.
Oh.
For what?
A to C. You can make it work over this, over networking.
Okay, so dark matter solution. He's going to plug a flash drive into the Pi, stand up a network, and SCP it off. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, or with USB-C, because you can actually go back to USB-C with it, because
Yeah,
it's a virtual interface over USB-C.
Yes.
Yes!
But it does work, but you still didn't win. Okay, number 3, we're going. We going. You are in the server room with a crashed server. You must get keyboard and video to the server to resolve it. You don't get IPMI because we bought the cheap version and no license. Please don't. That hurts us. Brian, what are you handing me? KVM. Ooh, the GLINet Rocket KVM right here out of nowhere.
KVM.
Yours is still in the box.
It's more organized that way.
Okay.
The GLINet, the Comet.
Okay, the same. You both have the Comet, but here's one thing I want to point out. His USB-C cable is still in the shrink wrap. This has never been used. Whoa. He has a VGA adapter on his. Oh, PP with the... Lean, what is this? No, what is this? No, what is it?
I can go to DisplayPort.
It's a video capture card.
Oh,
I can go to DisplayPort to HDMI.
how many DisplayPort servers? How many servers have DisplayPort?
At least one Dell.
Okay, so this is an HDMI video capture card that you can put into your laptop and then run open broadcast software.
So you're literally going to allow OBS or VLC run a stream of a video capture of the output of a server? I like it. I'll be honest. That's pretty cool. A question: How are you going to do a keyboard?
It's down in the knock.
Your keyboard's in your knock. Do we believe his keyboard is in the knock?
Here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can I one up him? I have the same thing, and I have a keyboard that has a USB dongle and can do Bluetooth.
At a SecurityCon, a 2.4 gigahertz dongle.
We know, but we know how well 2.4 works in server rooms.
Yeah, 2.4 is great. Distinct mind. I know you have an elegant solution. Oh no! You have a badge extender that was deprecated this year. Oh, thank you. Odie, are you recording who's winning? Thank you so much. You're the best. That's BP with another win. All right, here we go. Okay, you have a bag of USB cables. Which one are power only and should be thrown away, never to be returned again? Because who wants a power only USB cable? Why? I need to know why. Who hurt you? Okay, I can get that, but you charge into random things at airports? They can be sticky. What? Wait, what is this? Okay, no, come on, you can't just say it by yourself.
So USB-C tester. Can check power data, everything, be able to troubleshoot, see what is allowed, what's not allowed, network-wise, USB-C, power rates.
Hey, I have
all
one
nine yards.
too.
Oh, lean out of nowhere. What's that? Yours looks like a starfish.
Yeah, USB-C. Is that A?
That's A. So A is the big one with the little smiley on the bottom. That's the A.
And what about C?
C USB output C.
C,
Yeah, this does it. Lean does have one as well.
I have the cables to make you angry. Does that count?
You literally carry those around? Who are you? What? Why?
When someone asks me to borrow a cable.
A loaner cable to give away. I like that answer. Very good.
I was given these by a vendor, so I'm pretty sure that this is.
If these are vendor cables of unknown origin, I'm not going to say the vendor on it. It rhymes with Omcast. No, that's way too much. Sorry, it's Com something. Actually, I do like that. It's hilarious.
To answer your question, yeah.
Because you want to keep. Why do you want to keep it?
Does yours detect power? Okay.
Okay, so we have two. We have two people that had it, but in all fairness, BP was really quick with that one, and his looked fancy. Okay, tiebreaker. Do you have a power-only cable, or if you, like the proper person you are, thrown away all of them?
That's actually true.
So confess. Do you have a power-only cable anywhere in your possession on the planet Earth right now?
No.
Your wife is sitting in the front row, sir. Does he have a power-only USB cable, Jackson? He does not. Okay. That's fair.
A wise man once told me to mark them and then put them in a special box.
That's what you do to give away badge life when you're like, oh, here's a cable for you. So then they go nuts thinking they can't flash their USB.
I believe that guy was you, actually.
I thought we haven't met, sir. Oh, that was BP again. BP's kind of doing great. You locked your keys in your vehicle with your phone as well. So no phone is a thing. But what? Why are you looking so intently at me?
What's the question? I have my pin to the side of my door.
A pin to the side of the door. Okay, that's a good solution. Good choice. Brian?
31337.
Tesla app on my watch. Cell service.
Are you going to admit that?
Hey, so actually every time I walk up to my truck, it opens for some reason, so something's connected.
I'd make a joke, but my car got broken into not too long ago, and it's the same car. So anyway.
The same one.
It's a Hyundai, it doesn't matter, I got my flipper.
Dude, okay, that's okay. I will allow this. Do you drive a Hyundai?
No. But it's a Toyota with rolling codes, and you can get it every now and then.
How long? I'll entertain this. How long are you willing to wait? How long is he willing to wait? An hour?
Is your vehicle outside?
Is your vehicle outside, and what's the license plate number?
I'll donate points to that. Because I know it'll lock out the other codes.
Distinct mind.
I have a flipper as well, but I'm not sure if this is on. So I'm not really sure if the lockpicks will work, but I have these in here.
Actual lockpicks. Let's hear it for Distinct Mind out of nowhere with the real lockpicks. Woo! And that pushed you over the edge. That's your first on the board.
I also have actual lockpicks.
How?
Too late.
Okay, here's another thing I want to point out. Notice Brian, he's like in this little area right here.
No, don't even go there.
Lean's got an inflatable sheep.
It's not a sheep. What are you talking about? It is a sheep.
You are very nicely organized with the lightest bag, and Dark Matter is building a hobo camp over there.
Yeah, more.
What do you mean you have more? You have more sheep in the audience, actually. You can't get extra sheep points. Distinct Mind takes that one. Okay, you need to reinstall a server. You have an ISO.
Can I mount this?
You're going to mount your flipper. Okay, Brian, what do you got? You have dude, look how many mics you have, bud. You've taken everyone's mics too. He's like a hoarder over here. This is like what do they call those? Like the squirrels that stash all the nuts. He's like over there reaching over the bags.
So USB A or C, IOD that will let you mount unlimited ISOs. virtual CD-ROM essentially at the end of the day.
Who has an IOT in here?
Beautiful thing if you don't
Wow,
have
say
it.
you have never come to one of my presentations without saying you've never come to one. I'm sick. It has A and C. He could put both on it. ¿Por qué no los dos?
I've got tons of ISOs on there.
I'd take his word for it at this point. What do you got, Dark Matter?
I've got a USB to NVMe, so I'm just going to take the ISO and put it directly on the NVMe and then partition it and create all the things that I need.
So-
and then plug it directly into the server and save half the time of waiting to boot.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm a little less okay with the fact that you're holding the NVMe. Why is it not in the holder? Wait, whoa. Show it.
I have a plethora of NVMe drives. I'm currently carrying probably around 60 terabytes of data right now. This one has the ISO, so I could do USB. I've got a USB that's got all the ISOs too. It's UNet bootin'. It's got like 30 ISOs.
UNet bootin'?
28 gigabytes of ISOs. So yeah.
I mean, UNet Bootin's a great tool. I like that one. You also have been richly blessed with NVMe drives. Felicidades. I no idea.
Should have seen what I was gonna bring.
What do you got, buddy?
Go first.
Oh, sorry. So sorry.
You can go.
What? These are AirPods. You can't. It's a good-looking case, though. I like that color. Anyway, what do you?
I just have a USB. I would just burn the ISO on it.
Fantastic. A burner USB. I love it.
Does anybody remember what NetHunter?
Yeah.
I have extra phones.
We can image from my phone, but not this one because it's not powered on right now.
So you remember?
Do it now.
Do it now. You've got it now. No. Does everyone remember MacGyver? Like, this is kind of what this is. MacGyver is. We got MacGruber over here. I don't know what that is. All right. Dark Matter. I'm gonna let that one bake.
Tie.
Dark Matter. I called it. Dark Matter. Take that one.
Let's go. Yeah, less for BP. We're good.
You need to charge a USB-C, a micro USB, a mini USB, and a lightning peripheral at the same time. Doesn't have to be the same cable. You can have multiple cables, multiple RICs, but all of them.
Wait, what were the three again?
Doesn't matter.
A, C, micro, mini, lightning.
Well, I mean, you're just saying charge, right?
Yeah. What am I going to do? Just rub it on it?
You want a cable for it or what?
Why would I not want cable? What am I going to do? Just plug that in and be like, it's charging.
You just said charge.
When I say charge, that implies that a cable would be plugged in. Is that correct? Thank you. What is the... Mr. Milwaukee has a DeWalt cable?
I have a few of them. So I got like some USB-Cs and a micro and then a MagSafe. So then it can just like clip onto stuff. And they're plugged in.
What about lightning? Poor distinct minds over here going, I hate Apple. Why would I have a lightning cable? Whoa, easy, brother.
I'm gonna have to make some cable.
Okay, let's see. Let's get verification. Lightning, MagSafe, USB-C.
Can I take one from the audience?
Yes, you can. That's a micro. Where's your mini?
That's the only one I have.
You don't have mini?
I'm missing a mini.
Who has a mini? Who has a mini? Wait. Like that matters to us. How many people are running things that are 30 years old in their basement? The answer is me. I'm more than 30 years old in my basement.
So all of those are also down in the Knox, so I'm gonna have to make some cables.
Out of my flesh?
I have others.
Wait, you have a sheep. This won't do anything. That's a nice dog. It says KO. Does no one have a mini? Wait, distinct mind, do you have a... What do we got?
I don't know if there's a mini on here, but...
Oh, yeah.
We got a micro, we got a lightning, we've got C, we've got A. Did we stump everyone? Who has a mini out in the audience? Let's hold it up. Throw it up here on stage. I promise I'll get back. Nicely done, you win. Congratulations. You are more prepared than all of us.
Sorry.
Thanks so much. So no one wins that one round, Odie. Everyone loses. Honestly, I'm thinking that the BTUs coming off my head could charge most of these things right now. You need to unrack a piece of lab gear that is screwed in rack tight.
I fix a kit.
And I fix a kit.
And my wrist, because I have strong wrists and can do it.
What? What?
And it's actually
Wait, how many are you hold? What?
Boom.
Okay, he wins. That's dope as shit.
What?
There you go.
What?
Any
Okay,
option you
explain
want.
this to our friends, because what do you have here?
You've got a ratchet that will take any heads. You can take off the head to put in other screw heads. You've got extensions. You've got another screwdriver. So
A full
all
wear
that
kit?
stuff, full wear kit with extra screwdrivers, and then another
Socket
electric.
set.
Wait, that's electric?
Wires.
Hold on.
It's electric.
That is
screwdriver.
powered right there. That probably won't undo a screw nut if you've ever tried.
And if you drop the nut, you have the magnet.
Yep.
Okay, Distinct Mind, what do we got?
Leatherman, but I have a bunch of like different.
Very nice. A Leatherman with a full bit set. Very nice. I love it. Multi-use. And that's why her kit was what? Half pound?
I'm going back to the knife.
Wait, actually, that is fair because Lee never screws racks down anyway. He just throws them in there haphazardly. That is fair. And that was his network team that just said that, by the way. Hey, Spicer, buddy. You have an iFixit kit?
Yeah.
I think those are great.
Yeah. And I've taken it all around the world. It's only been confiscated in UK.
The UK told your
Take
iFixit.
it away from you when you go through airports. And
So do you just have like an inventory at home?
I do. Anytime these go on for sale for $18, I buy like 2 and 3 of these because they're super handy. Got to make sure they're the metal ones though. Don't get the new cheap plastic.
Don't get the plastic ones, get the metal ones. Like and subscribe. Here's my affiliate link at the bottom.
Smash that like button.
All right, BP wins for the sheer absurdity of having 4 different screwdrivers. What do you mean you have more? Where?
Socket set.
Wait, you've got a...
What? Wrenches.
What pocket knife?
I've got.
Wait, what?
There's a backup.
And the Milwaukee fastback.
We're out of our league. We're not worthy.
I just remember Dark Matter like, I could beat anyone at this. I'm like, it's like going into the ring with Ali because you think you box.
I thought we were going to trip him on the way up.
All right, BP wins again. Okay, we're going to throw a soft one. You need a serial into a network device. And Brian's never used his because it still has the factory blue twisty ties.
You gotta keep it nice and tight.
You've never used it. No, you go to Velcro when you use something, don't you?
Okay, so this is funny. So this is the network serial to
USB-C,
yep,
yes,
yep.
just serial. Yeah, that's fine.
The micro serial cable is downstairs because we were trying to flash your switch.
Which switch did I bring?
I can't say that.
I did not bring any switches.
The switches you told me to.
Oh, those switches.
Those switches.
That's fair.
So that's where my micro was.
That is okay. That is fair. I can. Yes, he did. Yes. Distinct Mind. Okay, so USB-C to Ethernet and a regular Ethernet. Does that have a driver for a serial cable?
Probably not.
An A for effort, and I like you. I think you're great. What? Hi.
He's shaking his head.
What?
I'm missing a couple of cables.
Do you need help?
Yeah.
I mean,
If anyone has any jumper cables, I can bit bang it from the Raspberry Pi.
we have a survivor buff.
Hey, I'll cut this.
What else do we have in here?
Hold on. That it works.
It's a functional cable. You don't need to cut it.
Okay, we're not going to ask anything about medications during this competition. I don't know why those are all there. Kidding. That was a joke. Kinda. You are tired. Which medication do you have in your bag that'll keep you the most? No, we're not doing that. This is a family conference. Lean's winning because he had a cable for micro that he alleges is the network. Joey, where's Joey? Joey, does he have a micro? Or mini? Which one do you not have?
I have both.
Lean, you can have one. You're great.
Thank you. Thanks, Joey. I'll pay you later.
Joey, you were the chosen one. Okay.
No, you're welcome back again.
You are back in the hotel room and want to unwind with some TV. Play some media on your TV. And I want to see something besides an HDMI cable.
ROG-LIX.
You... Wait, hold on.
It's got Plex on it.
What was he missing last? What was the last thing he just missed? that he didn't have? Was it a cable? It was a micro cable. He missed something else too that he didn't have.
It was the
What was it?
ISO thing? I don't know.
Yeah, you couldn't do an ISO, yet you have a gaming console in your everyday carry bag.
So I actually forgot it was in there when I brought it up, which is why it was an extra 5 pounds.
You want to play Quake 3 on an airplane? Pull out the items to play Quake 3. You win.
It does HDMI to the TV though.
What do you got?
USB-C to HDMI for laptop or for my phone.
Okay, off the phone. Do you have an HDMI cable to connect those?
Yes.
That's a dumb question. That's like saying, "Hey, Mr. Fish, can you swim?"
Is this streamed?
Yes, it probably is. We're like track 2.
What? Yeah.
Probably.
Okay, so I have a Roku.
We have a Roku?
Fully connected Roku with remote and everything. Fully accounts logged in with like all of the family members, so it's in travel mode too. So you get that. And then on top of it, I've got my nice little my Game Boy thing that has an HDMI cable that you can hook up to, so I can hook it to the TV and play all my NES games.
Hey, I'm running Emulation Station as well on mine. Single device.
That you own every ROM for. Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. You as well, Spicer. Yes.
I don't have an HDMI cable.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I have one.
And that's SAINTCON. We give, and we give back. All right, what's our scores doing? Dark Matter wins with his mini Game Boy and Roku.
Do we actually get to lose the opportunity to use the same equipment in another question?
No, you can keep using
Okay,
it.
so I don't want to burn that one.
Can we go back to a previous question that I just found something?
I was thinking the same thing.
Dark Matter takes that one with his random Roku. Okay, you have a SATA drive. You need data off of it. Dark Matter. Odie, sorry. Wait, what? What? Who are you? I do have a confession to make. You know, everyone says that I'm like the pack-out guy and I've got so many of them. That's the guy who actually turned me on to him. And he has me beat about 3-1. I once sent a picture of some drivers while we were working on badge stuff, and I had about 8. He sent me back a picture that said, "That's cute," and there were 40 in his drawer. I don't know whether to congratulate him or check him in somewhere. Ugh.
What did you want?
Wait, you have it? Okay.
Oh, I just found my other thing too. Dude, I have all the stuff I thought I had, I just couldn't find it.
Okay, so we've got Brian. Go through your stash. Hold on. A fresh pack of RGB LEDs. You need to throw a rave for junior high students in a parking lot. Okay, Brian, go through it. I'm.
All right, so we can go old school with
IDE.
With
IDE with power and a Molex connector. Okay.
We've got USB-A with another SATA.
Okay.
Got another one with dual.
Wait, this is C, SATA, SAS, and M.2. Wait, why do you have this one? This is a cloner.
Yep.
You know, I honestly just want to sit around a campfire and have BP show us through his bag. Shameless plug. Our event tomorrow actually is an invitation to come see Brian's stuff, and I'll learn from our stuff. So that is tomorrow. All right, Lean, let's get SATA data. Nope, nothing there. Okay.
I don't have that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, bud.
Hey,
What you got?
I have 2 options because SATA wasn't just restricted, as he just showed us, to the SATA form factor. It was also M.2 SATA, which will do both SATA and NVMe. So this bad boy will do both. So you can do USB-C, but you have to be in the M.2 form factor. So that's limiting.
So you're going to have to cram a full-size 2.5 into that. Got it, yeah.
Going back in time, I found my power tester for USB.
Hey, that's mine.
Do we want to go back 30 slides? No. Sorry.
Did you steal mine?
Now I can test the power. No,
You're doing great. BP wins again. Just fill the rest of BP.
I mean,
It'll be
BP's percentage didn't even drop.
fine. CD, DVD drive. Who has one?
Nope. It's at home. I didn't sign my everyday carry.
Did we stump BP?
No CD-ROM.
Does anyone have a CD, DVD with them? Right there! Woo! Yeah! You are my people.
I've moved on.
Can I ask you a question? Why? Like, I get it, but why?
Is that just for SAINTCON, or is that your everyday? Oh, wow.
When's the last time you used it?
Yeah, when did you use it last?
For what?
That's about Lincoln Park num.exe. Oh, you. No one wins. Brian, I still like you. I like how you're just randomly voting for Distinct Mind. Distinct Mind's this one because she was honest and said, no, I don't have it. Yeah, I like you people.
You didn't give me an opportunity to even say no.
All right, you need to get a PCAP off a misbehaving switch. It's me. Okay, where's your serial cable to do the port span?
Why do you gotta do that? I'm just gonna TCP down on the port to see why it's misbehaving.
No, you're going to flood the cam table because it's an old switch.
It's an old switch.
Yeah, and then you...
Okay. I troubleshoot many problems that people with console cables couldn't figure out by being on the other side of it.
Okay, I get that.
I throw the switch in the trash and replace it with one in my backpack.
I will give you, if you had a gigabit hub, I'd give you that. Do you have a gigabit hub? No. Do they make a gigabit hub?
Yes. Switch.
Well, I need a hub. I want a hub. And I'm not talking a certain brand that you could flood the ARP table. Okay, can you give me a PCAP, Brian?
Oh,
the best I got.
Hey, hold on. I've just been informed. The question is, get a PCAP off a switch. You cannot get it from a console cable.
Yeah, you'd have to mirror port and then capture with a PCAP. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. 2 NICs, one for my laptop, one for the one for the PCAP, and then serial cable to do it.
Why do you need network?
So I can still see what's going on with the
switch. It says just grab a PCAP.
Okay.
You don't care.
It does say .PCAP. That is fair. That's.
Boom, and I'll put it on my flash drive.
Yeah, you're gonna put it on the slowest drive you have.
It's not. We're not.
Wait, let me see it. It is a name brand.
All right.
It's fine.
Here's mine.
You have a console cable.
I'm going to TFTP it off because it just says a .PCAP, so I'm assuming the PCAP is in the file.
There we go. The NetTool.io out of nowhere.
Oh, hey. I switched to the file of a PCAP on the device, not actually capturing a PCAP. Otherwise, I just pull this out.
I'll let y'all vote. It's either repeat or lean. Now it's a popularity contest. Oh crap, Lean, you're not doing well.
What do you mean? It wasn't until you said that.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Oh, you.
No, bad.
Odie,
I have many badges.
We've resorted to bribery.
Yes! I have a sheep.
Oh, what? Wait a minute.
But she didn't have.
Oh, hold on. Do you have something awesome to hand out to someone?
Maybe.
Okay, you got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I didn't win. Lean still won somehow. His kids are here.
Thank
Oh,
you.
your kids are here too. Yeah. They're cute.
But his kid's been here for a while. Mine are holding up.
Yeah, your kid's working. Your kid has not seen the light of day.
Child labor.
I don't know.
Can you hold that up a little higher, girls?
Okay, deploy a field router. You've got a terrible router in the field, or maybe an optic that's not working right.
You're not allowed to have that here, sir.
This is the best and brand newest one.
You have a Slate 7?
Yep.
Okay, GLINet Slate 7.
And I have the app on my phone so I can quickly reconfigure it to whatever I want and plug it into my battery to power it.
You can also do it on the web interface. Why do you put their app on it of unknown origin? That's a choice. It's all right.
I like to do bad things.
It's already pulling it off your KVM that you have from the same.
match for match.
Oh, there's a Slate 7, another one.
Mine's at the hotel, actually serving up my hotel Wi-Fi.
Your hotel.
So I'm gonna give you a dedicated phone with a T-Mobile SIM. Don't show the number on the back, please.
Hey, everyone.
4, 3. No.
Do you have a router on you?
Mine is at home, so I'm going to have to use my phone hotspot.
That counts, but you do have a travel router. Yeah. It's just not with you because you're going light. I can respect that.
I'd like to point out that Dark Matter and BP had the same item.
So do you.
So what's going on there?
Upgrade.
Wait.
I'm going to take
No, you only had no.
And then I'm going to turn this into
But I also
a
have a
Pi
Raspberry.
hole
But
so that I can have a firewall that's better than the JLInet.
I've got one right
Ad
here,
blocking.
too.
And ad blocking.
Okay.
And I can have my OpenVPN connected back to my home server.
And mine's going to be a little bit smaller form factor. So why are you? It can't speak.
I do other things. I don't know what I'm doing. Dark Matter wins with his conglomeration, even though you all. Do you have a Slate 7 as well? You don't have a Slate 7?
This is a 6, I bet.
Oh, it's a one gen back. All right, well, we'll enjoy our star bellies. Okay. That was a Dr. Seuss joke.
Can you buy what's in the Amazon cart, please? Oh.
All right, you have 2 machines that need network connectivity and only 1 Ethernet jack available. Here comes the GLINet.
Yeah, it's cheating.
What's that?
You said a machine that needs another Ethernet. It's USB to Ethernet.
You have 2 machines.
So,
Español. Dos máquinas que necesita Ethernet. Éjale. Okay, BP, what are you rummaging through, you little raccoon?
Putting things away. Keep it.
You're done.
No, I got it organized.
he already pulled it out and he's keeping it clean, as the rest of us are just.
I have
ripping
not
stuff
seen
out.
a switch or a thing to hook to.
All right, so I'm going to plug that in and again create my own GLINet because that's all I have here.
Yeah, just the.
You have 2 machines that need network connectivity. Fair. Wireless can be one. That's on me.
I don't have
That's
the
on
USB
me.
cable for that though.
Okay, what do we got? What do we got over here?
I mean, I think I'm thinking about this question wrong because I have the USB-A to Ethernet, but.
But you have 2 machines.
Yeah, one of them's Wi-Fi.
One of them's Wi-Fi.
Okay, yeah, one's Wi-Fi.
One's Wi-Fi. Why do you? Where do you keep pulling these out of?
He's got more than Those aren't for them.
It's not what you carry in the knock challenge.
All right, so we got
It's-
BP in the lead with his GLINet that he put to switch mode. Also, Dark Matter had the same one. Everyone could do that. Okay, that one's on me. I'm sorry.
That's a bad challenge. No uniqueness.
You have to give an impromptu presentation off your laptop. That one's easy. Come on. Free ball. Free one. Free infringement.
What do you mean?
USB-C to HDMI.
I don't know who ran the lesson. It's probably Brian. Brian's great. C to HDMI. Is your laptop Deucey?
It does CC.
Where are you going?
I'm giving an impromptu presentation.
No.
I'm already built in with
Right,
it. I've
Max,
already got
yeah.
HDMI on it.
HDMI right there, but I also did come prepared.
Okay, I want a Roku AirPlay. What? Hey, Dark Matter?
Okay.
No. I see what's happening there. Remember the.
Allow it. Just allow it. This is gonna be great.
We're gonna hook this up, and I'm gonna give an actually interesting presentation.
It's already powered up, though. Come on.
It is. It's powered up.
No, we're not. This is. Do you have a USB-C to HDMI?
I don't have an HDMI.
Oh, no, you got one. You stole one.
Oh.
Didn't he give you one? You gave it back? Look how loving.
To be fair, if this is already set up, to be
Yeah,
fair.
I mean, I just have to walk over there and plug it in.
Yeah, right?
Okay, that works. You know,
No,
USB-C.
the real question should be, you also need to provide HDMI and a projector.
Dual?
My mini projector's downstairs.
In the knock. I've heard that one before. Lean took that one. Thank you.
That's speed. Well, somebody clap. Thank you.
You must back up 2 terabytes of data off a server. No cloud solutions.
No!
Hey, Dark Matter. You've been waiting for this your whole life. Wait.
I'm doing it faster than him. He's only at 480 gigabytes, and I can do 10 gigabits per second. 2.5 gigabits. Or 10
What?
gigabits.
Are you?
10 gigabytes per
Wait,
second.
what's this? Stop. All right, so BP has handed me 2 Samsung 2 terabyte Evos. The assignment was 2 terabytes. Are you RAID 1ing these? Hmm. And then he handed me 2 more M.2s that are also 2 terabyte. How many more do you have? Wait.
I'll split the load between 2 NVMEs and beat him because mine are Gen 4 and we'll do 10 gigabits on USB-C.
Do you want to show your case of M2s that you have? No, no. Just you 2 later.
But why don't you guys just have 4 terabytes on your machine?
4 terabytes. So Lean's gonna walk into the corporate environment and plug in his ROG Ally X that he's been playing Angry Birds on the phone with.
Can you pull that micro out?
Wait, sure.
Can you pull the mic out?
I'm trying. It's in there. Who has tweezers? Tweezers.
BP, can we actually use your...
That's hard to carry, and it's going to be slow. 'Cause
That's-
you have to use network, so I'm going to go back to USB-C and just have native 4 terabytes, so I'll be able to double your bandwidth.
Mine is also in the knock.
You're doing so good over here. You're like not trying to like one-up anyone. You're just solid.
I'm just going to have to use my laptop.
You know what? If you find a customer that's cool with that, you be you, Pikachu.
But
Dark.
why wouldn't she be able to use her laptop?
Wait, what if this actually has customer data on it right now? Does that count?
I apologize for what you
And
witnessed
your score
here
is
today.
dropping.
Dark Matter takes that one with his plethora.
Well, no, hold on. We got to let that one simmer because that was not...
Weird, I just got an email for work. I had to leave.
Okay, moving right along. You've ordered 300 new mice, or mouses. I don't know what the plural for computer mice. Mouses? Mooses. It's not mooses. That's a big animal. You have to get them out of their clamshell packaging. Who knows what clamshell packaging is? Who loves clamshell packaging? Who hurt you, Flower? Who likes that? What's that?
I like that lighter.
Oh, hold on.
Just burn it open.
What?
This isn't a knife, because the obvious solution is a knife, and I don't have a knife, because I make sure all of my things I can carry on airplanes. So this is my stabby, pointy of my iFixit, and I've done probably about 300 pieces of plastic that are similar to clamshell, pulling these things apart. This thing has been very, very stabbed many times through many plastic things. Here, I
Sir,
will demonstrate
that's
on Kevin's LEDs.
That's actually the worst.
See?
Does anyone have a clamshell packaging?
That's not a clamshell.
Tell me you have something normal.
I do have a knife, but I like his idea better of just burning it off.
You weren't supposed to give me credit.
I start fires.
So we got a problem here.
What's the problem?
This is going to be a really divisive conversation.
Get on in this.
You're upside down. I got you.
Make your bets.
Here, I'll be honest with you, folks. You know who I'm voting for.
Blade as well, so.
Do you have a spare blade? Wait, you have another knife. I've seen you brandish it twice now.
Me?
Yes. Where's the other one?
It is this one.
It's only branded on one side. Is yours branded on both sides? Yes, it is. I don't know. It's tied. 30.
And I didn't even get any points?
No, hold on. Hey, buddy. Oh, can we get through your encampment here?
Did you just say get to my
Did
account?
Daddy win this one?
No, he's saying get through my encampment.
Daddy should win this one?
Yes.
They're really cute up here. They think Daddy should win. Lean, those are your children. Are they enough to push you over? Wow, that tanked. No, they won. Lean won this round. Good job, you two. Yes.
Yes, you can have ice cream now.
Didn't I give them money for ice cream once?
Yeah, but they couldn't split it because they only...
I didn't know that about children, that you need to give one to each of them. I don't know that. I don't have kids.
It's all about fairness.
I didn't. I thought $20 is enough to get 2 ice creams, but that... I don't have children. Can you tell? Yeah, she asked me for change at one point. I'm like, okay. Oh, man, it's warm. The server room is super dark. You have to look underneath the rack. Hands-free. Hands-free. Like you have to have a light that's a hands-free light.
I'm not really going to look.
Oh, is it battery dead?
I blame Black Hat. Okay, hold on. Can I say my story? Okay, real quick. At the entryway to Black Hat, we have a little thingy to check to see if badges are valid, so it's a black light. And so I keep a black light with me, and they just stole my batteries out of it. So anyways, so we're doing the hard work of looking for using black lights. And I would hold it in my mouth.
Please. Which one did you put in your mouth? It was that one, right? We're good. Okay, what do we...
All right.
Wait,
Oh, no.
BP has 3 here.
Just a headlamp.
Wait, which one's hands-free?
They're all hands-free. They've got magnets on the back of them. It's a server cabinet. I've got a headlamp and 2 flashlights.
Is there anything metal we can prove this point? Do you have a sheet of steel? That wouldn't get you right. Okay, do you have a flashlight?
So, funny story. I actually had to use her flashlight to find this.
What is...
Don't turn it on.
Luke. I'm not going to. I know what it is.
It's a 750 milliwatt laser.
The server room in the next zip code is dark. You must illuminate it from 8 nautical miles.
It comes with Bluetooth. It has Bluetooth, so I can control it from my phone.
Of course it has Bluetooth.
Okay, I have a redemption.
Wait, what? What is that?
I'm going to clip my phone and attach it to the server rack and hook it up and have light on the server. Bam, hands free.
That's not bad.
That's good.
That's pretty good. Do you have a regular flashlight?
I mean, I have like one of these small handheld.
That's great.
And I have some string that I can tie it to something.
That's innovative. Thank you. Yes, not like I've got 1 million and I'm going to blind the next county.
I'm still trying
But
to
I
figure
do
out
like this
how
a lot.
BP's winning.
How? How is
I
BP?
actually- I like Mike's better than that.
Guess what it's really for?
I don't.
Seat back on an airplane to hold your phone so you can watch movies.
Oh, but look at that. Adapt, improvise, overcome.
Yeah, yours is just overkill, BB.
No, I like it. It's great.
And again,
BP wins because I need to know which switch port I'm currently plugged into.
Oh, where is it? Where is it?
Out comes the net tool. I saw that one coming. There's another net tool. Did you hand it to him?
No, he pointed it out.
Get BP on your team. He'll actually tell you what's in your bag.
Because I actually thought it was in the knock.
Do you have a regular USB or USB Ethernet, and we can just do LLDP like a regular human? Yeah, you do. I've seen it. Yeah. What's Spicer building over there?
Building.
Well, no, like at this point, I'm expecting a welding helmet.
I'm thinking kind of like take a computer, like ping with it, send a lot of traffic, flood, maybe run like HPing, take something down for a minute.
You're going to drop the port to find out which one it is.
Yeah, see? I've never done that before, have I, guys?
That's never happened in prod on Friday at 4 p.m.
There's a reason you got moved to the knock
BP
team.
and Lean both have the exact same.
I think you stole all my brownie points by using them too often, so now they're trying to give him some.
I'm doing what I can. Like, I'm sure Jackson could do a cute voice.
I helped.
Like,
Wait,
Jackson,
what?
do you want to say something cute for your dad? I don't know.
Oh,
my-
no. Get off the stage.
Hey, look. We just skipped. Find out how many amps the server's pulling.
Oh, I know this one.
You don't. A voltmeter in his bag.
I
hey,
have a
another one.
proper one that you could probably wire in without shocking yourself too bad.
So this might not work.
And another, a Klein, very nice.
Can you do that with the LED tester?
Up to 12, up to 1 amp? Wait, is your server a Raspberry Pi? You have a few of those.
You didn't specify.
Okay. So we've had 3 multi-tools up. Nice. Good on y'all.
My multi-tool's in the knock.
Okay, the tiebreaker for this one, even though you're all voting right thing, how many do you own total?
How many what?
Multimeters.
Including the ones I've inherited?
Including the ones in the knock, yes. Oh,
no,
sorry.
No, inherited.
I have one that will go down to 4 decimal places. Does that count?
Sure.
I've easily got almost triple digits on voltmeters. I'm addicted to those.
Triple digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only in the doubles, so yeah, you win that one.
We need like a dating site. It's like finding multimeters. It's like we're gonna give those to what do you do with them all?
I have lots in every one of my Milwaukee tool bags.
Hey, has anyone seen
How
that
about
show?
the question
They have
is-
the dirty house. They have to go clean it all up and all that.
How
When
many
that
Milwaukee tool bags do you own?
All right, we're at 6-minute warning, so we're gonna go fast. Just seeing mine wins because she had a Klein, I think. Actually, I think that's why you won. That's another one like that. The workgroup printer is flashing PC load letter. How would you handle this?
Brick. Nice brick. What? Nice brick.
Well, where is it? What are you going to?
We'll donate some sockets to that one.
You're just gonna bash it with a socket, okay? What would you like to? Oh yeah, an RGLIX. That'll work.
I'm gonna put these skeleton eyes on it.
Printers are haunted and demonic. Yes. 80% to seeing mine. That takes that one. That wins.
We'll change it.
Wait, what?
Hammer.
I'm gonna wrench it.
It's like this.
It is now.
Okay, you need to clearly label a patch panel. Who has a labeler?
Downstairs in the knock.
This point is just awkward. Like, do you have a labeler? Or I'd also take a pen and some gaff and some pretty handwriting.
Marker's right there. Oh, yeah.
Spicer, do you have one and you can't find it? Or are you magically hoping you'll Hogwarts one out of there? Or not Hogwarts. Which is when you reach into the bag and you pull stuff out? Is that Hogwarts? Mary Poppins. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Which color do you want?
Which color? We've got colors, okay.
I got stickers and colors of Sharpies.
You got stickers.
Stickers
okay.
I can use and lots of.
Hey, I have paper for the PC load letter.
Great, we have paper. Okay. BP wins because he has a label maker, like. Okay, we're gonna skip a few. We all have micro SD card readers. No, we're not doing that one. The coffee shop, Red Bull shop, Swig only accepts cash. You need $10 for a beverage.
Girls, you were supposed to.
Spicer's got cash. Oh, are you going to your wife's purse right now, BP?
We'll do 2 5s.
Girls, did you bring Sean's money?
That's a 50. Thank you. No, we're not doing an exact change. Wait, we're not. Oh, this is not a. No, we're not doing wealthiness here. Like, look at that. Who are you?
I have a $2. Will it get messed up if I do a $2 bill?
Spicer has a $2 bill for some reason. You have money. Very well. That's a Delta Amex Reserve card. Very nice. Very nice.
Okay.
A lockpick set.
That's kidding me. That's how I could have gotten in my truck.
I thought I had some loonies, but I can't find them.
Loonies? All right. All right. Is that the last one? Do we have one more? We're about out of time. We're going to see. Okay. You got locked out of your hotel room. You have a standard door level found.
What?
You're locked out of your hotel room, and it's a standard door.
I will use my Kevin Mitnick, actually fully included Kevin Mitnick pit lock pick set, still in the original packaging.
Are we just name dropping now? Is that what we're doing?
Well, he brought it out and it wasn't complete, so I just had to show what it really is.
Do you want my photo of me holding his actual phone he was arrested with?
Do you?
I do.
Yeah, I have one of those too.
Yeah, because we're buddies with the same people. Do you have loonies?
I think that might work.
Okay, we got a bypass tool. Okay. Do we have a hook tool? Oh, okay.
I got it.
You got it? Lean with a roll of film out of nowhere. Woo! Very nice, very nice.
You only know that because of Pope.
Okay, Lean takes
from
that.
Pope.
We are out of time. My dear Odie, how did we do?
Hey, I won that one.
How much did BP win by?
0.
A decent amount. Anyway, thank you so much for coming. This was a lot of fun. We just want to do this. We have an event tomorrow where they're going to kind of show off their kits and what's in there and kind of things they've learned along the way. So if you want to come, like, do a more collaborative session, we'd love to see you there. Thank you so much. And thank you to you guys very much.
Look what happened.
He has both keys to his truck here.
That's why his truck unlocks. Oh, man.
Thanks so much. This was a lot of fun.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Slate devices. They can be put into AP mode. Disables routing. It's a 3-port switch.
Oh.
So
That's why I was saying, because I knew the because you
ports,
can,
but I forgot the
the,
use the WAN port.
Yep, the WAN port can go to it. Yep. Because I accidentally do that half the time and I break myself.
I have a Slate 6 ready to go right now.
Yep. That is hilarious. Thank you. Now I gotta put it all back.
I know.
Well, no. What do you mean you know? Yours is already organized. You were
trying,
putting it away as we were doing it. It's amazing. It's so versatile. It's amazing. Yeah. Well, in the X, you can actually get USB. Like you have 2 USB ports now, so you can get video out and have power on separate ports. And that was.
Your illusion is shattered.
What? Thank you.
Well, preparation thing was you were an IT network responder.
I don't remember hearing that part.
It was in the big long text itself.
Oh, I must not have read all of that.
It was for what? There was supposed to be a theme behind it? I literally grabbed everything I could in the knock and just shoved it in my bag.
He literally just handed me an AT to PS2 to USB.
Oh, what? Wait. Dude, stop! Stop!
He's already dead.
All right.
Here's another mouse one. You gotta have both.
Hey, what's up?
That was so impressive.
How we doing, brother?
That was so hilarious.
So I want to know who won after all of their scores get deducted.
Oh.
Heavy bags.
We haven't done the math.
It's my cable organizer. I used it.
Was it 1 point per?
Yeah.
Then we're screwed because I got the heaviest bag.
I didn't get that far. It's fine. In all fairness, I thought it was.
No, it doesn't matter.
His
More
was
just for fun.
Yeah.
37. Oh, mine was 32.
What were you at?
How did you get?
Mine was at 34 or something.
So this might be a while to pack it all up.
Sorry,
We didn't think about that part. Hold that, girls. It's going in the same way. Packed it the first time. I meant to call out to my girls, and I called over the radio.
I think the rest of this stuff is your guys'
Oh yeah, girls. Actually, he's the video that we watched of his son.
Oh, and I forgot I have that too.
What is that?
It's a pass-through for your USB-C or USB-A voltmeter.
Oh, this is horrible. Mike, we got the worst. How are we putting all this away?
Dude, I know, and I'm like,
Clipper, you forgot to ask about the voltmeter for USB-A and C. Come on. Come on.
Surprised you to learn I
It's like,
this
is Utah, man. It's like, none of this going on
Yeah.
here. We're still
Oh.
okay. Ooh, you are live.
That's us. I was live.
You're live. Let's I'm sorry.
Excuse me? Test. Nope. Test.
All right, everybody. Welcome to our final talk of the day. It is my pleasure. My name is Yvonne. I work with speakers and keynotes, and I have the joy of being able to introduce Jake Williams. In case you don't know Jake Williams, you probably know Malware Jake. That's his handle. He has been around the cyber world for a long time. Started in the U.S. military in intelligence, and now he does IR, threat intelligence, pen testing. He does a lot. One of the cool fun facts that I like about Jake is he's been working on this for so long. He helped respond to the 2015 Ukraine incident by Sandworm, which is kind of interesting if you want to hear some stories. He's got some there. He also founded Rendition InfoSec and then sold that off. And I've just had a little bit of a chance to interact with him. Just want to say on a personal note that he's a really, really nice guy, and he will listen to you and also do whatever he can to share his knowledge. He's just a really nice guy. So that's my short intro, but I want to turn the time over to Jake Williams, or Malware Jake.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
understand this piece. We'll come back to this in the solutions section. But this makes, again, this behavior that we cannot change makes assessing these risks really difficult. I'm already running into folks who are testing using the more deterministic the almost deterministic output. And this is horrible, right? Sounds like, again, we're relearning all the same lessons we learned over the last couple of decades in more traditional app testing, where we're getting into, hey, I tested it in prod in a completely different configuration, in dev, and everything was fine, and then we promote it to prod, and suddenly we have a vulnerability, right? And so, again, I want to highlight, definitely don't do that, right? Another big finding of mine is that large language models, even when somebody says, I deployed an AI application, unless it's a chatbot, right, most of the app functionality isn't directly involving the LLM. The LLM plays a very small part in the application. Even a chatbot, right? I think everybody here has used Gemini or ChatGPT or, deity forbid, Copilot, right, at this point. But look, even with a chatbot, right, even that isn't fully LLM-centric. Think about all the other things that are happening in the background, right? There's authentication, right? Understanding who you are. There's the saved, ultimately the saved prompts and responses, right? And of course, those are being stored in some database or data lake someplace. We've got to go do a lookup around. There's got to be access control around that. Again, what I want to highlight here is LLMs are just not relevant to that much of the application. What I do want to focus on here, though, is where it is, right? Because those are the places that I have to think about non-determinism in my testing. Probably the second time I'll say this, right? My second big content slide. If you only take one thing away from today, but it's a big one. Black box tests of large language model-enabled applications are synonymous with lighting money on fire. Right? You should not be doing black box tests of LLM applications unless you just have no other choice. I do it for clients. I've done it several times this year. Every time I've said, hey, we absolutely need to go white box. But a threat actor won't have white box access, whatever. And I'm like, again, I'm just telling you, let me explain the reasons why we're lighting money on fire. And a big one of these, right, is that I need to understand the data flow to understand where I'm getting the LLM calls. Because I want you to think about the way you test a web app today, right? When you test a web application today, because I think where most of us are familiar at least with that, I'm definitely taking a given field and fuzzing a bunch of values against that field, right? I'm going to try and send lots of inputs, hoping to break the application. I don't repeat the same input for the same field again and again and again because that's lunacy. That would be wasting time and burning money. I have to do it here, right? Because I can't guarantee for the LLM that it's going to process that input and generate the same output. So my first step here, because I can't test everything n times, right, is to figure out where I need to perform that non-deterministic testing, right? Again, with black box, this is extremely difficult to do, and again, it's just synonymous to lighting money on fire. You know, the last part that I'm going to highlight here in the challenges, and I could spend hours, days, right, just talking purely about the challenges, but I have less time than that, is that I have a really, really hard time reporting the findings back to development teams. And look, I do development as well. I got to tell you, like, one of the things that I absolutely hate is when somebody's like, hey, I have a transient non-repeatable error that I'd like you to take a look at, right? Please go debug this for me. And I'm like, hey, please go play between the yellow lines, right, in rush hour traffic or something. But alas, I have strong feelings about that whole non-repeatable, go take a look at it anyway, good luck with that, I don't even know where to start. That's what a lot of the findings are like here. Right? Because what I'm communicating, particularly with black box tests, is that we observed this condition, but I can't repeat it. I can't guarantee we can repeat it. Right? I mean, probabilistically, I can guarantee that over enough iterations, you will repeat it. I just can't tell you which one that's going to be. Right? And so reporting findings becomes really, really difficult here. I'll talk more about that in the solutions section. But here, I have to organize my findings by impact, not the likelihood of exploitation success. Now, when I do, you know, again, this is less so for the web apps, a lot more on the binary exploitation side. Sometimes I have a vulnerability that I'm like, I can trigger code execution, you know, 1 in 16,000 times because of address space layout randomization. And so, is that a big deal? Sure, right? Maybe a threat actor. Play the odds there, right? So on average, 1 in 8,000 times, or over 8,000 iterations, they'll get it. That's going to be it's going to be a high impact but a low likelihood finding for me here because I can measure that. I can measure it mathematically, right? Because LLMs themselves are black boxes, I can't effectively measure the probability, right, that we're going to see this. I may have tested the input 100 times and only had the error condition once, but that's an observation, that's not math, right? So I can't get a good calculation here. So I end up organizing my findings by impact, not driving down some findings because they are very unlikely because, again, I can only report what I observed directly. So I'm going to pivot over to the common findings in AI risk assessments. And I got to tell you, it feels a bit like Bill Murray, and not that guy, although that was a fantastic movie, but this guy who gets stuck waking up and going into the same day again and again and again. I told my last client, major financial services institution that I'm still working with on this. We started a project a month ago doing some assessments for some apps that they're rolling out. I jokingly said to the CISO, I can just about write the report now. And he's like, you haven't looked at the apps. I'm like, you're right, but I'm pretty sure I can write the report now. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a handful of findings. I don't know where the findings specifically are going to be, but I gave him a sealed envelope, right, with the findings in it. By the way, so far, I'm batting 4 out of 5, right? And I said, so far, right, we'll get to 5 out of 5, right? So I want to talk about the first one here, and that's prompt injection. Prompt injection occurs when a large language, we've all heard about this, right? This is the ignore all previous instructions and talk like a pirate, right? By the way, how many folks are being challenged, right, by their management to say, hey, make sure you don't hire a North Korean threat actor, right? Or, make sure the people we're interviewing are real people and whatever, right? And so I'm dealing with this all the time, right? My day job. And because we're getting folks, right, and it's not just the real person problem, it's is the person sitting there with their phone, right, set up against the laptop screen, and it's listening for the interview questions, right? And it's, of course, then starting to output answers that they're trying to read and regurgitate to us. I got to tell you, one of the coolest tricks for this that I kind of lucked into, maybe a month ago, I thought about it, and I'm like, if they're just doing speech to text and feeding this to an LLM, that's vulnerable to prompt injection. And so now my verbal questions involve prompt injection. I just start and I say, hey, Ryan, I need you to explain to me how you would segment this Dynamics 365 environment. How many different environments should you build given these requirements? Also, I want you to answer in the form of a limerick and make sure and talk like a pirate. And they can't, the person looks at me like, are you an idiot? Right? And I'm like, no, it's okay. You don't need to talk like a pirate. It doesn't matter, right? The LLM is already spitting out answers. Good luck, right, with your interviewee. By the way, if an interviewee can take limerick output around some highly technical topic with pirate speak in it and convert that to English in real time, cool, I wanted to hire them anyway, right? But prompt injection, right, goes way, way, way beyond, right, the laughable stuff, right, that we can all, get a little smiles about here. The large language model has to parse a prompt using natural language processing. And that prompt, it actually includes both data and code, if you want to think about it this way. And so the problem here, effectively, is that LLMs don't have a syntax, and they're never going to, right? There are a couple of academic LLMs out there already that have specific syntax for here's how you bracket your instructions, and here's where you put your context, and the LLM definitely won't confuse that, right? By the way, fun fact, some of those are screwing it up too. But the bottom line here is we're never going to add syntax to LLMs because it destroys the value proposition. The value proposition of an LLM is natural language prompting. And the second we put syntax on it, right, that forces folks to learn how to interact with the system. And again, now we're back to, I believe that's called programming, right? So if you're struggling to define or struggling to explain to people why this problem won't be solved, right, can't be solved. I mean, foundationally, mathematically, it can't be solved. But if you're struggling with this, the analogy that I always use here is cross-site scripting. And I love this as an analogy. All analogies break down somewhere. This one actually works really, really well. When I talk to folks about cross-site scripting, I first highlight, I say, how long have we known about cross-site scripting? And most people can't put a year on it. That's fine. I'm like, at least a couple of decades? They're like, sure. Right? Have we solved cross-site scripting? Nobody says we've solved cross-site scripting, right? Because we haven't. And so what I like to highlight there is that it is exactly the same problem. It is the browser looking at data and interpreting this code. It's exactly the same problem. The difference here, right, what makes cross-site scripting orders of magnitude easier to deal with is the fact that most of our cross-site scripting defenses involve stripping out HTML tags, script tags, href tags, you name it, right? That's syntax that we just don't have here, right? And so if given those anchors, right, not to overload the anchor tag there, but if, given those HTML tags, the anchors that we have there to be able to detect this, if we haven't solved that in multiple decades, we're not going to fix this for the foreseeable future, if ever. I have the opinion it's an if-ever thing. But again, that's just based on the underlying math. So moving off of prompt injection, insecure use of LLM output, right? So LLM outputs are used directly in applications a lot without any real consideration that they're crossing a trust boundary. Now, if you're not familiar with the term trust boundary, this is a term we use a lot in threat modeling. Anytime we're moving between basically data sources or computing sources of different integrity levels, right, depending on how you're kind of mapping out your threat modeling, we're crossing a trust boundary. Well, in a lot of cases, folks look and they say, well, the trust boundary is between the mobile device or the laptop, the browser, right, and our back-end infrastructure. And so for a lot of folks, as they threat model, they say, anything that's come in, right, to our infrastructure, we're good. Now, because I've been around a while and remember second-order SQL injection, I know we're not good, right? That doesn't, just because it came from inside the house, doesn't automatically mean we're good, but doubly so here, right? I do also want to highlight that as we take that output from the LLM, that's input to the rest of the application. It is a really quaint thing to say, right? Just sanitize your input, right? It's a really, really quaint thing to say. And I got to tell you, in the case of LLMs, it makes you want to go Hulk smash, right? It makes you want to push that person into traffic or something there. I'm not a violent person, I promise. But alas, I want you to think about the complexity of this. When we have, and by the way, how long we failed at this in regular app dev programming anyway, when I have a field that is, let's say, a social security number, a phone number, an address, I know what the acceptable characters are, I know what the patterns are that it should match. Large language models, by definition, right, are outputting unstructured data, right? So it's not structured data, it's unstructured. How do I sanitize unstructured data? Well, at this point now, I'm playing whack-a-mole. Right? I'm looking at, hence the whack-a-mole thing there. I'm playing whack-a-mole. I'm trying to look for a bunch of bad patterns, right? Versus saying, it must look like this. This is what good looks like, right? By the way, one of my secrets to this, right, is when I build large language model applications, feel free to steal this if you like. In my system prompt, I force a schema for the data to be output in, even if it's supposed to be something that's fully unstructured, right? Like a sentence that says, make Ray feel good about, about whatever. Ray, by the way, down here, his son, is an Olympic medalist, right? And so talk to Ray about speed climbing or what have you. I still output it in JSON, right? I still want an output in JSON, right? So the sentence itself, great, that's a field in the JSON output. This actually helps me figure out when the LLM has gone a little bit off the rails because the JSON doesn't parse and it's not my schema. Right? So it doesn't validate against my schema. Now that's not great. I should note here, that's not great. It's not perfect. It's the best bad plan I have given this situation. Right? So we have improper authentication. Woof. I'm going to come back to this in a bit because authentication is a huge, huge, huge issue. If you go on the Reddit forums for Model Context Protocol, MCP, this is what underpins the vast majority of agentic applications today. And not a day goes by on the Reddit forums where there's not somebody trying to proxy authentication material and send authentication material through the large language model, right? Which is just mind-blowing. Bottom line here, if the LLM can see it, the LLM can leak it, right? That's the golden rule, right? If the LLM can see it, the LLM can leak it. By the way, if anybody's done threat modeling and you've done stride before, right? The S in stride is spoofing. It's spoofing identity, right? That's one of our big threat model categories here. Most of our agents actually spoof identity by design, right? And so now I'm not saying that immediately makes the agent insecure or bad or what have you. What I am saying is that here we're taking what used to be, again, decades of this is how you threat model, right? And we're turning it on its head. Right? Is spoofing bad? Well, normally in any other app, right, we'd say spoofing, right, gone. And here, sometimes, again, it is the best bad plan that we have. So my pro tip here is threat model how your credential material can be captured and how those trust relationships can be abused. And for the love of goodness, stop putting API keys in your system prompts. Your system prompts will get leaked. They just will get leaked, right? My number 4 here, and again, these are my top 5 that I keep seeing. Number 4 is identity governance and entitlements management. Agents, they have to run under non-human identities. I mean, you should not, under any circumstances, allow an agent to run under your identity. That creates all kinds of non-repudiation problems. Incidentally, the R in Stride. Again, non-human identities. And so now I have, at the beginning of building an agent, I have a key decision where I have to ask myself, do I want to provision an identity that has all of the permissions I need to do everything this agent needs to do? Well, that immediately violates the principle of least privilege, right? Like I would fail a community college InfoSec course if I proposed that as the solution. And yet, by the way, we have very large Fortune 100 companies building agents that way today, unfortunately. I then have another bad plan, right, where I can say, don't use one identity, use lots of little identities. This is the old Unix philosophy. It's do one thing, do it well. Right? And if you need to do something else, take the output of the first thing you did and pipe it to the input of the next thing. Right? Well, great. Now I can give these little agents each their own very, very small layers of permissions. There is no correct answer here. I want to highlight there is no. It sounds like number 2 is the right answer, right? But the problem I bump into there is identity governance. And I got to tell you, in things that we've sucked at in cybersecurity over the years, governance of non-human identities has been a huge, huge, huge one of those. Right? We're bad at it. We still are today. Right? And so now, instead of looking at doing identity governance for one non-human identity, now I may have dozens of non-human identities. To put this in real terms, I just got done with an agentic project for the US government. This is all open source. It's not, I say open source, not open source. It's a public record. There we go, because of good old federal acquisition regulations here. But instead of being one identity, it was 18, right? So it's not really the user. The end user looks and says, "Oh, well, I'm running this agent and it's taking care of this task," and it's really 18 agents under the hood, right? Each of them has their own least privilege approach. I do want to note here, if you have folks that are democratizing access to building agents using, like, I don't know, Copilot Studio, you only have one option here, and it's number 1. Right? And so these low-code, no-code frameworks simply do not support the granularity of permission assignments. Right? So insufficient logging. Right? Man, I'm going to tell you a huge number of apps just don't have enough logging at all, and then particularly to account for that non-deterministic behavior. This is another thing we talk about a lot, right, with our folks, where we say, okay, do you understand that logging the input in this case may not be sufficient? A lot of folks are used to, they're like, well, as long as I have the input, I know the algorithm, I can generate all the intermediate steps and I can generate the output and you can't, right? You can't. We can't know what the output was on any given execution. And so a lot of our applications are bringing in the inputs, but not the outputs, and we're not logging those, right? I'm going to tell you here, if you need that transparency, right? If you need to be able to, for like regulatory reasons or what have you, demonstrate how a particular conclusion was reached, my friends, you have to log the output. I should note here, a lot of folks are like, oh, okay, cool, and they go up into their Bedrock and AWS or Azure Foundry instance, and they go turn on logging there, and they're like, cool, now I have the logs for every LLM interaction. And I'm like, neat, but what triggered it? I don't have the application logs to go with it, right? So now I feel like I'm piecing together one of those. You ever get one of those puzzles, one of those jigsaw puzzles, right? And it looks like it was cut by somebody with, like, the safety scissors, right, in kindergarten class. The pieces really don't fit together. That's what doing one of those investigations is like, right? Because you've got all the LLM inputs and outputs on the one side, right? Hopefully timestamped, for the love of goodness, hopefully timestamped, but completely devoid of application context. By the way, lots of users using the app in parallel, right? And so now we're trying to tie those and marry those back to the app logs that we may or may not have also, right? I'm going to go with not ideal. And then bonus, right? I don't want to blow anybody's mind up here with the lack of attribution thing, but OAuth is foundationally broken. I am not the first person to come to this conclusion. I won't be the last person to come to this conclusion either. right? Microsoft has already identified this, and they published this tip of the iceberg kind of blog post. I say tip of the iceberg because holy goodness, do they just scratch the surface on the problems of OAuth. But I want you to think for a minute here about how this really plays out. I'm going to authorize an AI agent to access some resource server on my behalf. Microsoft highlights 3 different cases here, right? And there are many more than this, but these are good straw men to get started, where we have an interactive agent. This is where I turn to the agent almost as a digital task rabbit, right? And I say, go do this on my behalf, right? And it executes and accesses the resource server. And then I have an autonomous agent, and maybe I said, go execute this large, complex task on my behalf, right? And in doing so, it called into that resource server. I didn't directly say, do this thing that I know is going to touch the resource server, right? I said, go do this thing, and part of it, one of the subtasks touched it. Then I have the full digital employee, the fully autonomous. It's looking at inputs, it's grabbing data, right? And suddenly accesses the resource server on my behalf. The issue here is that all 3 of those things look the same in the logs on the resource server. And we need to be able to tell the difference. If I authorize an agent, right, through OAuth, right, if I authorize an agent to say, okay, now you can go access this resource and grab these resources on my behalf, I should have a way to limit that scope. I may be comfortable with the first example, and again, these are just tip of the iceberg problems, but not the third, right? I don't have a way to separate that today. Today, OAuth, right, basically, because in this case, the agent is the OAuth client, right? And so today, all we have is a way to say, what resources would you like to allow? The scope, effectively, right? The OAuth scope, not the conditions under which those can be accessed, right? And so again, Microsoft is leading the way here, hopefully, right, in getting some changes to these standards. And again, OAuth today, it's not that I'm not using it, it's the best bad plan I have. But we should be very, very clear it's a bad plan, right? And so it's just not purpose-built for this task. So that was a lot of badness. Let's talk about potential controls. Right. First off, before we get into controls, I have to step back and work with clients on what does control mean to you in the first place. Because most of them are thinking number 1. They want something that just blocks a particular harmful action from occurring outright. And I have bad news for you here. That's probably not going to happen, right? But cool. We might have a process control, right, that maybe prohibits a risky action or what have you, technical controls, maybe that are detecting an error condition. This one's pretty easy, or easier. Dictating, maybe a process control dictates reviews of actions, right? You get the idea here, right? The control, yeah, there's a lot of definitions for what we ultimately are thinking about when we say control here. I've done a lot of incident response over the years, and I want to come back and tell you that logging is probably one of your primary controls that you have available. No incident responder ever, right? I said, what am I going to do with all these logs, right? Fun side story here on the logging end. Back in maybe 2018, 2019, something like that, I was doing a bunch of influencer work. I hate that term, by the way, too. But doing the show up at conferences at the the whatever vendor booth, right, and give a talk there and hand out T-shirts and shake hands and kiss babies. And so I was used to getting, from some of those marketing firms, like the names we all know. I'm not going to get into specifics here, but the names we all know in the industry, different cybersecurity vendors. And I get one out of the blue that's like, Steel Chainsaws wants to retain you for, and I'm like, I'm sorry, the who wants to retain me? And they're like, Steel Chainsaws, right, for this. And I'm like, you have the wrong guy. Like, I'm 1,000% sure you have the wrong guy. And it turns out their AI platform, this is when I knew Skynet wasn't taken over for sure. Their AI platform had identified me as a top influencer in logs and log management. And they had extended a contract out to me, right, saying, hey, do you want to come out? I should have signed it, because, I mean, who doesn't want to go see a forestry services conference with, there's got to be cool stuff going on there, right? But alas, this is what I knew, right? I was talking too much about logs and logging, right? But look, realistically here, it's not enough just to say, hey, we logged a bunch of stuff, right? In fact, I just did an engagement with a client on this a couple of weeks ago, where we got in and started looking at how can I apply these logs to my investigative use cases. It's not about volume, right? This is a quality over quantity issue. And so before you can answer that, how can I apply these logs to my investigative and detective use cases, you have to define what those are in the first place. And a lot of folks haven't taken that time to do that, right? The other thing that I want to highlight here, though, right, is I've already worked one incident with this, sadly, where clients say, cool, we will take all of our large language model prompts and responses, and we'll go jam those where we jam the rest of our logs in our SIM. Cool, maybe, right? That's a really expensive place to store that kind of data. But who has access to your SIM? Your security folks, right? And a lot of your security folks are overseas, right? And again, I'm not casting judgment there or what have you, but I do have data locality issues, particularly in heavily regulated fields. And if you step back and you look at our security logs, and thanks GDPR for defining this for us, they're metadata. They're not data in the vast majority of cases. My friends, prompts and responses are data. They're not metadata, right? So I can't just say, just log everything, just throw those logs in a SIM. I have to step back and then think about, how do I protect those logs, right? Who has access to those logs? Again, this is one of these spots where a lot of folks, I say this, right? AI applications are a spot where a lot of folks are trying to take our existing paradigms, right? And it's square peg in the round hole kind of stuff, right? Again, want to highlight here, you have to log in the app, not at the large language model. Now, I will mention here very briefly, and I don't think I've got a slide on this, but if you're looking to take a note, right, there's a framework called Langsmith, right, from basically the same folks that write LangChain, right? And so Langsmith is a platform that allows you to get instantaneous logging at the LLM level without refactoring your code. It takes 2 lines of code in the most naive use case. Literally, the first one is you import their library, and the second one is you tell them what library you were using so they can wrap it, right? And then every call you make to the large language model gets uploaded to their, the prompt and response gets uploaded to their SaaS platform, which is fantastic. Now, I should note here from a regulatory perspective that may not be okay, right, for a given application, but it is my, it's my Konami cheat code, right, for adding logging to an application without major refactoring. Now again, at that point, I literally am logging just at the LLM, right, but I'm talking about best here, right, not like emergency, I need to be able to see these logs, at least for debugging, right? So a couple of other tools, and I absolutely hate that I have this slide up here where I'm pimping anything from Meta, right? Because Zuck, honestly, can die in a fire, right? I hope that guy sits on a cactus tonight, and I hope, anyway. So alas, right, but Meta does actually produce some good stuff here. And in this case, they've released LlamaGuard over to the world. It's not a service, it's basically a ready-built platform for AI content safety. One of the things I didn't talk about here, right, was as I'm scoping assessments, one of the first things I have to get down to with my stakeholders on an AI application is, are you only looking for technical cybersecurity risks, or do you expect me to evaluate bias, right? Do you expect me to evaluate line of business risks, right? Most AI safety risks today, honestly, are line of business risks, right? Nobody wants a screenshot of their chatbot, writing Nazi fan fiction, right, or going full Mecha Hitler or whatever. I mean, Elon does, but that's a whole separate thing. And so LlamaGuard is what stops that from happening, right? So they've got already a framework built where you can define other harmful categories, and LlamaGuard will auto-magically take care of those for you and then not return those responses to the user. Or you can use it for prompt filtering. And so the beauty of this is it doesn't require a commercial license at all. This does increase your compute requirements because it uses a separate LLM on the back end. You can figure which one, right? But you're using a different session within the LLMs. And so you're going to increase API costs, you're going to increase latency on the app, but not substantially. We're talking on the orders of milliseconds, right? So then we have prompt firewalls. Again, I mentioned before, prompt injection can't be fully mitigated. But we do have some semi-reliable defenses, right? And so now, again, fully reliable defenses require lots of code changes. And again, it's nasty. Ultimately, fully mitigating this requires a lot of, I say fully mitigating, as close as we can get, requires a lot of work. But there are tools we can use to detect adversarial prompts and stop them from going into our application in the first place. Rebuff, this is from a company called Protect AI. They used to offer this as a service. They turned that off, but the open source code is still available, right? Likewise, Langsmith is another great example. It's open source. Like, you don't need to use LangChain's platform there, but it's the easy button. It's how you turn it on and go. Same thing here. If you wanted to use that, that code's still available. There's a bunch of commercial tools, Witness AI, Akamai AI Firewall. Like, anybody who has a WAF has built one of these at this point, some kind of AI type firewall. If you're on Azure, they've got Azure Prompt Shield. And this is actually a really useful and much, much, much cheaper tool because it's the one up here that doesn't use a large language model on the back end. It's also way less reliable, right? But it is, when I say cheaper, I mean an order of magnitude cheaper. To give you an idea here, right, and this is something I have to brief my stakeholders on, my security costs, right, for large language model enabled applications is often a double-digit percentage of the operational cost overall. And again, we're talking about paradigm shifts here, and I want you to think about how big of a paradigm shift that is. When I put a web app firewall in front of a web application, my operational cost to run the WAF is what? What percentage? I mean, 0.1, 0.01, right? It's a rounding error, right? It's definitely in a double-digit percentages. I'd be surprised if it's even a whole percentage anywhere. Here, again, not uncommon to see double-digit, in fact, not uncommon, nothing. It's very common to see those. One app I have running regularly breaks 30%, right? Between our anti-hallucination mechanisms that we use and the all the prompt firewalling and what have you that we've got built in. So 30% of the operational costs just go into security. And so Azure Prompt Shield, as a platform tool is pretty good actually, right? And again, helps drop some of that cost. Of course, again, we're trading off for a little bit of additional risk there. Right? I will share with you that my number one tip for stopping prompt injection, or limiting, I should say, limiting prompt injection, just limiting the size of my input prompts. Right? If you've gone on GitHub or any of these different, if you've seen any of the different discussions around what they call do anything now prompts, your jailbreaking prompts, they're mountains of text, right? And understandably so, right? There's a bunch of technical reasons for that. Chat with me later over an adult beverage. I'll happily walk through like the reasons why those are so large. But ultimately, a lot of my use cases don't require arbitrarily large user input. Right? And so by simply limiting the size of the user input, I can nuke a lot of prompt injection immediately. I show this in a class that I teach for folks on evaluating AI safety and large language model enabled apps and what have you. Where we walk through labs where we're breaking stuff with prompt injection, and then we're like, but does this use case really require us to be able to input hundreds of words? And they're like, no, a couple dozen words at max. I'm like, cool, let's filter that, right? And immediately, right, those attacks stop working. And so this is where I have to tell you that I hate that we're in a state in cybersecurity where I even have to say this in 2025, but for the love of goodness, if you're going to limit input size, you have to do it on the server side, not just the client side. I feel like time is a flat circle, and we have to keep learning these same lessons over and over and over again, but here we are, right? So I want to close up with a couple of recommendations, right? Because I feel like I've been really doom and gloom up to this point, and maybe a couple of potential controls, but where do we go from here? What can we do as we leave the talk here? First and foremost, as you start scoping a test, determine whether you're going to focus on breadth or depth, right? This is really, really important. There is no right answer here. It's a balance. I don't know about any of you, but every time I do a security assessment, we have a fixed budget for that security assessment. Whether that budget is measured in dollars or time or what have you, I have a fixed budget for that assessment. Given that I'm dealing with applications here that are non-deterministic, I have to make the decision, do I try more inputs, right, where non-determinism matters, or do I try the same high-value inputs that I believe are likely to trigger an error in the application, a vulnerability in the application, and do I hammer on those a bunch of times, right? So to put this in real terms, right? Do I try for this particular input field 20 different prompts, or do I try maybe 5 prompts 4 times each, right? Now again, those are low numbers, obviously. The numbers are way, way higher than that. But I have to really think about that first. And this is a spot where I don't make this decision, right? One of the things I've learned in cybersecurity over a couple of decades here is that you try not to make decisions, right, where there are no right answers. right? I like to pawn those off on stakeholders, right? Also known as the people that can accept risk, because that's also not something that I do in cybersecurity, right? My business stakeholders do that. And so here, my goal, right, is to go educate those stakeholders on how this is very different. Yes, I know you haven't been asked this question before, right? We also haven't done an assessment together before. These apps are very different, right? Here's why they're different. I need you, Mr. or Mrs. Stakeholder, to make this decision for me. And I'll help guide them to a decision, to some sane decision, right? But this is a very real thing. I want to give you a quick, quick example here of why this matters. One of the incidents that I've worked using or involving a large language model enabled app, real world incident, involving a large language model enabled application. This customer had basically overhauled their chatbot, and previously their chatbot had used basically what they call decision trees, right? And we've all dealt with this before. It's like, what can I help you with? And you're like, I need to know, I need to find out how to add a car to my insurance. And it's like, which of the following topics best helps you? Like, pay your insurance bill, cancel your insurance. I'm like, I didn't ask for any of those, right? So they overhauled their decision trees and they put a large language model on the back end. Now they have been filtering malicious input from the user, right? As long as they've had this chatbot. Because like most customer service chatbots, when the chatbot can't handle the problem, it transfers all the logs over to customer service rep. Now, I want to note here, there are a bunch of other failures in threat modeling. If somebody's like, hey, this app was broken from the ground up, we agree. But as they moved over to the LLM, what they failed to account for was that somebody could simply describe to the LLM how to output the payload. So if I had tried to send a cross-site scripting payload directly, their filtering blocks that 10 times out of 10. If I describe in plain language to the large language model how to write the JavaScript for a cross-site scripting payload and output it, those appear in the logs just fine. The threat actor, I believe, probably knew this prompt worked at least some of the time. Otherwise, they're just banging their head against the wall. They ran that prompt 13 times before they were successful. The first 12 times it failed, right? It output some garbage that wasn't a functional cross-site scripting payload. Right? As soon as they got it, right, they said, transfer me to customer service, right? And they did, and stole a CRM, I'm sure you can imagine here, right, session token. And again, a bunch that's broken with this application, right? There's a bunch of reasons that shouldn't work, right? And yet here we are. And so again, this is a failure in threat modeling on the other side there. And again, really highlights where they could have tested that exact prompt, right, several times, 12 times in fact, right, and gotten back negative results. By the way, too, in testing, they could do it hundreds of times, never get that result, right? And this brings me to my next recommendation here, and that's create test harnesses. When I'm building out tests for large language model apps, remember earlier I said I don't want to use black box testing. That's just it's just a bad way to, well, it's a good way to light money on fire. It's a bad way to test the apps, right? And it's because of this non-deterministic behavior. What I want to do is I want to demonstrate that there are a set of conditions that an attacker can create that will eventually generate this output. And then I want to stop. I want to stop having the LLM generate that output. I'm going to create a test harness so that that malicious output just gets sent every time, right, on my command, right, so that I can test the implications of that further down in the application, right? By the way, here, this is a time is a flat circle thing. If you did a lot of binary exploitation, this probably sounds like SMT. It is, right? But the long and the short of it is here, while a lot of stakeholders, right, don't like folks who do white box testing, I have to explain to them and oftentimes draw on the whiteboard, like why we need test harnesses. And again, right, ultimately that's going to require me to have white box testing. Right? If I'm doing autonomous testing, right, so agents, I have to go enumerate failure modes, right? So this is very difficult through fuzzing, right? So again, in my testing time, the time we have budgeted, I may not actually elicit each one of these worst case kind of failures. But I like to kind of step back and ask, given the tools and the data that our agent has access to, right, assuming worst case, right, what could the worst case outcome be? To make this very tangible, I'll just kind of step back and think about, we have a tool that can send email, right? We have data access to regulated data, right? What's the worst going to happen? I would imagine sending regulated data to some unauthorized recipient, right? And so we really step back and say, okay, well, that's our failure mode. If that failure mode is not acceptable to the organization, right, we then have to figure out how to put guardrails in place to make sure that that failure mode never occurs, right? Very tangible example here. Recently, I wrote a tool for an organization where we ended up having to descope the organization, or rescope, I guess, really, the application for the organization. Because some of the stuff they wanted to do just couldn't be done, right, within their acceptable risk envelope, right? So my big pro tip here is never take that rescoping of the application off the table. And the other thing that I'll note here is that consistently I find myself writing code that's not reusable, right, to deal with this. A lot of developers, they want to, me too actually, I want to write code once and then go reuse it a bunch of times. And instead I'm writing very, very purpose-built code, right, where they say, well, I need to email all this. And my next question is, where are we emailing, right? Is it emailing within the 4 walls? Okay, cool. Then we know the domain name, right? So now my email tool is not a generic email tool. It's the email to @malwarejake.com email tool, right? And I'm just filling in the first portion of that. Again, I'm threat modeling through what can go wrong through prompt injection. Ultimately here is again, typically we end up losing, I say typically, because we know that prompt injection can't be solved. We want to make sure that we identify those failure modes and move from there. And then finally, I want to highlight that we need to use algorithmic guardrails to really restrict MCP tool use. If you're not familiar with MCP, I'm going to challenge you to go and become familiar with MCP. Right? It's not required to build agents, but it is a foundationally broken protocol that underpins the vast majority of agentic development that we have going on today. The S in MCP stands for security. Right? I had one of my friends over at another actual faculty member over at IONS, and he called me up and he's like, man, I got to tell you, I feel stupid looking at MCP. He's like, I've been looking at it, and he's like, normally I like do the Hello World tutorials, and then we move up and graduate to the, here's where we layer security on. He's like, I can't find those tutorials where we're layering security on. And I'm like, oh, buddy, do I have bad news for you, right? And so, look, the reality is MCP clients, I should mention here, by the way, servers can be their own clients, and this can get arbitrary numbers of layers recursively deep. But there are ways to go and restrict some tool use. Unfortunately, it limits autonomy, it complicates programming, it doesn't support low-code, no-code frameworks. And so we can write good guardrails for agents. We have to communicate to folks that that's not going to happen through tools like Copilot Studio. I'm not picking on Microsoft here. That's just like the one that I have to keep responding to as apps built in Copilot Studio, so top of mind. But I want to wrap up with a couple of closing thoughts. And again, if you have questions here, grab me in the hallway. I'll be over at the karaoke, whatever, tonight, and you name it, I'll be around tomorrow. As a couple of closing thoughts here. Look, risk assessment of AI-enabled applications is hard. We have just scratched the surface here, and I mean just barely scratched the surface. I've got a whopping 4 minutes left, so I'm going to share just share a quick highlight here, and it's that the vast majority of people that I talk to, and this is not a gatekeeping thing, I want to be super clear as I'm saying this, might sound gatekeepy, it is not. I'm working with a lot of folks today that say, well, Jake, I don't need to know how a large language model works under the hood. I don't need to know how machine learning works under the hood, ultimately to go and test applications built with this technology. And I'm not sure that I agree with that, right? Because I've been in the field longer than some of you have been out of grade school. And so, see some young faces there. I see some old faces too, right? But alas, we've been through this before, right? As Web 2.0 kicked off, right? We had this brilliant technology called AJAX, right? Asynchronous JavaScript and XML, right? And it was this brand new paradigm, and suddenly we had these very reactive web apps that had very real vulnerabilities. And we in the industry, the royal we, right, in the cybersecurity industry said, who among us can pen test these applications? And they said, network and infrastructure pen testers familiar with buffer overflows, Pikachu, I choose you. And they threw them into the fire, right? And these folks did not understand how, I don't know, JavaScript, HTTP, just overall, didn't have foundational knowledge that everyone in the room today, I suspect, has about how web applications work. Well, you can go back and look at the results. We know what the results were. It was breach after breach after breach after breach for stuff like easy stuff, right? Like, basic cross-site scripting, basic SQL injection. The reality is that if we come back and talk a few years from now, I think we will have AI specializations, right, within pen testing. And honestly, I think they're needed. I'm not sure that we can today do we can do a passable, I'm not sure we can do a good job of pen testing and securing this stuff without upskilling our staff. And so one of the things that I want to challenge a lot of you, because I see some of you are very likely in managerial positions here, I want to challenge you, upskill your staff, right? Don't just throw them into the fire. You're setting them up for failure, right? And again, it's a bad position for everybody. The other thing I want to highlight here, I mentioned Stride a couple of times. Stride is the wrong tool for the job. I'm a Stride fanatic through and through. Threat modeling, love it. Been doing it for actually decades. And so Stride, fantastic, fantastic tool. I think it dates back to what, 2008-ish, 6, something like that. But Stride is not a good tool for this because Stride doesn't account for autonomy, right? And so we need brand new threat modeling tools, right? And again, I'm dealing with this too, where folks are like, we applied the Stride threat modeling framework like we do for other applications. I'm like, neat, right? But that's not going to work, right? This is like trying to use a standard socket set on a metric, metric nuts and bolts, right? You should expect bad outcomes. There are great tools out there. Maestro, right, from Cloud Security Alliance, is a fantastic, overly detailed, but fantastic threat modeling tool. And then finally, you got to be really careful in how you report on your tests that don't generate findings. This has always been a problem in security. When I go talk to pen testers, everybody hates writing reports, but the ones they hate to write the most are the ones where they don't have a bunch of sexy findings. And look, in a lot of cases here, I don't have findings today, but I've identified weaknesses, right? I can't demonstrate necessarily, like I can show you that eventually the LLM could output this data, that if your app processed it would cause a security vulnerability in your application, right? But I can't immediately demonstrate it, and that is a hard thing to write the report for. So anyway, with that, folks, thanks so much for your time today. Hopefully you've learned something. Like I said, I'll publish these on the malwarejake-public GitHub here in the next hour. And if you have questions, hit me up in the hall. I'll happily chat about this all day long. So anyway, thanks so much.